The slide continues here to kick things off after the long holiday weekend as we get back to work. A lot of investors, traders getting the first opportunity to respond to the non-farm payrolls number that comes out on Friday. Even with the market closed, we get a print on that number that was a little bit higher than expected and a little bit higher month over month, once again leading to expectations of maybe further interest rate hikes to come. If you remember, at the end of last week, the CME Fed funds tool was pointing to a 60% chance of a pause from the Fed coming up in May. Yeah, that's changed. It's down to only about 30% now and 60% towards a quarter point hike to come. We'll talk about that coming up. Market downside, though, to kick things off after the long holiday weekend. A ton of individual movers here this morning. Micron shares, pretty interesting after that Samsung note comes out overnight suggesting Samsung going to cut chip output, leading to maybe some price hikes to come, benefiting some of these other chip makers. We'll talk about those coming up as well. Tesla, obviously, a ton of headlines for Tesla coming out over the weekend. They're going to maybe build another Shanghai facility to help supplement some of the battery production coming out of California. Elon was busy tweeting up a storm all weekend long. And oh yeah, they removed the Doge dog head from Twitter as well, if that's a headline as well. Anyways, it's Monday, April 10th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at how things are shaping up so far here in the pre-market with about an hour to go. 0.83 right now for the NASDAQ. It's tech leading once again, about 0.5% already there for the S&P, 0.35 for the Dow. It was the last one to go red early on this morning, but still holding up a little bit better than the rest. A little bit of positivity at the bottom end of the board there, but hey, not much. Welcome back to a brand new week here, coming off holiday weekend. Sharif here as always. It's an interesting look here. The first chance, I guess, people are getting to respond to what happened back on Friday with the market being closed. Futures were open, but no reaction whatsoever with everyone off. Again, if you missed it, the non-farm payrolls number on Friday, a little bit higher once again than expected, leading to thoughts of more hikes to come.
Yeah, and I was there. I was the good trader. 8:30, as soon as we got that number, I was there on my computer trading that number, or had my eye on the number. You got the algo spike. It went up, it went down, then it kind of just retraced a little bit. Like you said, not much in the way of volume, but yields really kind of, that's what spiked, and that was what I had my eye on Friday, and yeah, that continued into today.
Yeah, yields back to the upside this morning, both the 2 and the 10-year higher, the dollar higher as well, and continuing to move to the upside here, not helping things as far as equities are concerned. Sean off for a couple of days to start the week, enjoying an extra long weekend. So Arun is in the building. Good to have Arun with us as always. It's going to be an important day for the overall market, guys, and for the futures, specifically, Arun, coming off what happened back on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, the day back after not being able to trade on Friday, it's always going to be a reaction. I said this on Thursday when we were here, is that come Friday, this market's going to look very different. And that's what we're going to have to trade with. And you're starting to see this turn, right? We saw that. It was quite, let me pull up the chart for you guys. It was actually a 20-point bounce off that number going back to Friday. So this was Friday's shortened trade. And then you have a decent move back down into what would be Thursday's, the meat of the trade on Thursday. So here we are moving aggressively to the downside. There's going to be some levels that we can work with down here, definitely. Even if it bounces, there's going to be some shots we can take. I know there's some stock possibilities as well. Neil, you were looking at some options there in terms of ONCS and some other stuff that you were looking at. So a lot of choices on the table, especially with the market moving this way in both directions. Even if we get a bounce, there's possibilities. If it continues to the downside, there could be some breaks that we can work with as well.
Yeah, 100%. Look, it's a come back from the long weekend. Hopefully, it's another good one. It's fantastic. Okay, there we go. So we come back from the long weekend, and the weather here is great. The long weekend was fantastic, but it doesn't look very good to start the day. There's just no question about it. And you digest the number on Friday. We were talking about this, like how often do you have a major economic release on a Friday when it's a holiday and you don't get a chance to trade it? So all weekend to digest it. You see the Fed funds rate tool shifting. My mic is on.
Is it?
My mic is on.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know what people are complaining about.
It's on, man. Don't look at me, man. The mic is on. But we finally get a chance to digest it over the weekend. And you saw the Fed fund tool rate, hinting that that optimism of a pause is kind of tapering off a little bit. And there's a lot of names out there that have already put some pullbacks in. On Friday, you got a big move to the upside, which kind of gave you some levels on a bunch of individual names. NVIDIA's one. Tesla's already bouncing off 180 as we speak. I mean, it bounced off 180 on Friday. It's bouncing. It's at 180 now. I shouldn't say it's bouncing. It's literally 20 cents above that. So there's a heck of a lot to get to here. Some small caps to watch. C3AI probably tests that 20 again. That's been support for it. And we'll get into some Micron as well. I got a smile on my face for a couple of reasons. One, the Blue Jays won. Two, and probably more importantly, it is going to be like 17 Celsius today, and we're going to be above 20 for like most of this week. And tomorrow is the home opener for the Jays.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal for April in Canada, man.
It's nice, man.
We got to take it as much as we can get this early. We'll take it. Brendan.
All right, here is what I was mentioning to kick things off. Here's the CME Fed funds tool, exactly reversed from the end of last week. Here's 66% now, pointing towards a quarter-point hike coming in May. This is 33% towards maybe a pause. I mean, a bit of a difference, and here's why. Some of the yields back to the upside. That's the 10-year. You can see gapping higher on the daily chart this morning. Same story. For the 2-year, we're back towards the 4 area. It's crazy. We got down to 3.62, I think was the low at the end of the week last week for the 2-year. Here's a dollar on a daily chart as well, trying to bounce off this support from back in January once again. We've been chopping around a little bit, kind of grinding to the downside for the DXY, but lots to come this week as well. So strap in. We get CPI, we get PPI, and we get Fed meeting minutes all coming up on Wednesday. So it's going to be, I mean, speaking of data-driven, we've been talking about this over the past couple of weeks, the Fed looking for more indications as to how the overall economy is doing. We're going to get it all this week.
That's exactly what I was going to say. We are as good as the latest economic number that's come out. Everything that we're assessing, because CPI could come in super hot, it could come super low, you don't know. PCE came in pretty good last time, was under expectations. I'm going to keep my eye on the part of CPI that's continued to be hot. We saw services continue to remain hot. We know how the job market's looking. We just got the jobs number. So that's what my eye is focused on. Wednesday couldn't come quicker.
Yeah, let's talk tech here to kick things off, because I mean, when it comes to interest rates and movement in the overall market, oil tanking right now, by the way. Just a heads up, 0.8, I was just double checking on a headline, but not seeing anything. But big move down here for oil on heavy volume. I was going to mention the NASDAQ specifically because if we're now looking at more hikes to come as far as the Fed is concerned, it's this group that comes under pressure. Here's Apple, 1.2%. This 162 area comes into play the past 2 days at the bottom. We're not there yet, but maybe a test of that to come. There was some data coming out on global PC shipments this morning that was not good. They specifically pointed to Apple, saying they've fared the worst as far as demand falling off a table for their individual PCs. Not the biggest part of Apple's business, but worth a note here for Apple going forward as well.
Yeah, one of the things we've been sort of seeing this. Like, if you look at every single corporation out there that's cutting costs, you've been hearing, oh, well, we're not upgrading this, and we're cutting back on that, and obviously the consumer has been a little bit strapped as well. So you're going to see demand concerns across the board. When it comes to Apple, you kind of nailed it right there, Brendan. That 160, well, I'll call it 162 area, because it bounced off there on Thursday. At least when I was here on Thursday, it was able to. Or Wednesday. I'm gonna do this a few times. It's Wednesday. When I was here. Thursday was the last trading day of the week. It bounced off 162 even on Thursday, but it was Wednesday that it wicked beneath here. But both days you had pretty strong reactions to that price. Obviously a little bit better to end the week as it got back up to 65. So I wouldn't necessarily call a flat bottom break, but we're going to want to see that follow through. If you're looking for some shorts, that'll have to follow through. I think that's that one line where you might give it 20 or 30 pennies. If it holds at the open, then all of a sudden Apple has a chance to drag the markets up or hold the markets up or give you a bit of a relief rally. But Apple, There was actually the note out today that PC demand concerns as well for them, so they're not going to be able to buck that trend. That's a level I want to look at for an Apple. A lot of times, what I'll be looking at if I'm trading another big cap tech name, sometimes we're looking at Microsoft or Amazon or Meta. And if you're in shorts that are working and you see the futures I see the futures get to a big level, and then Apple's sort of at that support level as well, and we start bouncing from it, a lot of times it's not a bad place to start trimming, just because you have an understanding that if we don't chew through there, it can hold the market up, especially if you get into the middle of the day. So we're going to test that probably, I'd say almost at the open. It's pretty likely that we'll get to that 162 level on Apple. And if it doesn't hold, I really don't see any longs that I love on Apple. They need to be above that level, or you're probably waiting for like 56 or 57, somewhere down there. It's still obviously a pretty good looking daily chart, but that trend, we're getting a decent pullback off of last week's highs, and I don't think you find support if you do end up breaking 62. 57, 58 on the week kind of makes some sense to me.
Well, you talked about Apple. I'm going to talk about the other name that also controls this market, Microsoft. They're always fighting for the 1-2 spot there, or for the top spot. And Microsoft seems a little bit stronger, even with this pullback in the futures overall. It is coming back into some support south of 290. I'm looking at 288 as the break point. So if we get below 288, odds are we've broken any sort of strength that Microsoft has been showing. Huge rally on Thursday. So nice little move all the way from the low 280s all the way into the low 290s. So almost a $10 move to the upside. And now we get a chance to actually test this downside. How strong is the downside on Microsoft? Now, if Microsoft can catch a bid south of 290 and rally up and start going above 292, you might have a situation where this market will pick up some steam to the upside. So for everyone in the chat that's saying, dip buy, dip buy, dip buy. If Microsoft decides to rally, that's what you might have here, is a nice little dip in the pre-market, or aggressive dip in the pre-market, and Microsoft's going to carry the weight to the upside by breaking the highs and continuing that trend from Thursday. So I'm going to keep an eye on Microsoft, see how strong that one's going to be. If it's got the strength, we might have a nice little bounce here up on the futures. That could open up a few other trades for me. If we don't get Microsoft's help here to the upside, we actually lose Microsoft after the open, you might be in trouble here with the futures as well. So I'm going to keep an eye on Microsoft. I'm going to keep an eye on Apple, as Neil said, and then see how that times well with the futures.
We were just talking about this GM Cruise collision that happened in San Francisco going back to, it was actually the end of March, but I don't think many details popped up until the end of last week. There was video floating around of one of those driverless cruise cars ran into a bus. So GM comes out this morning with this. They're going to recall all 300 of them. There's been a ton of videos floating around of people actually getting in these things, and they're driverless. There's no driver whatsoever, but it's only in the city of San Francisco. So, I mean, probably not a huge deal. The stock is down on this morning, it would appear. When it came out, there was a move from positive to negative, but kind of back into the chop here for GM.
Yeah, and this is something we've seen Tesla have to deal with for the past few years. An FSD, an autopilot incident coming under investigation by the feds. And I think that as an investor, you're going to have to make a fair degree of allowance for these incidents, right? It's not a perfect technology. If you're going to invest in this, you have to know that this could be the outcome, and then, your investment could take a short-term hit. So I think that's just normal growing pains, Brendo.
Yeah, so the company comes out, Cruise, which is GM's self-driving unit, comes out and says it's a software issue. They know what the error is. They just have to write a fix for it and get it back up and running. But some safety issues, nevertheless. I guess to be expected, guys.
Yeah, the greater problem for GM right now is it's not the best environment for them in general. Oh, let me straighten that there. And it's been under pressure already. We've talked about Ford sort of rolling over. Actually, I wanted to get to the Ford chart in a second, because I mean the Ford setup kind of trending back down toward 11, it feels like. GM has a very similar thing going on, regardless of this headline. It doesn't even matter. I mean, in a raising rate environment with consumer demand concerns as well, you just failed the 200 period and then have put 4 days in a row. Assuming we finish today red, we've been 5 days in a row to the downside. 33 is looming. I looked at this when it was on our watch list. Sort of felt, okay, well, this one's trending into 33. There might be an opportunity to get into something today. and just gently sit in the short. The problem with, if you look at the last 3 sessions on GM, it's like, okay, well, that's the open. There's no gliding into position. You're either sitting in the short or you get nothing. This is a 15-minute chart. At the open, again, you're either sitting in it or getting it right away, and it flushes. And then on Thursday, pretty much the same thing off of 35. So the days it's been a sell, it's really, you had to have this one at 9:30, and that just kind of sets up, okay, well, you take the consolidation and give it 20 cents, sit in it to hope that it falls down to 33 even. It's not a horrible play, but on light volume, that's the kind of order I'm going to get in there pretty much right at 9:30 if I do trade General Motors. But you look at it Friday, kind of didn't fall as far, but now it is breaking beneath on Thursday, I should say, that Wednesday level, that 34.40. And if it's going to be beneath that, it's still got $1 of room to get to 33. It's trending down, just like we were talking about Ford last week. Ford on the way, collision course to 11. That's a bad pun for that one. Collision course intended for 11 even. But it just rejected the 200 period. Underneath that 50 period, kind of gently trending down into this 11 level, just feels like it wants to get there. So another name, very similar chart, 4 days in a row to the downside if you include today. I think these are shorts till they're not, and they have obvious resistance levels above. And if this gets back above like 13, it had resistance up at 15 anyway. So, I probably lean GM today just on the extra headline, but that Ford setup looked pretty juicy in front of the 50 period. Kind of a slow grind yesterday on last week off of the 1250 level, but today could get more interesting, especially if you get that flat bottom break. So I'm picking GM over Ford, but the short setup's kind of there on Ford as well.
All right, you're picking GM over Ford. I'm picking neither because why? If you look at the chart here, this is a daily chart, and this is going back to last year, 1 year ago, April. Where were we? Roughly here. So we've done just this wide range, and when I start seeing these wide ranges in a name like this with a tight price being 45 on the high and 30 on the low, that's way too tight of a range for me to intraday trade this. There's some names that I would be open to trading, and then there's some names you do something like this and you see the bigger picture and you're like, I can't intraday trade this. You can portfolio this maybe, but intraday wise, it's gonna be very difficult to trade. And then I break this down to a 30-minute chart and see what it's looking like on a day like today. What's your downside expectation? What's your upside risk on this trade? And it's just very, very tight. I think there is a way to trade it. I just don't know how because of the way I would look at it. I'm just seeing as way too tight of a range. So if I'm just going to pass upon GM as a whole, and Ford is not even a question for me. I don't think I've ever traded Ford as a company on the intraday perspective because of how tight the range is. So GM off the list for me, but definitely on the portfolio side, it is working near the bottom end of its range. So maybe take a look at that for you guys as we get closer and closer to 30.
All right, worth a note here. Let's talk banks, some of the financial stocks moving around in the pre-market. FRC, one of those coming off that move on Friday, or Thursday. If you remember, regional banks specifically, but FRC led the way back to the upside. It was a huge bounce day on that SEC filing that they were going to pause their dividend payments to help with some costs. Here's JP Morgan, dead flat to start so far, but remember, hey, we're back into earnings season starting Friday morning. Before the close, we'll get JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citigroup to kick things off to end the week. This comes out this morning. JP Morgan actually saying U.S. large cap banks Q1 net interest income going to fall about 2% quarter over quarter. So maybe setting the stage or setting the table for what's to come this week.
I don't know how I feel about banks going forward, Brenda, especially the banks that have exposure to distressed commercial real estate. We're having an issue right now in big metropolitan areas with, huge swaths of commercial real estate that are vacant. And, obviously the owners of that are going to have a problem, but the debt holders of that are going to have an equally big problem. So I'm looking forward to see how these banks fare. We may not see that in their Q1 results, though. This might be a Q2, Q3 issue.
Yeah, we were just talking about San Francisco looking like one of the worst. Anyways, New York not great either on the commercial side for real estate guys. But banks taking the spotlight here later in the week.
Vacancies being a bit of a problem. Read the hacker's mind if you want to learn something about vacancies, especially in New York. It's good for a little learn. Good way to launder money. But anyways, JPM. I don't know if we trade this bad boy today. It's just, obviously the banks. We're going to wait till the end of the week for them, and it's been so sideways. It gets pretty interesting for them if they break some support levels here, and there's no question about that. But look at my 15-minute chart. It's like, what are you doing with this? Breaks 128. I don't know. That actually, maybe that's an interesting long, but just too much sideways action in the last couple of days. And quite frankly, I do think things probably get a little bit worse. I've been a little bit skeptical about this. Everything's fine. Everyone's capitalized okay, and to a certain extent, I understand the bigger banks did do well, getting some extra depositors, so that could be a little bit of a tailwind for them, and a possibly good one. I think Sharif may be right about the fact that this could be showing up a little bit later on in the year, but the trend is pretty clear, and it would be more, as a trader, it's a little bit more interesting if we break down the bottom. It just is. I think there's no question about it. I think the way that this has responded to bouncing here, kind of not giving you too many opportunities, but if these start to break down, I think we can all understand the potential moves that you could be seeing. And there's nothing fun about it. A lot of people own these. I have multiple banks in my portfolio as well. So it's not an exciting thing, but you look at JPM, it gets beneath 125, and then the floodgates could open up. Now, FRC, I was looking at this morning, and really, there's one trade I really like in FRC, and it's that 15 short. I don't think we're going to get a chance at that today. Unless it breaks down, kind of gets all the way into 12 even, I'm not seeing too much. However, we have an issue with our locates this morning. So I was looking at Tupperware to short. I was about to pay for C3AI shorts. If FRC gets up there, for some reason makes a move, and I want to short a pop, we might not have the locates to be able to short something that's not easy to borrow. That said, it's already down 4%. I'm not really seeing a large bump in FRC right now. So it's going to be a pass for me. I'm going to keep watching JPM to see how it responds to that 125 if it gets down there. But I just don't see that happening today.
Yeah, I'm looking at the banks too. This is not fun to trade. I'm looking at Citigroup. You were looking at JPM. I'm looking at Citigroup and what do you do with this? And it's you just wait. Banks are going to get hot when anything related to Fed comes out, right? If we've got Fed minutes, CPI, all that stuff, that's where the banks are going to be extra sensitive, and you might be able to trade them on specific days, but on a day-to-day basis, if they don't have a catalyst. Now, obviously, a while ago, when we had FRC and we had the banks, like the municipal banks or the smaller banks getting really active, there were some clouds hanging over the big ones too, right? And so they had a reason to go. And now it's kind of dissipated a little bit. Obviously, the problem still is most likely still there. It's just, it's not in focus at the moment. And until it comes back in focus, these banks are most likely going to go sideways. So let's just wait for some sort of a catalyst to get going. But at the same time, keep in mind what these banks have been doing in the last little bit. So we're going to set alerts, but not work with them right now. What can we work with in terms of intraday-wise on, let's just say for Citigroup? For me, I think sub 45 could be an option to work with. Sub 45 with the catalyst, I could do something with that, maybe take it all the way down to maybe 43 or so. And then to the upside, we're probably going to have to wait for 50. So this is just for Citigroup, but I think you can do the same thing for every single bank and just kind of have the alerts ready so when they do decide to get going, that you are ready to play them. Because they come in hot and then they go cold, right? And that's essentially when you have to work with these banks, is when they have a catalyst and a reason to go. And I think later this week, we will have some sort of a reason to get moving, at least with all these numbers and the Fed minutes coming out.
First segment of the show is always brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to surgetraders.com/TTV. Bottom of the screen there, TTV will get you 10% off. Here comes a few analyst moves for you to kick off the brand new week as well. McDonald's top of the list on the upgrade side. Boeing on here had a number of headlines last week and was, for the most part, positive across the board on the production side. GE, Constellation Brands as well. Speaking of the banks, B of A, Levi's, Pfizer, downside, guys.
You know what's interesting? I remember looking at McDonald's last week for that 280 was getting taken out on the daily chart. I'm like, oh yeah, that's pretty spicy for McDonald's. And it's not that it wasn't a good long off 280. It's just it doesn't seem like it's moving a lot, but it was giving you a couple of dollars here and there. But the problem is liquidity on McDonald's. And I look at that and say if we do have a red day and the market pulls back, that's not a bad level if you're bottom picking to come back in on. I'm just not really seeing a gigantic trade there. Boeing, on the other hand, Boeing tends to give you more opportunities just in terms of look, just not just intraday volatility, but sort of liquidity around key levels, just a little bit better than something like a McDonald's. Issue with Boeing, essentially just waiting for it to get either break back beneath that 208 level. I mean, if it gets back under here, takes out that 50 period, you kind of see like that's where you get the extension of the move. You get like $10 worth of a downside, I suppose you should look at it. Otherwise, you're just looking for it to bounce off that 208 level. So there's a pretty decent level in on Boeing. Whether it has the upgrade, downgrade, that's not really the issue for me. I just want to see it at a key level there. It's not the front of my watch list. Again, not a heck of a lot of volume, but that 8 levels where you make decisions anyways on Boeing. And I'm trying to like conceal a smile because when McDonald's came up and Sharif was putting together the upgrades and downgrades, I was like, yeah, the chicken Big Mac. And he's like, oh, you're looking at that too? I'm like, I haven't had it yet. So guys, let me in the... is it even out yet? Can you get the chicken Big Mac? And if so, I don't even know if you can get it here in Canada yet. Is it any good? I'm curious. I have no idea why it took them this long to put a chicken Big Mac together after all these years. You think they would have figured that one out a while ago, but I'm curious, how does it taste, man? A Big Mac is my go-to when I go to McDonald's. What about you, Arun?
Just to put it out there, the chicken Big Mac available in Canada as of
Yeah, baby.
McDonald's Canada says the chicken Big Mac is available. So for McDonald's, I don't eat at McDonald's a whole lot, but when I do go, the random times, I think for me the Big Mac is like that's the one you would go for. We probably have time. There's this one story.
We got time.
There's this. So back in high school, my buddies and I. This was like years ago. My buddies and I had this like competition of eating burgers, right? But McDonald's, their normal hamburgers.
Yeah, the regular.
The regular hamburgers, just the patty, the 3 pickles, the whatever, and the bun. They're small. They're not that big. Yeah. So we both, there's 3 of us. We each got 12, and they're not that hard to finish off. And we wanted to see who can finish them off. Obviously, I won. But I'm just saying that back then, obviously prices were different. You can't do the same thing now.
12 burgers, eh?
12 of those.
How long did it take you to eat that?
Oh, it took me a while. But it was a matter of who can get it done first, not how fast you can get it done.
I did 20, the Taco Bell soft tacos. I did 20 of those one time in university. And that was disgusting.
Damn, I feel sorry for you.
Before we go back to Brent, I actually have a really good McDonald's story, when I was dating my wife, she hates McDonald's.
Yeah.
So this is we're dating. This is years ago. And I was coming by her place, and whatever, we're gonna like watch a movie or something. I'm like, have you already eaten? She's like, yeah, I already ate. I'm like, well, I'm just gonna pick something up on the way. And I love McDonald's, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna pick something up on the way. I feel like a Big Mac. So I go to McDonald's, and I'm like, yeah, do you want me to grab you anything while I'm here? Because I actually was on the way out. She's like, no, I'm good. And I get there, and she's like, I don't like McDonald's. You can eat, she made me eat outside in the car. Oh my God. She's like, you're not bringing that in. She hates the smell of McDonald's. And you know how you know it's a keeper? Because I did that shit. I actually sat outside. I actually sat in my car and ate the McDonald's in my car.
Damn.
That's when you know. It's like, okay, well, I'm just going to be taking orders from this one because that's, you're already locked in if you're giving that one. I didn't fight it. I didn't say nothing. I was just like, okay, I knew you didn't like it, but I kind of figured it'd be cool if I just ate it in the apartment. But anyway.
Just so you know, before we go back, this entire time, someone's been in my ear telling me specific things about how we eat a lot and how he's criticizing us while he's sitting over there, just to let you know. He's been doing it to me. I don't know if he's been saying it to you.
It's Monday morning at 9 o'clock, and Fahad's already running his mouth.
I mean.
That's all I'm saying.
We're just getting started, guys.
What'd you call?
There's going to be a lot more fun with Fahad and the rest of us as we talk about food, and since he can't eat. So anyways, we'll go back to Brendan.
Okay.
Yeah, we missed Fahad on Thursday. It was very quiet around here. Here is a quick look, guys. We'll get to the futures to kick things off, but quick look at Bitcoin. Positive right now on the 24-hour clock anyways. 28,500 ends up being the top here and has been for the past couple of weeks. But I mean, we're just still in this tight consolidation. Ethereum did try to go at the end of last week into the weekend, but coming back into those highs. But both positive right now for crypto to kick off the new week. Let's go right back over to Arun. Maybe you can get a check of the market. What do we need to know here, Arun, today?
Yeah, there was a trade this morning I was trying to get my hands on. I was telling Neil, I was like, okay, I think it's about to happen. And then I sent the order up, and it just, the speed at which it was moving at that specific time, and I was like, it was 20, by the way. So essentially, what we were working with was this. I didn't have 30, actually I did, yeah, I didn't have 35 at the time. So I had levels like this. So this is a 30-minute chart, it doesn't really matter what time frame you use. But essentially what I was looking for was that low that we kind of got close to on Friday. When you put in an extreme point on a very quiet day, the amount of, not that it's relative volume that's required to turn a market, it's not that high, but at the same time, it's an important level to keep an eye on. So for me, the fact that 20 was willing to hold up here on Friday meant that for me, anything below 20 that held up should be a short. So we were coming into 20 and breaking down. I was just waiting for it a little bit, and then it just started accelerating. It was like 18, and then it was at 15, then it was at 11. I was like, okay, so we're not gonna. It took some time, and then it just went. And so that's the trade I was looking for, was the 20 break against 35, which is going to be roughly the high we were putting in just before then. So I'm still waiting on this. So now we're stuck between 95 on the low end here and 35 up top, and we're trading right here around 10-ish, 7, 8, 10, right? 7, 8, whatever, just underneath 10. So there could be potential bounces here south of 5 into 95 for potential longs. That's still open. And then, of course, if we do get a nice little bounce here back into the high teens, into the low 20s, I'm willing to go short here against 35. So we are kind of, the initial trade south of 20 has gone, and now we've got to set up the next trade, which is going to be, if we were to continue down, what's our option down there? And if we were to bounce up, what's our possibilities on a bounce as well? So that's the next set of trades that I'm kind of marking off here. And of course, if we break either one of those, well, specifically 95 opens the door to the downside. 35 is a little bit messier because of how we traded above it, but I would rather just stick within these zones and kind of figure out the trade after the open, given that the window for the pre-market trade is closed at this point.
All right, let's go to chips to kick things off. Before we do that, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free to you every single morning. Use the QR code on screen right now. You just need an email address. And then it just appears in your inbox every single day for free. You get the watch list, guys, everything you need to know. In the morning, chips on watch here, specifically Micron mentioned in this, and I'll show you the chart in a sec, but super strong to the upside. We are coming back in a little bit this morning, but late on Friday, I think it actually was, Samsung comes out and says they're going to make a quote unquote meaningful cut to production, which is very unusual for Samsung specifically. But basically, long story short, less chips coming from Samsung means less chips available. Demand still theoretically the same. So maybe a jump in prices here?
I don't know. No, I mean, wow, how the tables have turned. Remember in 2020 and 2021, we heard about the microchip shortage. You couldn't get a refrigerator, you couldn't get a car. Now there's too many of them. I don't know how I feel about Micron. I feel like they're focused too much on DRAM and flash memory, and they're not really investing in all the hype, which is AI GPUs and VPUs, like I learned on Thursday. Video processing units, didn't even know that existed. But yeah, here we are. Let's see what they do, but they're not my favorite.
It seems like a lot, 5.3%. Seems like a lot on that headline specifically. You can look at Western Digital, WDC, also mentioned in that note specifically. But I mean, right back to the top end of the range here for Micron on a Samsung cut, guys.
So yeah, you want to say that? Go ahead.
No, Hisham was asking in the chat just about this while you were doing the futures segment. What do I think about Micron today? Look. Part of the reason why it's up to 5%, and you might say, okay, that's a heck of a lot just on the cut, and then maybe that's going to support prices. You get the DRAM turnaround, the memory chip turnaround sometime next year, and that's the thesis behind it. But part of why it's going to be up this is off that bad earnings report, because they didn't have a good earnings report, right? Like it was quite possibly one of their worst reports in quite some time. I couldn't even tell you how long it's been, maybe 08. quite frankly. But we had gotten up to resistance and then essentially turn around, and we'd already been pulling back, bouncing off the 200 period here. So it almost feels like it's just floating back into the top end of the range, and you have just no bid offer support anywhere between this 60 to like that 64. And if the thesis behind it going up on the earnings was this is as bad as it can get for Micron and it can't get any worse, well then in that vein, then it's going to respond pretty positively to any good headline that gives any indication that the worst is over or reaffirms the indication that the worst is going to be over. All that said, I still am shorting 64. Like that's off the report. That was a great short up there. If we can get that today on any kind of strength, I'm hoping for a futures bounce. I think Arun was sort of talking about looking for opportunities, like how do you get in? Well, I'm hoping for a futures bounce because to me the short's up here. Now maybe it sets up underneath 61.50 for a scalp trade or a series of them into the 60 level. Cross that bridge when we get there, but I'm really thinking about that 64 top, and it showed you the high on earnings, and it was already a big level on the daily chart anyways. So I kind of hope we get up there because that's kind of like that level where if you lose trading, if I lose shorting up at that 64 to 64.5, that's fine because you at least got your chips in the situation that you wanted over there on Micron. I do have my eyes on NVIDIA, just very quickly want to go over that one. I love the lower high in here on NVIDIA. You hit that 280, you rejected that 280. The last couple of times it's gone above 271. You faded 75, you got back above 71. It was support for a couple of days. Now we're gapping right back beneath it as of mid last week. So any shorts into that 71 area I like on NVIDIA. Want to be into something before any chance to break 264 last week's bottom.
Yeah, going back to what Sharif was saying, talking about like in terms of shortages, now there's a surplus and there's cuts. That's the production cycle, right? Yeah. When everyone needed something, the production wasn't ready for that kind of capacity, so they upped production, and now the demand has fallen off, and it takes time for all that to happen. As it filters through, it takes months, maybe a year to fully kind of get where it needs to go, and now that's what you're seeing. Samsung makes the cut now as production is at a point where they needed it a couple years ago, and now demand isn't as high as it was back then, right? So now they're doing a cut, and Micron benefiting Micron, obviously $60 is a big market to keep an eye on. We we rip right through there in the pre-market. On the way back down, if we get closer to that 60 mark, I think seeing either support or even if we break right through there, I think that'll be a nice inflection point to work with as we come on down. And before we go back, I'm keeping an eye on you guys in the chat, and you guys are making bets, obviously, with your points. Vanny, you have 164 points, but you're betting 160. Explain it to me, man. Come on. If you're going to go all in, just go all in on the red, which makes sense, too, because this market is down a decent amount today. But if you're going to go all in, you're 4 points short. Just go all in instead of keeping that 4 points. So, yeah, it was just something I just noticed in the chat there. You guys making bets. Good job. All right.
All right, let's go on to Tesla. A whole bunch of headlines, whole bunch of activity coming through over the weekend for not only Tesla, but Elon as well, as I mentioned. They finally removed the Doge dog head from Twitter. That was a week of kind of strange. Here's Wells Fargo this morning talking about Tesla's gross margin in Q1 to be below 20%, which is their target, so the company's target for Q1, so a little bit of negativity possibly. Elon then saying they're not only increasing production coming from Texas, but California and Nevada. He's also suggesting they're going to look into maybe another Shanghai battery plant, so which would supplement what's coming out of California and Texas at this point. So, and then they also apparently had job openings posted for Mexico as well, which they haven't even broke ground on that I know of yet. So busy weekend anyways for Tesla.
The China expansion, we know that a lot of those vehicles are actually shipped to Europe afterwards as well. So it's both in Asia and Europe that they're going to benefit from with that. But is this just another move by Elon to squeeze some of the competition? I know, GM came in second, and we were talking about the Mach-E price cuts earlier off camera. But yeah, I feel like the prices on the Model Y and the Model 3 change as frequently as gas prices.
Yeah.
So, being the market guy he is.
Yeah, especially this year it seems. And oh yeah, the 5th count them, price cut this year so far for Tesla coming through.
Yeah, more price cuts, new factory opening up. There's actually even a potential class action lawsuit for employees spying on Tesla users. I chuckle because it's the first I'd heard of it. Spying on users inside their vehicles. So that's a weird one as well. Either way, we're down 3% here. We're underneath 180. That's the other big thing for Tesla. The 50 period's been breached. We talked about the rejection last week of 200 and the trend down since, right? So, I left. I wasn't here on Thursday, but on Wednesday, I left kind of shorting. Obviously, a pretty good short underneath that 190 on Tesla, and I just see maybe a continuation of that trend, sort of stair-stepping down on that higher time frame. Once you're beneath the 50 period, that's going to line up here. You're just looking for the next leg down. Friday's low, it did reject a 180 break. It's hard to see. Let me go to a 3-minute here. So this is what happened on 180 on Friday. Thursday. I wasn't here to see it, but at the open, you were able to bounce off that 180 mark, slight breach of the level, got down to like 73 or 74, 179, 73, and then rallied. Did not hold out through the highs. That's a key thing. Like, you get a big wipeout bottom on volume through a support level, and it doesn't even take out like the first resistance, like afternoon resistance, pre-market highs, do not get sort of broken out, and then you're rolling back over again. So to me, that little subtle downward trend that we're in is unbroken. Now, if we hold 180, then it's just shorts off of that level. Otherwise, you're really looking somewhere in back around the close for your resistance, 185, 186. I'm really just thinking about the shorts in Tesla today. I think the one chance at a long would be if this was a false 180 break, and then you'd have a scalp trade 180 off of the bottoms. But that's not really where I'm looking for on Tesla per se. It's just, I'm going to be looking for that short. If we hold beneath 180, then I structure the shorts underneath that price the same way we did at 190, or I just wait for us to glide up towards the tops, 185, 186. Like, we're looking for stocks that were potentially strong. And you came up with, we're looking at things like Microsoft after what happened on Friday. To me, like, this is a stock that has the downward trend just looks a little bit better. So fighting, like, you can maybe find longs in those occasionally, but fighting it here doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think the way that Tesla's got to have to be timed here is if the futures market bounces and Tesla bounces here, it could create a double bottom. So you got to be aware of that. But if the futures market breaks down and Tesla's at 180 and breaking down, well, then you have a breakdown situation. So that's kind of the tricky spot here. That 180, it's too early right now. I think 9:12 in the morning. And the futures market is still deciding whether we're going to extend down or we're going to make a nice little bounce here off the open. And if we do bounce even 10 points on the future side, that probably takes us to 182 on the Tesla side of things. So that could create a tricky situation. I think Tesla does have potential for a trade. Obviously, it's been working this high 180s level for the last couple days, and now we're getting that breakdown that we needed. But we're just doing it too early. I think it's just timing of it is unfortunate for a move like this right now. I think we're going to have to wait for the open. We're going to have to see what the futures does. And at that point, Tesla can make its move. Obviously, it's got its own catalyst. So it can run on its own, but more often than not, you like the indexes to work with the big names that you're going to be playing with. If there are random names that have no real impact in the indexes, not a big deal, but Tesla does have some weight in these indexes, so that means you do have to respect how the indexes are playing along with Tesla as well and the locations they're at. And in a situation like this, I like to go to a bigger chart, like the daily maybe, and daily also is kind of in that zone where you don't necessarily need to rush it, because of what's down below in the 177, 176 area. So you do have some time, I think, waiting for this. If we break 175 on Tesla, I think it's open towards like 165. So wide open to the downside if we do take 175. But until then, I think we have the time to time Tesla with the futures to get the trade right, even if it does bounce back up into maybe to the 182, 183 area.
All right, let's go on to Apple here. I mean, this is an Apple story, but it's also not an Apple story. This IDC research firm comes out with this note over the weekend talking about global PC shipments that are set to slide in Q1. But they point the finger directly at Apple, saying they're going to take the largest hit when it comes to downside. Now, computer sales specifically are not the biggest part of Apple's business, but definitely notable here for Apple.
Part that I took from the report, though, Brendo, is where it said that they were using the pause in the supply chain to explore growth in other areas other than China. And this is something we've been seeing lately. We've been seeing Vietnam being a destination, Malaysia, Indonesia, all these Asia-related areas, and they're kind of divesting from China, maybe for political reasons.
If you remember going all the way back to Thursday last week, it was actually tech, but the big ones, the NASDAQ 100, including Apple, that kind of led us higher initially after gapping to the downside. So we are right back to basically those lows from Friday or Thursday and Wednesday as well. But it was tech that was relatively strong throughout the session to head into the weekend.
Sure. And, we talked about this with Apple, and maybe there's some stocks out there that have some support that's right here, and this 162, it's just right here on Apple. And quite frankly, if we break it and don't hold the level, it's going to get pretty ugly. My daily looks a little bit better with my trade ideas chart, so that's why I have it up. And you can see, it's been a nice little run. And this is, the orange on this one is actually going to be a 10 SMA, which I don't generally care too much about on the daily chart. I'm going to be more of like a, that 50 period is going to matter more to me. But 162, you can kind of see is pulling back into here. It was previously resistance. We've bounced a couple of times off it already. So I do want to respect that here today. Let me just get that out of the way. See what I mean? Daily chart just better on trade ideas. But on my 15 minute, this is how it lines up. Double bottom to end last week off the same level. If you don't hold it, let's say we get through 161.5, I think the market can be in a little bit of trouble, especially Apple usually holding things up. And Apple's down 1.3 to the NASDAQ 0.9, the ES only 0.5. So we're already overextended to the downside on Apple, which is a weird one to like the long in front of 182. But as far as like a scalp trade goes off of a level like this, your risk to reward here. I basically would only take 62s off of that bottom. If it breaks, you just get out of Dodge, and any modest bounce gets you 2 or 3 to 1 risk to reward. And if we're through 161.50, then a lot of the shorts are going to be setting up, and you look for shorts beneath it. So, all Apple would have to do is catch up to whatever the market is. The market essentially, if you take the ES 0.6 down, Apple 1.4, if it holds 162, all it has to do is get flat and be at the ES, and you've got yourself a good trade. That's why I like the long off here, but I'm not going to be stubborn about it. Like, once we're through that support level, I'm not averaging down beneath there. I'm not trying to go like 10 times long as it falls into 160. I just like it off this level and this one alone.
Yeah, for me, I'm actually looking at Apple because of the strength that it's had since the end of March going into early April. This pullback for me, I'm just like, I wonder if this is going to be a legit actual breakdown, ending this big trend, or if this is just going to be one of those situations where we're just kind of pulling back to a big round number, 160 being the big round number. So I'm keeping an eye on how we place out the 162. Could there be a possibility where we false break through 162, take some stops, come right back in, set up the long against 160? That's what I'm looking forward to. I want to see that answer, because futures is in a spot where we can go either way. Apple, if it does break down, could then land in a very similar spot where we could either break down through 162 and accelerate, and if the futures market also does, great. Or flip side is we false break the 162s, futures market catches a bid at the support zone, and then we kind of do a false break on Apple and catch the long, time it with the futures. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Is this breakdown on Apple is a good thing, especially because Microsoft, we already know what we want to do with that. Now let's time Apple and figure out whether we can actually catch a nice little bid, or we're just going to kind of back off a little bit if the futures market does accelerate to the downside. So Apple in a good spot. I think the answer is going to be given to you south of 162 and how it trades underneath there once we do get there. But we shouldn't wait that long. I mean, 925 is going to be the NASDAQ imbalance. This is going to be the first imbalance since Thursday, so we never got a chance to digest Friday's number, and the first look we're going to see is going to be from those imbalances that comes out in about 7 minutes.
Let's talk Square here as we work our way through. Downside this morning, not on a lot of volume. It's worth mentioning. It's about 150,000 shares so far this morning. But KBW with a downgrade to market perform from outperform. And they cut their price target as well. It's only $15. But this goes back to that short report that we got a couple of weeks back from Hindenburg on Square and some of the practices they're using. I mean, there was that unbelievable story on Bob Lee, the creator of Cash App out of San Francisco. Totally not related to this morning, but just unbelievable. But downside this morning, as I mentioned, not on a lot of volume here. We're coming back into Thursday's low, trying to hold right now for SQ.
Looks like they're catching the eye of the regulator, who looks to see how the Cash App is being used, possible some criminal activity. There is, in addition to their lending practices, they've got a subprime lending part in the Cash App called BNPL lending, so they're looking into that as well. So, you know, catching some attention, that's not good.
I was just reading bottom of this note here, 32 of 46 brokerages that cover this stock still have a buy rating. So 32 of 46 still with a buy on Block.
Yeah, and look, it's a flat bottom break potentially today. And I like flat bottom breaks. We always talk about this, like what are your favorite setups, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of times it's, you know, you either dip and hold support at the open and rip, or pop and fade off of a quick resistance level where you essentially reverse a move at 9:30, and that can be a good one. And the reason I like that is you end up trapping, like what makes that work is if you're popping and fading, you're trapping breakout longs that take something at 9:30, breaking out the top, and then you get to short, and all of a sudden it's like a bunch of people that just went long are panicking out, and then that's your alpha right there. So when you take a flat bottom break at the open, you kind of sit there possibly in the trap, right? Like a lot of times I'd be looking at a level like this saying, okay, well, if it breaks and then holds, oh my goodness, shorts are trapped underneath 66 here as it broke down, and all of a sudden it has all kinds of room to rally. I mean, it's got $4 to an obvious short level at 70. So it is a tricky one at the open. You always have to have yourself an out. I think if it doesn't, 66.5 is pretty reasonable in there, because it could easily drop $3, you know, through that 66 break, and the actual low is 65.75 here for a break. So you might be putting up 75 cents worth of risk on a square short taking that break. You can always trim some. The thing about 930s, you can always trim some if it just starts breaking back above 66 and doesn't work right away. That's the way I like to go. If a breakout doesn't work right away at 930 on a flat bottom break, then I want to trim any chance that I'm going to be able to get there. So that's all I'm looking for today. It is a crazy story and a tragic story about what happened to Bob Lee, obviously unrelated there. And some people were asking what happened to him. He was fatally stabbed like last week. It was insane, but that had nothing to do with what's going on here. That short seller report came out. As usual, when you get a short seller report on a legitimate company, it usually makes a bottom within the next 2 days. Just a temporary bottom. That's exactly what happened with Block. And then it couldn't get through 70 even. So it's not to say we're going back to those lows, but that's a setup. I just 10 times out of 10, I'm going to have the short break on Block at the open. It's only a matter of does it work right away? Because if it doesn't, I'm going to want to trim some on a square. So this is it'll be at the top of my list in terms of 8:30 trades or 9:30 trades, if only because I have to be attentive to it right away if it makes that break.
All right. Yeah, I'm just reading that story now because I had no clue.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. All right, Square. The one thing with Square I will say is that it is obviously that near 65, the 66 to 65 zone could potentially be a long, but at the same time, it's a limited long. The reason I say this is even if I'm looking for a reason to do the long, right? If I can find a reason to get long, I would like to get long on Square. Right now it's not ready, but I'm also aware when I go to the daily what I'm dealing with above me. So if we do get that long, you see this downtrend that started all the way back in early February, you got to respect it because they are coming back down with this. So any sort of long is going to be going against the current trend of the year or not. Yeah, it is primarily for the year. And it is going to be a limited upside. So 65, 66 long, you're going to have to start defending the exits around 70-ish. If you get above 70, great. But I wouldn't expect to actually take the breakout of this trend in one shot. This is probably going to need to get worked in a few days, and then if they are going to break it, they'll break it. But downside on the main chart here, intraday-wise, we're sitting near support, so there could be a long. It's just a matter of timing it well and also knowing that the expectation is not going to be a big one in terms of north of 70. So for now, we just got to time the risk, make sure the risk is in check, and then go for the long if it does set up. And then once you get that, green light until we get closer to that 69.70, as Neil said, and then you start wondering what's going to happen as we near that trend from back in February.
All right, it was a nice move on Friday or Thursday. I'm going to say that all day. I just know I am. Thursday for FRC. It started negative, if you remember. We got down here and tested Wednesday's low, and then it was just straight to the upside all day long. 14 ended up being a bit of a pivot at the end of the day. We're right back into these levels from Wednesday and Thursday. At the low for FRC in an SEC filing, they come out saying they're going to halt their dividend for the preferred stock to help with some cost cutting here. So just another way to, I guess, maybe save a few more months.
Yeah, for the balance sheet, but in terms of investment, a lot of people are in this stock because it isn't income paying. And you got to wonder if they cut the dividend, how long that money is going to stay in the stock. So we'll see. Probably not a good time to get out now because probably a lot of people are caught offside given the move that this is how down. I don't mean to be glib about that, but that's just the reality.
Yeah, down more than obviously it was on Friday in the pre-market here, but almost setting up in those same areas, at least same levels that we were talking about on Thursday, not on Friday, guys.
Yeah, I've made that mistake 5 times. A couple of things here. I did get 162s on Apple. This could be the shortest offensive of all time if it does not hold this level. But on FRC 15, I mean, that's why the daily chart's useless. That 15 level is what I like for the short. If it does break down at 13 even, maybe I'll go over to it. We did finally get locate, so we can go short on a host of names here. 2 things. There's Apple once again, kind of at that support level. If it doesn't hold this, that's like 161.75-ish, so just underneath there. I do want to give it up at the open. It can always reestablish itself, and maybe it sets back up at like 935 or 940. So just got that Apple fill, and I wanted to, oh shoot, GFAI. We didn't really talk about the AI names. GFAI, yeah, it just made the break. So GFAI broke 16 here. That was Friday's high. It was actually gapping above this in the pre-market, but then consolidating underneath. So it was set up for a 16 break. Oh goodness, I don't want to chase this move. I really don't want to chase this move. I kind of wanted it on this break. So I might see if I can get something a little closer to 16 with a stop underneath 15.5. I kind of wanted this break as I was looking over to it and got the Apple fill, and then just give it to under here. So if it does pull back on GFAI, I would go for it. C3AI, I'll probably have a look at 24 if it gets up there for potential shorts. But GFAI just a little bit stronger today.
Yeah, going back to the FRC. FRC again is the name there. I don't know about you, but I look at this chart going, really? I don't want to participate in this. This is a lot of just sideways action. This is how you lose money and get chopped up here. So FRC was fun when it was hot. Obviously, volatility is great and space and movement is great. But when things start tightening up, you got to move on to the next thing. Keep in mind, this could flare up again, obviously, and this could start moving, but you're going to have to set the alerts and see what prices need to get broken on FRC for that activity to come back in and get some volatility. But for now, I'm going to say no to FRC.
Well,
futures market breaking down.
On Apple.
Apple is going to make a move as well. A lot of imbalances, as we said. First look of how this market's going to be or reacting is going to be after these imbalances come out. And we're getting this movement here in a lot of tech names. Neil short on Apple, his move's already up nicely.
Stopped.
Wait, what?
No, I went the long and didn't reverse.
Oh, you went long.
I'm not reversing until the open.
Okay.
Not till the open.
All right, so I mean, a lot of names are taking a hit now after these imbalances have come out, and Microsoft being one, Apple being the other. This is going to be an interesting and fun open. This is the first time in a while that I can remember where we are trying to trade a jobs number the day after it has been released. So,
well, 3 days. I mean,
going into a weekend.
Days after.
So we've had some time to really kind of sit on this and think about how this market wants to play it. Now the market's getting a chance to actually put that money put that money on the table there, and we're starting to see some aggressive movement. Brendan.
The rundown, guys, as always, brought to you by Trade Ideas real-time scanning and alerting software used by everyone you see on this desk and on the floor. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 25% off until I double-checked with Mr. Noss. It is actually Wednesday, so Wednesday morning will be the last day. But Easter sale continues for Trade Ideas. Trader TV 25 will get you 25% off. Shout out to Trade Ideas.
It's at price.
So I was just talking to Tarun about the spread that opened up. So we got stopped out into there, but the spread on Apple opened up to where like 161.25 was essentially the bid on Apple. And I'm like, I'm not reversing into that. Like, it's just, I'd be shorting it too much of a low in there as we're about to drop the bell. GFAI, by the way, is trying to pull back into 16. I think I'll get that fill on GFAI as it comes back into 16 even. But 3, 2, and 1, ring it.
Oh, you guys put in some work.
Oh, are you kidding me?
You know what? I don't even mind it because Fahad's just jealous. That's all it is. I'm okay with that. I like some options.
Here comes NVIDIA right away.
All right, let's get some trades on here. Futures market, okay, quickly. Futures, nice little bounce here. If this can hold up and get back above 10, I might actually be inclined to go for the long. I timed that trade with Apple possibly on the long as well. Remember that 162, we talked about this, right? Sub 162, if we get back up above that 162 timed well with the futures, there could be a decent false break there. So I'm going to keep an eye on all these names here for the potential idea of possible longs if we can get back above 4110 on the futures. Time that well with the indexes and the individual names as well.
Yeah, so I mean, right now, NVIDIA got to 269. I'm looking at that 70 level. 71's my obvious sort of stop out if you go into last week, if I can grab that short. So on that strength, trying to be patient, trying to let it come to me a little bit here. GFAI, I just canceled my bid. Actually, I canceled one of my bids, not both. It already got to the pre-market high, so that breakout, it's gone. You know what? I don't need that bid in there. If it pulls back and fills 16, you're 10% down at that point. So I don't want to catch a fill on a downward move of 10%. That's just way too aggressive. Apple is now at the open holding beneath. Remember I talked about the spread opening up? This is why you got to be careful in the pre-market. I always like to have hard stops. I never want to go all in because that was essentially triggered here and then filling down there. Now, I didn't reverse into the short side of the trade. I think the opportunity is now setting up for the 162 short. But also at the same time here, we've got Tesla underneath that 180. So wicked above, back beneath 180, both of these setting up here. Square hasn't done the flat bottom break, so you don't see me in that. Man, GFAI is going to be a halt risk if it breaks 18, so watch out for that. I mean, if it breaks 18, I think you're making a run at that 20 level.
Yeah, these are, I guess, the idea of possible longs on pause as this market has decided that it wants to make a break for 4,100. We are getting awfully close there. For me, let's get back to this chart here. This one has the level I'm looking for. So until I figure out what I'm going to do with the futures, I'm not going to make any equity moves either, right? I'm either going to time the shorts with the futures break of 95. That's what we've got. So 4,100 breaking is not that big of a deal. I'm going to keep an eye on that 40.95. That could potentially still hold up here. If we do end up breaking 40.95, then I'm going to go ahead. Obviously, we know Apple nearing 160. That could be a short. We know Microsoft is on its way down as well. I'm going to find reasons to find shorts or find stocks that I can time well with the short on the futures as it breaks down. Flip side of that, at the same time, I might take a shot on the short side of the futures too, because now 10 is starting to come into focus here as a possible level that we can work with as a breakdown point or a stop location if we do end up on the short on the futures. So Apple, Microsoft, potential on the futures, all of it waiting to see how this market breaks and stays below that 40.95 mark. We are at 4,100 now, so continued acceleration to the downside as this market is only a few minutes into the day and is already quite negative here as we are now at 0.75 on the day to the downside. Quite the move here, Brendan.
All right, big mover early on here, guys. Tupperware downside. Say it ain't so. Not a lot of people using Tupperware containers anymore, raising going concern doubts for TUP. Down huge right now.
Oh, thank you so much for reminding me about that, because when we didn't have locates this morning, I remember the reason I had looked was because of Tupperware. So I'm just going to quickly get those out there. I want to make sure I can short that one if it does set up. You're going to see me. I'm just doing that live. I'll do it in a quick second. I got the Apple short. I didn't reverse at the open. I didn't reverse in the pre-market, but I did wait till the market opened up here. It's trying to hold that 50 level, so I might do some scalping in there. But look at Micron and an absolute tear to the upside. So 7% now. Now 64 is the level I like for Micron, and we sort of talked about this. If it gets anywhere near here, I just think it's a short. So any more carry, and this one's going to set up pretty nicely for the short opportunity. As I said, I just reversed only now into Apple. So we grabbed that, we had the long, it stopped out. I just grabbed the short as it came back into 162. I got 160, 180. It just bounced off the lows. I was able to take a scalp trade there. I might rinse and repeat off that 162 level and then try to hold that short. If 4,100 breaks, I want to be in it, not waiting for it. I I mean, there's Tesla now. Tesla wicked at 180, didn't really give you any good entries, or at least give me anything off of 179. Kind of frustrating. We did like that short if it held beneath it, but I got Apple and unfortunately not Tesla. That one looks like it's headed down toward those mid 170s. Just going back over to that GFAI, did not break the high of the day. So it did not hold the high of the day break. It actually wicked above the high of the day and kind of came right back in. No halt down, 16 still holding, but that's a pretty big rejection of the top. I'm going to stay clear from that one, at least for now. Square, still no break on Square, so it's just Apple that I'm in. And we'll see what happens. I mean, man, Tesla's not going to give you any entries. Oh, NVIDIA, that was the other one. Yeah, so we wanted NVIDIA off of those highs. NVIDIA spiked. Kind of missed it by about $1, and now it's coming right back in. So we'll let things settle down. I think that short still sets up at the top end of the range, but 71's my out. I'm not shorting 67.
Why does Tesla always do this? It's always in a tricky spot, and you're like, well, you know, it could go either way. And then Tesla's like, well, it's going to go the way that you didn't want it to go because it makes things so much trickier. Because south of that 180, going down to 175, that was going to be the break point to the downside. And that opens up the door for another 10 points or so. If Tesla were to accelerate. And the futures market, yes, it's going down, but it hasn't really cleared all of the support levels. Tesla doesn't care. It's still going right now. So, I mean, damn it, Tesla, it's just gone, right? Apple, working, but at least Apple's kind of timed well with the futures itself and starting to get through that 161. 160 is what we need to get through for me to start working the bottom end of this. So 160 break with the futures break of 40.95. That kind of gets me going on Apple. Microsoft also heading to the downside. Let's take a quick look at Microsoft's chart again, because Microsoft was going to be the strong one, but if it doesn't have the strength below 288, then it's going to be now joining the rest of the market and to the downside. So 288 is coming in fairly soon, so a few more points on the future should accelerate Microsoft as well. I think that's going to be the priority here for me because of how well it's timed out, right? Apple, Microsoft, priority names. And then Tupperware, well, I mean, I don't really play that game with that $1.50 stock, but at the same time, Tupperware is, you guys trade Tupperware because it's got some movement. It's got some volatility, right? It started at 240, now it's moved down $1. So clearly there's some volatility here. Now it's just a matter of finding how to work with it. I honestly don't know how you work with these low price names because I find it very, very confusing and fairly tight to play with.
So it's, the long story short, I started out, you guys, if you watch it long enough, I started out as a penny stock trader. So kind of digesting how those things move. It's just kind of second nature. Like it's, just think of it like macro, micro. It's just smaller moves, but percentage. You got to think the percentage gains a little bit and just change your line of thought. Sometimes you add a zero or take away a couple of zeros and it makes a little more sense. A couple of things here. 161's bouncing on Apple. So I did just ring register on 161s. And if we continue to be able to hold beneath 162, I'm going to be shorting pops down there. Just remember, we bounced off 4,100. So for now, the ES is holding up. Now the NASDAQ, the NASDAQ's kind of at 13,000 as well. So you can expect that you could catch a little bit of a bid, which gives an opportunity for a reload. Just got to be careful reloading it. When it comes to Tupperware, I did just pay for locates, 1/8 of 1 cent per share. It's a scalp trade but down here, like the bottom end of this range. What the news comes in as bad as it can be, 155, almost 10% up. You don't want to be chasing this to 145. I think I'm looking for 150 to 155 for shorts, or I'm not taking it at all until it makes another leg down. You've already gapped huge on the stock. So either you're shorting in this range where you can take 10, 15 cent scalp trades, 5 to 10%, which is pretty darn good, and then hold out in case it makes that low of the day break. So that's going to be my game plan if I can get anything on Tupperware at this point. GFAI, just going back over to this name, it is still holding above 16. Looks like it's a pretty strong one. It just did the over-under or under-over at that 16 level, so rejecting a break of the low and then holding above it. One more test where it bounces here. I think the long is just going to be in. I would have said give it to 1550, but I guess 1575, not that bad either. Only Apple we're in. So far it's been a decent one, and Micron now holding 63. Very patient. Micron is clearly the strongest name out there. Not something I want to fight forever. But if this market's rolling over and doesn't hold support, trust me, Micron's going to come down too. And that 64 in the daily has been a monster level. I'll be there for it when it happens. Everyone's saying Alibaba to the moon. Oh, shnikes. Yeah, I'm trying not to curse this early on a Monday, but Alibaba's up to, oh goodness, yeah, here we go on the daily. Alibaba's getting right up there. That 105 is a pretty monster level, although 103, there's probably room if this just breaks out at 103. You can still be long above 03s into that 05 area. Just kind of thinking this one out loud. I didn't even look at this chart this morning, but I remember the 98 we like. Okay, too late to the move here. So it needs to hold above 103, start breaking out above here into the 105, and then I'd look for longs above only after a consolidation up there, or it just needs to show me some buy strength above the resistance from Friday. I'm not chasing a $2 move on Alibaba at 940. It's way too early for that.
All right, I'm making a play here on EBIX to the short side. Could be a dangerous one. The risk is fairly tight. That's the only reason I'm doing it. But EBIX is up $5 off the open.
What the?
Yeah, that's the chart on EBIX. It's still running strong. I'm just running a fade against it. Obviously, it's against 18, which is probably going to come fairly soon. As long as I can get out before it halts, I should be okay. There's enough action up here that makes me comfortable taking this shot. But it is still running strong, and I'm playing it against 18. Let's just see how this one plays out here. But for now, EBIX, quite the move, quite the runner, 32% to the upside. I'm short at 17.25 against 18, putting 75 cents on the table. Of course, if it gets close to halting, out the door, very, very quick. Even if it resembles, the way it's moving up, it doesn't seem to be too aggressive at the moment. So it's taking its time. It is up, but at the same time, it's not in like dangerous halting territory right now. But if it starts getting close, I'm just going to take the hit and walk away. Before now, we are working with it. It's 35 cents. But I think the downside possibilities are much bigger here because of how aggressive we were coming up. So I think putting up 75 cents, even with slippage, maybe $1, to see what the downside looks like on a name like this, I think is worth a shot. So here I am shorting EBIX into that huge rally. And it is starting to come off. Let's just see if this pullback is going to hold up here a little bit. And we'll work with that one. Yeah, quite the mover on EBIX to the upside. Microsoft's broken 288, but the futures has bounced. So this is not good. I wanted the short on Microsoft with the futures break as well. Microsoft now hitting the downside very, very aggressively. Futures market catching a bid. What are you doing, Microsoft? You needed to wait for the futures, and you're doing it on your own. This does not help my situation for the potential shorts here. But we are going to have to leave it alone, I guess, at this point. Microsoft, damn it, Microsoft. This could have been a great long candidate if the futures bounced. It did not. Futures did not break either, and then this one broke to the downside. So it does not help right now.
Like how similar is that to, like, it's basically what I was looking at on Apple. It's just whether you can catch or not. But what's happening in Ford and GM here? GM almost up to 35 even. So, I kind of like Square better, thank goodness, because if I short this one, I would have been in and out for a 20-cent hit pretty much instantly. But both Ford and GM making moves up. What? I'd say 20 cents until you get resistance on GM. Nice. And then Ford as well, making a bit of a break. Now, Ford, I do like this 1250 area here. I might take if it gets into the 40s, I might take one crack at it into 1250 to hold that trend to the downside. Brendo?
Yet, but maybe worth a note. Space starting to go here. Virgin to the upside, 1.5% right now. Nice move. Wasn't really doing much out of the gate, but some volume coming into Space. This one as well was up on positive news this morning. Jeff Brands just halted downside.
So my eyes lit up there because GFAI is above that 18 now. I'm not getting this 16. I should just been more aggressive the first time through. Looks like it wants to hold that 18 area. Maybe I'll look for like 1750 area as a bit of an out. Again, I'm never going into position without an out, and especially when it comes to these small cap names or these lower float names. So if there is a dip that can withhold 1750, I'll take a quick little shot at GFAI. Just understand, like, this is a stock that could go. It can halt at any moment. It can go like 50 cents to $1 at the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, the only thing I see here is 69 resistance on NVIDIA. So I keep looking for shorts off 70 to 71, and it keeps going to 69 and turning. That just tells me if I want to short the first level, it's going to be 269. If the market takes out the bottom and I'm not at NVIDIA, then I'm going to be kind of hating the situation, knowing this is one of the names I wanted. So I'm going to get in front of 69. Just look for that short here opportunity on NVIDIA as well. Apple now breaking lows once again. That looks like it's going to be a decent one. Tesla making a bit of a move back to the upside as it tries to hold. So Tesla trying to hold up here and bounce just a tiny little bit. If it gets anywhere near that 80, I know I like the shorts, but it's not quite there yet. I don't want to chase a move. I still like Square if it breaks down. It's pretty close. Micron's about 30 to 40 cents away from getting my first short in that one.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation because the way you want to play is with the futures, and the futures look like they were going to take the low there. Sharif just mentioned to me he picked up a 4,100 long, so he timed that bounce perfectly. I was waiting for the break of 40.95 or a break of 41.10 to do something, and then we haven't done that yet. But then you have these index names that are starting to get aggressive: Microsoft, Apple, Tesla. Aggressive movements, right? So they're starting to do their own moves, and the futures market not responding just yet. But maybe this is where this bounce above or this break above 41.10 could open up the door for potential nice little long near the bottoms. Let me get the chart for you guys, the chart that I'm looking at here. Remember, 40.95 still in play. So I moved that line right there. So this is kind of what we're stuck with. Caught the bid, okay. Clear it through 41.10, that should open the door, and then I can find some index names to play with. Clearly it's not going to be Apple, clearly it's not going to be Microsoft, and clearly it's not going to be Tesla, but it could be the chips because Micron, NVIDIA, AMD, runners right now, so there could be something there that we can work with as they catch a bid along with the futures market as well. Brendan.
All right, energy names starting to move, including this one, PXD, which is Pioneer Natural Resources, up on this. Yeah, this was out in the pre-market. Exxon apparently in early talks with PXD trying to get back to pre-market highs.
Oh, Brendan, you're good luck, my friend.
Yay,
I like
yay, yay.
Your favorite graphic, Brendan. But GFAI, we grabbed that 1775. I mean, there was a couple of good setups this morning. I just kind of missed both of them. The better ones, I would say, on GFAI. But when it did that false break at 18, that was the consolidation we looked for. 75 with 50 stop, already scalped out. Now it's like scalp out inside the range, hold for the dream. I'd do the same thing if I was shorting at this level. I'd scalp out to VWAP, and then I'd hold for the dream. In this case, looking for the long. This is also pre-market high break as well. I'm going to hold on for the top break. Now, if it gets to 20 bucks, I'm probably getting out of this bad boy. I just want to be able to respect it. But Apple now flushing to the downside. I think 160 is about to come in, 160.44. So we're flushing it down the toilet. We're through 13,000 on the NASDAQ. We have not made the break of 41 on the ES just yet. But Apple short looking pretty decent. Oh, goodness, never got that Tesla. Never got Where the heck is Micron?
Still going.
Yeah, okay. 63.60. That might have been close enough. That really might have been close enough that I should be in the short already to that 64 level. Another press to the high of the day, and I'm going to grab the short in Micron. I'm not really trading that off the 3-minute chart. Like, I'm just looking at this 64 up at the top on the daily and saying that's where I like the short on Micron post earnings. We got so darn close, or I probably should already be in it.
All right. I'm just seeing these index names. I'm just like, what are you doing? Why? Why do you have to make it so much harder than it needs to be? We had a very good plan. Microsoft, break to the downside, time it with the futures. Microsoft said, no, we're just going to go without you. And then Apple said the same thing. But Apple, there's still a chance. At least Apple still has a chance. 162 back up without breaking 160 should keep this the possibility of a failed break still intact. That's the futures. They're still trying to work through the 10s. But Apple here, if we can just catch a bid, Apple, you're in the right spot. If you can just catch a bid before breaking that 160, there could still be a possibility of that bounce. Now, if the future market does catch a sell wave and we end up breaking through 40.95, then I think Apple will be primed and ready to go on the 160 break to the downside. Microsoft's already made its move. It's already at 286, so I can't really work with that one just yet. But then Tesla, where is Tesla actually? 75? Is it 75?
78, man. It's bouncing.
Oh, no. You were supposed to break 175 to open up the downside. Tesla, possibility. Okay, this kind of changed up a little bit, but Tesla, possibility of a failed 180 break? Huh. Okay, I'll see this. 181, break to the upside, timed with the futures, breaking through 41.10 or 41.12, 13-ish to the upside. I think there might be a nice little long here to work on Tesla as well if we do end up timing the upside move along with the futures. So all of it's got to get timed out well. If the timing doesn't work, that's why you see me not in, I'm in EBIX, but that's a completely different situation. I'm not really in any index names or any sort of indexing positions right now. but for now we'll leave it be and we'll just ride these EBIX. They're still flirting with 17. I think the steam to the upside has gone, they've lost it. And being short after this much of a run, this is where you're either going to be winning very, very quickly or you're going to get grinded out. So they're going to catch a bid and they're just going to keep grinding it to the upside. At that point, I deserve to lose on that one. But for now, this is kind of the window here. If we're going to break to the downside and reverse this upside move, we should be coming in fairly soon if that's actually going to happen. In the meantime, though, futures market creeping down, Apple breaking down, Microsoft breaking down, and Tesla with a small little bid.
Two things. How have I not hit that one? I haven't seen it, but apparently the Mario movie has people talking. So I will hit that a couple of times. I'm a big Super Mario fan. I got no issues with that. GFAI did make another run at the high of the day, but you'll see me scalp out here and again at 1850s. It tries to take out the top. I did take some inside the range. Now it's a nice upward trend. If it doesn't break this high, I still have my stop just under break even, but I'm holding out for the test of 20. At this point, it's like the home run part. Either it holds above 17.5 and I can get the home run testing it at 20, or I'm just going to stop out on the last little bit. I always try to leave some for the bigger move to the upside. I mean, Apple's going to test that 160 pretty darn quick here. It looks like that's almost completely inevitable. And I see everyone talking about Amazon in the chat here, back beneath 100 on Amazon. Okay, bottom break from Friday was right here, essentially failing to break at 100, getting to 99.80. This is decently set up. I mean, we talk about like flat bottom breaks. That's not really a flat bottom break in my eyes. It really only tested that level one time. But if we don't hold 100 here and hit a fresh low, I mean, the short starts setting up in Amazon the same way that I saw it set up there in Apple. My gut is telling me, why are you not? Yeah. I mean, I just put a bid on Apple in front of 160 to get out, 162 to 160, and then try to make the next trade. Part of me just says put a trailing. If you like the out here, put a trailing stop and try to hold through a 160 break. So I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to give this back to like 160, 30, or 40, just in case we bounce off this 160. I do still like the shorts underneath here. There's a few other things that are setting up. Micron, I'm going to be so mad at myself if it never comes back to that high of the day, and that one pop was my only chance to get Micron, I'm going to be flat out kicking myself, to be honest with you guys. I knew I liked that one and it had to pop to the upside, but that could have been it. Like up 8% into a market flushing. If we take out the lows, I got to find my way into Micron. And for those of you that are asking why I'm not looking at Intel, well, because I liked NVIDIA and Micron better. And Intel recently has been a bit of a turn and a breakout in some regards. Now 32 I like for support on Intel still. If I saw any chance of us getting to 33, I was probably going to short that, but everything else just seemed to set up a little bit better there. So Micron getting away from me. Tesla, as you mentioned, bouncing nicely, but not back up to 180. Tesla was setting up. Give me the short. I know I like that 180 area. 77.5 is not where I want to put it in. So we're still only in two positions. Both winners, however, just looking for a little bit more here. And in Tupperware, I mean, I thought this one set up to short a pop. Your only chance to short a pop was right at 930 for you to get fills at 150. Now it's really doing nothing.
Yeah, nice little move in Apple. Apple breaking down as well, getting closer to that 160 futures market, also heading back towards 4,100. Okay, we might actually have a candidate that's ready to go with the futures at the same time. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. We're still, I mean, obviously we still got to break another 5-6 points on the futures to get going to the downside to actually set up that trade. But for now, at least we're working in the same direction. Question in the chat. Are there any moves on crude? Brennan was talking about crude earlier today. Crude was kind of going into a range. I mean, like it's been stuck in a range. Obviously, we had that nice little move here earlier, that gap move that got us up. And then we just went sideways ever since. And I don't think there's much left here, especially with crude. It's one of those things where you got to time it when it's active, because if you trade it all the time, you get chopped up doing it. So crude is one of those things where right now 79 seems to be the bottom, 82 seems to be the high. It's been a multi-day sideways move. So it's at a point where we just need that break to happen, whichever direction, right? We had a little aggressive move this morning that got us from 81 down to 79, just below 80. And then we caught a bid right in the bottom of the range and bounced back right to the middle of the range, right? So I want to leave that one alone. But I did notice NG or natural gas, or you guys might be trading cold or some sort of ETF.
Yeah, boil.
Or boil. Oh yeah, Nat Gas is having quite the day here today, up 8%. But this is what Nat Gas does in March and April. This is normal. Be prepared for volatility. If you want volatility, I mean, go into the ETFs for Nat Gas, and here you are. I'm looking at directly the contract itself, and Nat Gas has caught a nice little bid around 205. Here we are trading 217. That looks like 12 cents. Multiply by 10 ticks per cent. You're looking at 120 ticks to the upside on Nat Gas, and then you do the leverage prices on that. It's a lot, is pretty much what I'm trying to say. So as we're moving to the upside, just be aware that north of 218 into 220, there is some action here potentially. This could run out of steam somewhere in that range, so just be aware of that. Good strength to the upside. So since most of you guys are on cold probably, cold, boil, whatever, you guys can do it. This is the inverse. This is the ultra short. So the ultra short says if Nat Gas goes up, cold goes down, and that's what you're getting, right into the support zone in cold, right? So potential turnaround here as well. Boil is the other option. Are we going to catch a bid? Are we going to catch a bid in an area that's already been established? Possibilities on the table here for Nat Gas on the energy side of things.
Yeah, I like that look, and I'm glad to have you here because we never talk enough about natural gas. I know a lot of active traders really love that one, but a couple of things. I did get the trail out on Apple. We're rang the register on that, but I'm now into General Motors. We talked about this trending to the downside along with Ford. And if it did make a bit of a pop, if it sat there and fell, I think you'll like the short at the open. But if it popped, I like this 35 and a 35 and a quarter. So it's set up on my 15-minute, big move up, just wick 35. I just entered at 91. I would add one time to get myself a price of about 35 change to risk about 20 pennies plus slippage. I'm going to wait for it to grind higher before I add back into this one. Up 1% there. Brendan, what's up, bud?
A great move on Friday or Thursday, if you remember, for AMC, up 3% here this morning. Trying to get back to that high from Thursday after we gapped and held that gap nicely. So see what happens here. Some volume coming into AMC, guys.
So a couple of things I did want to show you guys. There's the trail out on Apple, a couple of green candles there. We had the short off of 62 reversing. Did not reverse on that open, that crazy wick in the pre-market. I didn't reverse short there. I kind of waited for things to settle down. The short actually off the 162 level. We're trailed out. I kind of think if we bounce, I do want to join the trend back in here if we're going to have that happen. We'll see. Two things. NVIDIA, I'm still looking for that 69 short. It doesn't seem to want to get up there, so no fills just yet. And then GFAI, we thought we'd hit that kind of home run trade. It just trailed me out of the last of my long, so I was able to take 2/3 of it out. Doesn't break the high of the day, but it's still holding pretty strong. I might look to re-enter this one. Hasn't really broken the trend just yet, but that's a couple of failures up there in front of that 19 area. I don't want to be sitting in it as that happens. Amazon, by the way, holding well above that 100. I'm not really seeing the setup there for Amazon. Alibaba, no real bounce through. That 103 area, it's kind of holding back here to 102. Either we're going long off of the support or we're waiting for it to break 103. I really don't want to be doing anything in the middle on Alibaba, just to give you an idea of kind of how crazy the stock can be. Like you're up at that resistance area. This is kind of diddling in the middle here. You give me the bounce support, or let's just break it out. I mean, Alibaba's not even up on the day, right? So longs above 103 are perfectly fine because it's only going green at that particular point. So I want to see that one break before I take anything on Baba. I kind of want to go back over to that GFAI, but I don't want to force the trade there. So only GM left as we just put that one in. That EBIX, is that actually moving for you?
It's taking its time. It's trying to swipe up, but they keep getting action at the top.
I like
so
that chart.
It is resisting up a little bit here. So that's why for me, the risk is fairly tight. I mean, obviously, if we accelerate through 18, it could become a problem fairly quickly. But the fact, when you have a stock running this aggressive, and then all of a sudden it runs into a wall, that's kind of where you're like, you know what? It's worth the shot. The risk is worth it because odds are, if they're going to get through that wall of activity up top, they're going to need to really throw some volume down to keep the trend going versus if we fall off, how easy is it for a stock to fall off versus or continue going, right? So downside is always easier to play. So that's what I'm playing for. It's a tight risk against the 18s. With slippage, I might lose $1 and change. That's fine. But if we were to go down, I think I can make that fairly quickly. So we'll leave it alone, let it do what it's doing. The longer it takes, the better it is for me, because that means they're churning through more volume. So that's a good thing for a stock that's been running strong and then all of a sudden going sideways. More volume being traded means they're actually running into something. So I'm good with that. Microsoft's still going to the downside. When you started talking about BABA, it reminded me of something I was looking at earlier, which was PDD. PDD has been creeping towards that 70 mark pretty much for the last few days. And I saw this chart earlier today, and I was just like, oh man, like it's not the best intraday chart, but look at the way it's been moving down. It's move down, rally up in the afternoon, move down, rally up in the afternoon, move down, sideways. Essentially, it's an early morning move with a sideways activity, I guess, after the initial move to the downside. And eventually, when they do that move through 70, I think that's going to be the one to watch for as we get closer and closer to 70. It's the way they're moving it is very little. It's stair step, but at the same time, it's exactly what you want when you're going to press up against a big round number like 70, because you don't want that one to go very, very quickly, because then that might be hard to catch. And I just saw a super chat come in, AEHR. This was, that's all you. I don't know what to do with this. I know you were you looking at this earlier?
No, I was just pulling it up because of the super chat. So I mean, thanks, Hurt Scrambler, for sure. I mean, I don't necessarily look. I wasn't watching this stock, and my gut whenever I see a chart like this, my first reaction is it's more exciting when it breaks back out. So if you look at 28.5, I'm guessing this is what you're looking at here. You're just saying, okay, you're beaten up. You're looking to make a bit of a bottom break here with some support put in last week, and then looking for a breakout 28.50. But the volume's it's non-existent, like 250,000 shares. I don't know where you're getting the breakout from on the low volume. That said, if it happens, that gets pretty interesting. Just not really seeing it. You want something trading at new prices or breaking a range or giving you an opportunity inside the range. And on no volume, you can't really trade inside the range when the stock isn't giving you an opportunity to, and that's the problem with trading a low volume name there. I've been waiting around trying to get the fills on NVIDIA short, and a lot of people had said just look at AMD. Yep, yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, double top. It's not really a double top, but you guys know what I'm looking at here in the 15-minute last couple of days. 93 has been resistance. This is providing a bit of an opportunity. Straight green in to this 93 area. Now, does it set itself up? If the futures hold here, does 93 look like a breakout long? Yeah, it probably does. Until you get there, it's resistance until it's not. So AMD should be on the radars in about 30 or 40 pennies. About to get more shares of General Motors. 35.25 is where I want that out. So the risk reward's going to be good if we can catch that fill. Apple's still, we got trail out of it, but it's still challenging that 160. I'm pretty sure that's what you're looking for. It's the 160 level on Apple we're both looking at. I got out in front of it on that short. Now looking to short a pop if we get back up toward that top, and then just not ignoring Tesla. Maybe this is where Tesla bounces enough to get me into the short trade, but I don't want to force it at the lows on Tesla. If it's bouncing off 170 in front of 175, you're too far away from 180 to set up that short for me at least. Just definitely think that this one can go. Just showing some signs of a bit of a bid here. And Micron, here we go. Okay, so I think I'm going to get Micron now. Super strong name, right? Testing back up toward the highs, lower highs put in. As I say that, let's wet the beak a little bit here. And when I say wet the beak, what I really mean is get short in front of the level with a smaller amount of shares just so that you're in the position, just in case we don't actually break the top here. Up 8%. I think it's moved a little bit too far in some regard. 64 is going to be like the area where I know I'm giving up the shorts. Well, 64 to 64.5, but I'm getting in for the first time off the lower high as we send you to Brendan to see what's happening now.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock, just got a U.S. wholesale inventories month-over-month number. Downside ever so slightly, 0.1% versus 0.2% up here. 0.1 versus 0.2 expected on that for both 0.4, 0.6 for the wholesale number as well. Just came out there at 10 o'clock. Not much reaction from the overall market. On that, however, let me show you this first. There's how things are looking so far. Notably strong there for the Russell 2000, still holding on to positive territory, 1.25. Meanwhile, for the NASDAQ composite, 1.5 for the 100, leading the way to the downside. The Dow's been kind of chopping around, going back and forth between, there it is right now, break even essentially, and slightly lower on the morning. If you were with us in the pre-market, we talked Micron, we talked Tesla, we talked Apple as well. Yeah, note coming out from a research firm suggesting PC sales across the board going to drop, specifically hurting Apple 2.5%, maybe on that this morning, just or went through pretty easily. That low from Thursday right out of the gate this morning down to 160.5, guys, for Apple.
So Meta and Google don't look very good this morning. They're both, 2.5%. Not a green candle in sight here. I mean, Meta down at 208 looks a little bit more interesting. I mean, if Meta can maybe sniff down there, you could catch a bid. But what a huge rollover on Meta. And then the other one, I was just sort of turning around saying Alphabet not looking all that great either. Now, 105 on Alphabet. You know what? 103.5, 105 are two areas that this could pick up a bid. It's just it went so far on Friday to the upside that you kind of want to wait for it to get a little deeper if you're looking for a bottom. But both these names look incredibly weak. I just mentioned AMD, but I've finally gotten into NVIDIA. It only took about a half an hour. But I always say this. If you don't get into position on something you were looking at for an open setup, at 10 o'clock, it might give you that opportunity again. That's the time where you sit back and say, okay, we've settled things out. There's like a $2 range on my 15-minute chart there, just whipsaw action in the first half an hour on a couple of candles. Now a couple of things are set up. Short off the highs that got made, which is here, essentially just above 69. Or if that stops out, then I'm just shorting in that 271 area and going back to the well. So GM's against me, but both Micron and NVIDIA, it just so happens that it's two chip names. Those are the ones that got me the fills. We're now into the shorts on both of these. But still looking for some opportunities in Apple to get back in and Tesla to take for the first time, obviously, as I have never. It's interesting. If Tesla doesn't set up, you don't want to force it, but I thought we'd have something by now.
All right, I'm going to go. There's a super chat there. It says, from Wallace Brown Jr., do you see a setup on HD? Wallace, thank you so much, because HD is typically a name that I normally have on my list. I just don't see it on my list, but there is a trade now that you mention it and I have this chart up. It's pretty much against 291, right? It's in a sell zone right now. If the futures market can break 41.10 and HD breaks through that 291, the long idea is what I'm thinking here. Would I go for the short? I don't know yet. The short's going to take some time to develop, but I think the easier trade is that breakout long. It's a long candidate for me now because of you for mentioning it. So north of 41.10, if we do ever get that break on the futures to the upside and HD breaks the upside at 291, I think I'm going to go 291 long against 288 on the stop and then try to target at 295 as the first exit point on the way back up. And I also really like this. Why? The daily as well. Look at the daily. You're sitting right near the bottom end of this. So any sort of breakout potential or upside break potential has a nice chance to really get going towards that 300. So in terms of risk reward, this is ideal in terms of strength and what you want in terms of intraday trade potentially turning into a multi-day position. Obviously, we can't carry it like that here, but at the same time, if you have the ability to carry something that's going strong with the futures market bouncing as well, I think HD. Thank you so much for bringing that up, because I'm always looking for names. So I know you guys are putting stuff in the chat, but there's so much in the chat. So when we get super chats, it really gets me a chance to look at this, and I'm definitely going to send the alert out now so that I don't forget about this, because this could be a great intraday position for me to work with. And the other one I mentioned, or I saw in the chat that you guys were talking about, or at least somebody was mentioning, Wayfair. Wayfair is the flip side of this for me. It's up 5%, so it's up a lot more than HD is, but at the same time, or 4.5%, but at the same time, if I look at the daily, and this is what I'm thinking, like, okay, great run. Is there potential breakout, possibilities? Yeah, maybe, but at the same time, what does the daily show me? That. So 4.5% inside of a range becomes a problem. So you want those large percentage moves to get you outside of a range on the bigger picture as well. It matters because it's just easier to travel through areas when you have the bigger picture on your side too. And for me, HD is much cleaner. Wayfair, although up big in terms of percentages, it still has some resistance to get through on the big daily chart, and I think we need to clear that 37 to get going. That's still $1.70 away, and I'm sure intraday scalpers can find a way to kind of capture pennies here and there. For me, though, I'd rather position up, and the way that the futures market is moving back up, maybe Apple on the double bottom short, or potential bounce back above 162, holding on to 160, or as Wallace mentioned, HD, potentially north of that 91 going up. And it is moving strong too right now, it seems. Yeah, we're getting closer and closer, and the timing is working out very well. So thank you for your super chat, because that helps me figure out the position that I want to work with. And then EBIX finally making a move to the downside here, now up 62 cents as we are starting to break here. We should not see a secondary bid. If we see a secondary bid that gets us back above 17, I got to walk on this. That means there's something down here in this trend, that upside trend, that's willing to kind of catch any sort of sell side moves. That should not exist on the way back down, but if it does exist, we need to walk away, lock in whatever we can north of 17, and then call it a day. But for now, it is up 58, 60 cents or so.
Before we go to Brendan here, just two things. One, the high of the day got taken out on NVIDIA there, so I had the short pretty much at 69, and then just get out when it breaks that top. I still like the 71 area, and Frank had a good question in the chat there. Do I still like GM? Yeah, it's still valid up here. Right, I said I wouldn't add to it until it got above 35, so I kind of get myself an average price at 35. I'm giving it into here, right? So, I mean, there's a support. It's a 3-minute, but it doesn't matter. 15 will look exactly the same. And then we give it to this 35, 30 area. So if it breaks out, then I'm done. Otherwise, I'm looking for the retracement back into that consolidation from Friday and then into the low of the day. This is what I wanted to short into. So until it breaks 35, 30, then I've got my risk to reward in. I can just sit back, relax, and send you guys to Brendan.
A little one that went crazy on Thursday. Back to the upside here for GCTK. This thing was 20 cents in the pre-market on Friday. We're approaching 250 on heavy volume, guys.
Oh, goodness. Another one of those runners. Oh, by the way, yes, the last thing. I didn't talk about Micron. So for me, it's always like, yeah, if I get out of something or take the hit or it goes against you, like go over that one first and then sort of worry about the one that's sitting in the pocket. Like I haven't even been able to add to Micron here. Try to get a little more aggressive. Don't need 2 orders up there. Try to get a little more up in the 63.40 range. Wasn't able to catch any more shares, thinking it could continue to pop. Again, I'm trading this one off the daily. So I'm just shorting this into that 64 area. The cry of the day definitely sits well with me. Someone just said squares underneath 66. Oh, you know what? So I know I said the 66 level on square, and I might actually adjust it to get into it now, looking at that bottom break because it's so weak. But the bottom last week was 65.80 here. So I did set my stop break for taking out this level. Maybe it's a distinction without a difference for the flat bottom break on block, but you're right. I might not want to wait for this to break like 5 cents lower. This one is already setting up here. Now, if it breaks 50, I'm going to be in it. It's 65.80, sorry. I'm going to be in this one regardless. But working this position, bit of a flat bottom break here for block. You do have the negative catalysts that have come through, but that's what I was looking at this morning. So it wasn't exactly 66. Thank you for the clarification. A lot of times we'll point to an area on a chart and we won't say the exact price that I needed to break. I'll just say beneath 66. Oh, it just went anyways. It just broke 60, so it broke 80 just now, hit 679s, and then was right back. So it breaks the level, triggers, and I get 80 fill because, quite frankly, it just sort of sat here. But I like this one. It would have been more dangerous if it filled at 930. Now you have the market bouncing, and we're still testing the low of the day. If it bounces from here, fair enough. I like the risk to reward on this. I think you can easily be down at 63, 64 if the market holds red. But that hadn't broken that level just yet. I see AMD is definitely giving you that 93 look for the breakout. See, it's weird. Like AMD looks like a breakout trade above that 93. I want to check back in. What's NVIDIA doing? Not at 71 yet. So, 71's the level. We're about $1 to $1.50 away from trying to get more shares or getting back into a short on NVIDIA, whereas AMD feels a little bit more like a long above 93. Has yet to break it out. What's Micron doing? Micron's still in the money, so not really that worried about the Micron trade. Oh, and Apple, good bounce here. Should have just taken the long at some point and scalped it off 160. Apple here holding that 160 level, it's giving you some scalp trades. It's about 30 to 40 cents that you can grab here off the 160 level. I think eventually if the market rolls over, you're probably thinking shorts again. But the trade has been sideways for about 25 minutes. And you can either trade inside the range or do nothing. I elected to do nothing after getting out of the winter short.
And that's the thing. When it is time, timing of trades makes a big difference in your net at the end of the day. And when there's a reason to do something, you do something. And when there's not, you don't, right? And right now, the futures as a whole has not given us a real reason. That's why I'm not in any index names, right? Apple, we were waiting for that 160 time with the futures breakdown. Microsoft, they accelerated, and then I was looking for HD to break 291 to the upside, timed with the futures break to the upside. So I'm waiting. I've got like things in place, and as soon as everything falls in line, then we don't have to think about what we're going to do. We just start pressing the keys that we need to press. We know HD long potentially. Now AMD possibly on the table with the futures break to the upside as well.
Possibly.
Possibly, right? It's above 93.
Well,
I'm just waiting for the futures to break north of that 4110, preferably sit north of like maybe 13 or 14, and then I'd start sending some bids. In the meantime, since there's no decisions to be made, you just write out what you have. If you have nothing, you wait. If you have something, like I do, EBIX, now $1 in the money as we are starting to crack to the downside. Remember, we were working it against what looked like a wall of activity here in the mid-17s, tight stop. The whole point of this was downsides are easier than upsides for a market. So when it starts running into something, more than likely, it's going to start breaking down. And that's what you're starting to see in EBIX. It's a slow break. It took some time to develop, but now it's starting to really test against this the strength that we were seeing earlier, and now we can move away from a 75-cent stop or 75 cents plus slippage stop now to north of 17. We should just walk away. That means the strength is there. What we were seeing earlier, that huge run is going to be respected, and they're going to catch a secondary strong move back up. So we'll just start defending it. And by the time I'm done with this trade, based on slippage as well and how I've seen this trade, I'm probably going to make like maybe 10 cents. I'm okay going from a 75-cent to $1 stop to now walking away with 10 cents, even though it's $1 in the money, because I have targets in place. I have bids down closer to 15, so I'm either going to get my targets or I'm just going to trail it all the way down, because something like this could accelerate to the downside if it really wanted to.
Quick question before I get it. I'm going to talk to AMD in a quick second, but if you have a target in place and it gets down there and starts going into a halt at your target price, cover or hold?
It starts going into a halt at the target price?
Yes.
Cover, send it into the halt onto the reopen.
Okay, so basically you're going to say you take some out,
yeah,
and then put the rest, and then
no. I don't. So the bid that I've got down at the target, I would cancel it if I start to see it. Cancel it, because if it's going to halt, I want that extra little gap that I'm going to get. So I'm just going to pull the order and then just throw it into the reopen and grab whatever I can. I'm just going to try to squeeze out another, whatever the gap is going to be off that halt, right?
So look, I kind of knew that might be your answer, but it's an important one, because when you trade those types of names, understand, like a bottom breaks like that, it's just going to move it a little bit more. It's like when I had GFAI earlier today, I kind of felt like if it broke that high, like just let it run to 20, let it run to $20. But if it went into a halt up around $20, I'm probably going to try and hold through it, because you've already, for me, I would have already scalped some out, or that's your target. Like, give it a chance that it just goes even crazier past that. So AMD, 93 breaks. I know a Micron short, but that's just sort of setting up in this range. And AMD broke that 93. I'll leave it on the 5-minute chart here. It broke that 93 level. I got fives, took some out at the quarters. Let's see if it gets up to here, 93.75 or so, just going back into Wednesday. It's the first time I've actually got that right. If it gets up into this range, where at the open, it kind of flushed downside, held 94 even, 93.75 was kind of that level. If it gets up there, I'm going to take a little more shares out. I'm in the square short. GM's kind of holding into this range. Micron, not really getting anything more there. But here comes NVIDIA. It always happens like this, where like I'll be in a long in like an Intel or a Micron or something like that, and all of a sudden, you get into a level on another chip name. It's like, am I only going to trade the chips? Well, they're all setting up. Here's 271. Took a shot at 69. Didn't work. Probably could have scalped 50 cents. Didn't do it. Hate myself for it. But here comes that 271. I think if we get there, I will still take the shot at the short. Again, through 71, I know I'm going to be out. Probably means that AMD is going pretty darn well if it's going to that up, if we're breaking that upside. Somehow Micron is holding up nicely, which I think is a pretty good sign for it. But the market's now back above. I'm probably going to be adding the longs in AMD over NVIDIA here, because NVIDIA has to break 71. AMD broke 93. NVIDIA hasn't broken 71 just yet. So I can't think long till it clears that price.
All right, I was just checking over there with
what's he saying?
Sharif, and he was, I'm like, are you still holding the long? He's like, no, I got my 10 points. He walked away. Smart move, man. They really got to get through these 10s. And I'm closer to maybe 13 or 14 is where I would feel comfortable that they've actually taken this out. But for now, it is struggling. So this actually opens up a more nuanced trade that is not the simple one, but I'm open to doing it, which is trying to play 41.10. So possible shorts now here against the 10s while also being aware that there's a buy zone sitting right there. So for me, you want the easier trades, but at the same time, I've traded this long enough to kind of work some trades between levels as well. So I'm possibly looking at shorts closer to 10 against 10, and then we're trying to take it down to the support zone around 4,100, and then maybe adding more on the break as well. So we'll play with it. I'll let you know if I do it, but for now, there possibly could be something to be done here. And we'll just wait on this one. It needs some more trades to be done. We'll just wait for it. And in the meantime, we'll go to Brendan with small cap recap, I think.
Yeah, a few little ones moving around here this morning, guys. Just seeing this ONCS back to day highs essentially right now. This, however, is Jeff Brands, JFBR. Big gap to the upside. There was a 20F SEC filing this morning, which is essentially a notice that they filed their full year report. So it seems to be up on that, a little bit better than expected. Data coming through on that end. GCTK, another one, had a big day on Friday, if you remember, Thursday, and then into today as well, gapping to the upside through $2 back to day highs as well for GCTK. ONCS is the one I was just mentioning on this. They've pulled an offering or plans for an offering, so a little bit of volume coming back in to ONCS. All things AI continues to run as well, including GFAI, although back to the downside currently. C3 AI, a little bit notably weak this morning versus the rest of them. AMC, I put back on this list as well when we saw that early move, just got back up to Thursday's high, and then just kind of hanging out here. Volume dying off, guys, for AMC. Back over to you.
Volume dying off on AMC? I am shocked. It didn't follow through? Okay. I mean,
how dare they?
I'm being a little bit facetious with that one. Like, I'm not surprised at all that volume tapering off there. Just not seeing a lot of reason for that to continue going. As I mentioned a couple of times there, I am still on the offer. Here comes NVIDIA just now. It's now screaming into the top. The market's making its breakout. I still haven't gotten second target on AMD long. It's the only long I have. We're waiting for another like 15 and 20 cents, but that 271 screaming into the upside. Square's starting to challenge. It's at 66. I have a 65.85 short, so you wouldn't normally think, okay, I mean, I'm essentially short here, right in the middle of the range. Not terribly concerned, but it didn't really make that flush down through the break. It didn't work instantly. Now, if you're not holding that quarter mark, I don't want this getting all the way up to 67 even. So I'm going to tighten my stop up here. I was going to give it a little bit more room. It doesn't necessarily feel right. I did say this. If this is one that doesn't work right away, I want to be a little bit cautious with it. So I'm tightening up the stop in Square. I also have like a bunch of shorts on. It's another reason why you don't want to get caught with the trap. But look at what just happened in NVIDIA. So it just did the over 71. The question is, can it do the under? I waited for it to get to this price level. This is the big one. I'm not really reversing long till I see it holding a bid above that price, but it just made the breakout. I don't want to get trapped in this above or below, but it just did the over. If it holds beneath, I'll look to add to my shares here. Underneath, I just, stop talking, for crying out loud. So it just made the break, goes to quarters, fails quarters, come back beneath. I probably could have had this at 95, thinking, yeah, it's going to go sideways for a little bit, and we'll be able to add here, give it to the top, but I don't even get any more shares or a chance. It's back at 75 pretty much instantly. So I'll add here at 95 if I can. NVIDIA's right in the pocket. AMD, probably a good place to trim, even if it's not at my price. Forget, I'm not going to wait till it gets 10 cents more. If we're going to have any kind of a pullback off this kind of 13,000 level, I'm gonna hold on to AMD probably all day, but if this is a turn, I think it could happen in NVIDIA, and Micron, by the way, starting to work as well. I'm gonna wanna take some out. Ring the register on NVIDIA, because it's all coming to a head at exactly the same time. So we've got the top here in NVIDIA, you got AMD at key prices, Micron starting to dip back in. So if it all works, hopefully support happens at 93 on AMD. We can get back to 270 on NVIDIA as well. My risk is to the high of the day here. That kind of probably pretty obvious, but I don't mind obvious stop levels. I'd rather have a stop that's a little too obvious that limits my risk as opposed to not having it out at all. And when that setup happens, if I make the top wick, it happens time and time again, I really don't mind it. It's just part of that setup. So that one's going to be NVIDIA. AMD we just covered. We were able to get some out there. Micron, I know I'm only looking at these chip names. I still have Square here. And by the way, I got Tupperware. I'll get to that in a second. That's kind of hilarious. But Micron really working. Like, it's giving you no break to the upside when the market goes. So it's holding that lower high, scalping into VWAP. So it gives me an easy risk to reward. I'm stopped at the high of the day. I'm holding through the break of VWAP and the lows. And I think we can get back into the 62s and the 61s. So that one, a lot easier to manage. GM's doing nothing, which is great. If you're sitting in something at your risk level, what you want to see happen is I don't have to overmanage this trade. My stop is, whoops, let me zoom out here. My stop is pretty clean through the highs. So if it takes out this 30, I'm out. I'm not even bidding till it gets down into here, 34.60s, and then looking for the low of the day at 34. Like, that gets pretty simple. If it doesn't move, fair enough. I can worry about it a little bit later. But my stop is going to be pretty clean on this. I'm not really looking at Tesla at this particular moment. I think I have enough trades that I can worry about, like NVIDIA here, Square. And I said I would get into Tupperware at some point if it gave me a fill at 150. Gave me the 152s, so short of the first available pop. To me, the scalp is to 140 or 145, and then we just get out if it breaks 155. Again, easy risk to reward trade that does not have to be overmanaged. When the market's not giving you a ton of volume, look for simple trades. Risk 4 cents to try and make 5 to 12 cents on Tupperware.
All right, I'm just looking for, again, I was trying to look for maybe a nuanced trade on the futures. I'm still not seeing it clearly, so we're going to leave that one alone. And in terms of breakouts, there really isn't a whole lot we can really do right now. We're not getting the break we need from the futures market, right? That's kind of gone into a 10-point range. And then the index names have also kind of tightened up. Tesla hasn't broken 175, and it hasn't broken 181. That was kind of the decision point. 181 gives us a potential bottoming out, timed with the futures break to the upside. 175 could open the downside, timed with the futures break to the downside south of 40.95. Didn't happen. And then Microsoft as well, we saw what Microsoft did earlier, and then Apple refuses to break 160, so we're stuck with Apple doing nothing. We're riding out EBIX. I'm actually starting to move the trail on this a little bit. Initially had it at 17. What I've gone ahead and done is I'm starting to split the orders up here because I'm looking forward to 15 and a half roughly, but it seems like we're catching a bid here in the 80s. So I'm going to start tightening things up a little bit. We're going to start working some exits as we work our way back above 16. And then as we start kind of trailing up, I'll still leave some at 17. I'm going to start working some exits at 16, and then maybe even 16.5 on my split it as well. So we are going to kind of pair this out a little bit here and just work our way. But I've still got that one bid down there waiting to get filled. If I get that fill first, then obviously I can pull some of these like mid-level trail locations, and we'll just leave that 17 alone, and we'll pull the 16 and the 16 halves, and we'll just take the target if we get that first. Whichever gets filled first, either breaking through 16 in a meaningful way or somewhere closer to 15 half hitting the target. So we'll leave that one alone. That one can manage. These are the trades that you want, right? This way, when you take trades, you want the ability to just kind of manage themselves. And this is what I mean by managing itself, right? We put the trail locations, whatever happens, happens, but now we don't have to really kind of think too much about it. We just let the stock do its thing. And I think in a market like this where it's still deciding what it wants to do and how it wants to play, I think you do have to kind of ease off a little bit. Otherwise, you're going to make too many decisions, you're going to make too many mistakes, and that's the last thing you want to do right now. So HD still, 291 hasn't broken, so no long there. Futures hasn't broken, so no long there. And it's time for me to send that damn order. Maybe it's time to make a nuanced short here. I've really thought about it, but now I think it's ready. Now it's ready. I think it's, especially with this breakdown, I think it might be ready to take that shot against those tens.
No, you can't. You don't want to be mad about it. Look, if there's a frustrating thing for me, it's like you can see the market starting to roll over. So obviously it's pretty good, but you wait for that key price level, and I don't know why. Look, NVIDIA sometimes it does this. Like it'll set up that short. I end up getting it. I'm in my short at 71. It just takes out the top, and it's like the strongest thing I'm staring at. And it'll wick me out. It's like 2 times. They're relatively tight stops, and you can argue they're too tight stops. but I am holding short Micron, holding short GM, holding short Square, and Tupperware. Who cares about the market when it comes to Tupperware? So, sitting there and being stubborn about the one that's the strongest, that's not the game that I'm going to end up playing. Speaking of the aforementioned Square or Block or whatever the heck it is that we're calling it these days, so it finally makes that move to the downside. So I tightened up my stop, ended up not really working it, but that flat bottom break, I was able to add to some. It just made its first push down to 65, 60. I got out some there, not in front of 50s, but in 60s. And then the next leg out would be if it challenges 65 quarter and then down to 64 half, and then we'll see if it gets into the 63. So that one definitely working to the downside. We like that short. I already talked about Micron, but I got another fill down there as it took out 62 and a half. Again, it's set up. The level on the daily never really challenged that 64 level, held a lower high, held it multiple times. So we added to it at 63.35, got 63 evens, got 62 and a half. Again, ring the register on the way down. We're going to hold some in case we get an absolute flush, but this is one we knew we wanted to work into. That one's still working. AMD is obviously going to start coming back in here. Hit enter too fast there before I hit the D. But less, so pretty good here. So AMD pretty strong above that 93 break. Even on this dip, it's still holding fort, giving you that strong move into the upside. So I like this one for the long. It's the only one I got into the long trade. Maybe NVIDIA's setting up for a long as well, but this is the one I picked. It just looked a little bit stronger above that 93, and I want to see if we can hold on to this. Didn't really give me a chance to dip back in here at 93 or like 92.75 or something in this range. So still holding pretty strong here on said AMD. And AMC's back at the high. Joked about it, but congratulations. If you held on to this rocket ship, $5 dip buy, but just watch out. Friday's high, $5.15. So it's got overhead resistance here. Pretty juicy if it breaks out that level, but even if you, where's the rest of my daily chart? Even if you break out 515, all you need to see here is that 550. That was an absolute wall the last time it got here. I remember because we were long going into that wall. So even if it breaks 515, watch out for the 550 area up at the top. It's now interesting to me if it makes this top break though.
All right, I'm just working some exits here on EBIX. That's $1.70, by the way, we just locked in here on portions of EBIX. So we are out of EBIX on that little, not all of it, by the way, just some of it, as we were breaking. That's the bid that was waiting there to get filled. I said either north of 16, we either trail it out or we hit the exit on the way down. Well, we hit the exit as they came down to our target, got the fill, we're out, now we're trailing it up. And now I can actually be comfortable with the idea of the trail being just north of 16 into 1620-ish. So we'll leave that alone. We'll play that out and let that work. And in the meantime, let's go to Brendan with crypto.
Hey guys, a positive start to the week for crypto markets. It was only a matter of time before we get more AI-related headlines to start off the week as well. In the crypto market, this one catching my eye this morning, this, what is the company actually called? Zero Knowledge, a crypto-focused AI firm with a $10 million Series A funding round, launching their own ChatGPT offering over the past couple of days. So interesting. It was only a matter of time. As I mentioned, positive, but only just very, very small. 1.3 right now for Bitcoin, trying to get back to the top end of the range on the daily chart. Huge move up. Consolidation continues to form here. We are positive, though, as I mentioned, to kick things off. Same story for Ethereum, back towards 1850 and trying to hold. That's the way the board looks right now. 1853 for Ethereum, right on the nose. 28,250, up 1.4% on the 24-hour period. Mostly green, though, to start the week, guys, for crypto.
Mostly green. And the market, look, it's down 1%, but there's a war happening, battle happening here at 13,000 where the bid could easily win out. However, keep doing it, man. Tupperware, it doesn't have to be complicated a lot of times. It showed you in the pre-market, 155 high, some support at 140. At the open, it spiked up to 155, gave you 140. We didn't have locates at the time. We got them now. At least our locates weren't working at the moment, but we got to 52 short, flush right down into 140. I'm going to hold on to something just in case it breaks low of the day and tests $1 to hold the home run, whatever happens here on Tupperware, but it can't turn into a lose. Now I can adjust my stop accordingly. Micron's starting to bounce back up here. So we got some fills underneath VWAP. We got a fill underneath VWAP, looking for a little bit more, but it looks like it could retest that high. So I'll only reload up near the top. If it takes out the top, it's an easy out. I know exactly where I want to get out of dodge on this one, but I'm going to reload if I get the opportunity with the same price that we've been basically banking on Micron. And what about Stressla? What about Stressla? That's the thing. It's just, I knew what I wanted at the open, which was over under 180. I was looking for the under, and when it happened so fast, and I was looking at other names, missed the short, didn't chase. Now I'm not really seeing the opportunity for me on Tesla. You can't really go long off 175. I mean, 76 was there for you, but that's too far away now. Kind of waiting for it to get up to 178, otherwise we're diddling in the middle. So I'm staying away from Tesla. Quite frankly, at this point, just not really seeing it. Vincent saying check the 1 minute and the 5 minute on on AMD. Oddly enough, I use a 3 minute and a 15 minute, so I kind of not. That's just what I happen to prefer. Like, I like looking at those two time frames. I still think the long is pretty valid. It's all green on my 15-minute chart here, which I tend to look for off the levels, and then look for that on the trend as well. So it looks pretty strong. I've already scalped out of it. We can't turn this into a loser unless we just leverage in too much in front of 93 again, which I haven't even gotten any fills on the back end in front of that 93 level. So I like the trend here on AMD. Looking at my 3-minute chart, there was one dip. Remember I said I'd get some out? It was kind of turning. NVIDIA was that key point. Micron was rolling over. Let me get some shares out of AMD. That was this fill. But it didn't quite give me the dip buy back into 93. Now it looks like it's making a higher low and could go again. So I haven't added back in. If it breaks the top, I'm just holding through said top and see what happens. Ooh, Square just took out the top. So the market is starting to really go here.
There.
So I did get a reload in Square. It broke the low. I got one fill out. I reloaded back into it, but that tight stop, got to have an out. That was my out there on Square. The strength is really coming into this market. I'm holding my AMD. And maybe I should have some NVIDIA too. And yes, maybe we spoke too soon about AMC. But I feel like that's always true about AMC. I'm like, yeah, whatever, the volume's tapering off on AMC. And then look at it go through 515. Just watch out. 550 is a wall, Brendo.
Now, there was a tweet that a few people are circulating right now pointing to the Easter weekend being the busiest for AMC of the year so far. So that kind of put in, that's not the right symbol, obviously, but that put in that last move through that high from Thursday, guys, for AMC.
Easter weekend being the busiest for AMC.
So far, I always.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, that makes sense.
Super Mario apparently is really good, man.
I mean,
some people really like that film. I don't know, the reviews have been pretty solid there. I'm not talking about critic reviews, because it's like, who cares what the critics think about a kid movie? Think about that for a split second. Why do you actually pay attention to a critic score when the movie is literally geared toward a different audience? Completely meaningless. Like, if you like Super Mario Bros., you like video games, and kids love that. So what do I care what like a 50 or 60-year-old critic thinks about a Super Mario movie? Anyways, I haven't seen it, so I shouldn't wax poetic too much about that one. You get me started on things that make absolutely no sense, and that's one of them. Why we give two darns what the critic think about. Like, it's so weird. I care what the critics think about, I don't know, like one of those like war movies or like one of those Oscars. Yeah, let's talk about that one, but
yeah, that's what you would.
So ridiculous, man. It literally cracks me up. It's like, that's utter nonsense. Who cares?
All right, futures market breaking up. Okay, here we go. We're getting to a point where maybe the short idea isn't going to work, and the long is going to be the play here on this move. Now, the long north of 41, like I said, 13-ish, 14, somewhere in that range, north of there, timed well. I know a lot of chip names were doing well here. AMD, strong move. That could pull back in. NVIDIA as well, pulling back in. All of this timing well with a break to the downside, or break to the upside, I mean. So break upside on the futures with a slight pullback on NVIDIA or AMD or whatever is setting up to the upside could be great here for in terms of setting up the trade for the rest of the afternoon, right? So the 271 long on a pullback here would work well on NVIDIA, AMD as well. And then let's take a quick look at HD here to the upside. Still working on that 291, so they're still taking some time here. We just need to get some more acceleration to the upside here. We're starting to work into it. Europe is closed today, so we don't have to worry about the European close. But, well, Usually once we enter 11 o'clock, I start thinking about European closes, but at this point, we don't have to worry about that. So this market is going to have its own reasons for accelerating after 11 o'clock if it does accelerate after 11 o'clock. Before now, good strength off this market, catching nice bids. We obviously got out of EBIX. Trail stop is now going to kind of sit north of 16. We just need these futures to complete their rotation here. Another 3-4 points with some strength to the upside could open the door for the long. So I did actually work the short. You don't see the trade here, but I did work the short here as we got closer to 10. So I'm playing a nuanced trade here. The risk on the short side is fairly tight. If we accelerate up, I flip directions, go for the long against that 95, like I said. If we break down, then I'm positioned in with a low risk, or I guess a decent risk reward short against that, like I said, that high 12, 13, 14, somewhere in there. And I'll just take the hit, walk away, and then flip directions, like I said. If I'm long, though, then the risk reward is actually a decent one for me if we were to break to 4,100. So that's the kind of play I'm okay. Some trades I take with the intention of, if this goes bad, I know the flip side is going to be confirmed. And that's kind of the play I'm making here on the future. So I am short around these, just south of these 10s here on the way back up. We'll see how this one plays out. I do think there's going to be some strength here. The way they're trading it seems like there's going to be some strength. So a break to the upside would clean things up, make the longs a much easier play. And I think the short on EBIX is going to have to be trailed at north of 16, like I said. But I think the better trades here are going to be possibly Apple north of 162. 162 to the upside, and then AMD and NVIDIA and the chip names that have already broken up and hit some support. And let's take a quick look at Tesla. Tesla was that 175, 181 on Tesla, north of 181 on Tesla would kind of open the door for the upside, especially if we get the future strength as well. And 175 was the break point where if we were going to be negative on Tesla, we had to take 175. We are not, so possibly there's still some strength here that we can work with. Let's see how far they want to take it before they either break through that 181 or break that 175. But for now, a decent move in the futures, sitting right on the edge here of going into positive, at least for me, flipping from a negative read to a positive read. Although I am on the short side of this, playing a tight trade, I'm still okay with it. That's just how I play at times. So I'm perfectly okay with it if we do flip, and I have to end up taking a hit here on the short and then flipping. You have to be okay with this kind of, back and forth of this if you want to be a trader. Can't always avoid losing. Loss is a part of the game, and sometimes you make smarter decisions. I would say, though, if you are a newer trader, look for the easier trades, because some nuanced trades are just make you overthink things too much. So the easier trade, especially on the futures, is going to be confirmed break north of 13 or 14-ish, somewhere north of 10 with some strength. That's the easy long, or the 40.95 break to the downside. That's the easy short. Avoid everything in the middle. You don't have to do what I've been doing, because I have different things that I'm thinking about when I'm doing things. But I think easier is always going to be simple. Keep it simple. Keep it simple, and that's just going to save you some money at the end of it.
I like that so much. So I'm going to give you one of these. I don't love the mic drop animation we have, but that's the best I can do. That's an absolute mic drop. But you think about the simple setup. That way it manages itself. You don't have to worry about overtraining it. But as you're dropping that knowledge, all I can think about is this, man.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
If you don't like science being dropped, and by science I mean knowledge, it's just how old people say it, then we're the wrong channel for you. But I love that. I love that look there. Keep it simple. Like Apple hasn't set up yet. By the way, I'm going to show you guys Apple for a quick second before we go to Brendan. Apple is still within a 50-cent range off the bottom. So it absolutely could break back out. But it's either, if the market reverses here, Apple is a dog, and 160 looks like an obvious short. I just reloaded on Micron, which is already back into the money. But let's go to Brendan and see how... Oh my goodness, it's Sector Watch already, is it? Wow.
Yeah, we are downside right now, and actually a fairly mixed board to have a look at here for the S&P 500 right now. Decent amount of positivity coming from not only energy at the bottom here, but also individual names in the tech group. It's software that's offsetting these gains from both Micron, they're up 6.8, and WDC Western Digital up 7.5. Off that Samsung note. There was also an upgrade on that one. I saw Stifle with a positive note on NTAP, 3.2% to the upside. STX HPQ also up on that Samsung note this morning. But As I mentioned, all the software names pretty much in negative territory, offsetting that and more. Energy positive, industrials are positive, and consumer discretionary names are positive. Obviously, Tesla the biggest weight there, but 3.9% right now for Tesla. Everything else pretty much to the upside. Material stocks showing a little bit of positivity. It's all about the big names, though. There's Google, and Meta. That's about all you need to know. In the communication services group, 2.25, 2.5, 2.5 for those three, pretty much offsetting the rest. But decent amount of positivity elsewhere in the market, guys. Still 0.5% right now for the S&P. Back to you.
Goog and Google.
Google.
Do they really have to put both in there? I know they're different like share classes, but still, like, do they really need to? They're the same thing.
They don't. It's the same. It's the same thing. We all know that. But here's a dangerous thing right now. Virgin Galactic's up 9% for, quite frankly, I have no idea why this is up 9%. You guys tell me, because I didn't see a story on Virgin Galactic this morning. Maybe it's just a relief rally. Probably is just a relief rally off $3. But locates are free for us on Virgin Galactic, and it just got to 350. So thank you very much in the chat for pointing it out. It might have already made a wick high up here. Wait for it to get to the key price area where you're looking for the short, travel into it, and then worry about putting on the short trade instead of just kind of fighting it. Even if you think it's trash and it's going to go to the downside. But it is in that range. I would look for the shorts closer to 350 if it can get there again. Now you're through 94. There we go. I see it. I know who's happy about this because I can hear Sharif going nuts. I don't know which one he's long. He's got NVIDIA. Look, I chose to short NVIDIA off 71 and be long AMD at 93. So I obviously lost on NVIDIA. AMD's now carrying through. I think 95 could be a problem if it gets up there. I'm definitely going to get out of NVIDIA in front of 95, but a nice little long in there. Whether you're versed in the longs on all the chip names, one of the chip names, or none of the chip names, with the way this morning is gone, I can't really argue with it. I just really like that break of the setup on NVIDIA. And oddly enough, as that's working, check out Micron, right? Like, Micron kind of gets back to the top, starts rolling over again. Because of what the market just did, I'm going to be a little more aggressive in front of VWAP. I'll take a couple of outs in front of VWAP this time, just knowing that this is still up 8% on the day with a positive catalyst. But the zone is right for the shorts at this 63.35 area, and it is working for me. I kind of felt I'd be in this GM, and I might be sitting in General Motors all day long. It's set up, but it hasn't moved outside of the range one way or another, so not much to do there. And Tupperware, another one that just set up nicely. We're sitting in the short. It either breaks a low and just starts dumping all over itself and defecating all the way down to the gates of hell. I like that chuckle. Or it just breaks out the last. I'm holding on to 40% of the position. It gave me the move already. I said you scalp some out in the first 10% of the move, and if it breaks the bottom, you hold on for dear life as this one tries to flush down. And yes, Tesla is getting closer to 180. It's just not necessarily... It's 179 now. It's not there yet. Patience. The more tricky the market is, the more range bound the market is, the lower the volume the market might have, the more I think you want, not just picky, but more patient you want to be with your price levels. It's easier to get chopped up in a market like this. So if it doesn't quite get there, you don't have to trade it. And Dr. J, what about the daily Intel short? You know, I haven't thought that about Intel since Micron earnings. Quite frankly, I think I did say this, and again, my daily charts are confounding me. So here's what I'm going to do. And anytime it doesn't load up, I'm just going to not waste time. I'm going to go over to Intel on my trade ideas chart, just pop it in over here, and then I'm just going to do this. This is Intel on the daily, and I'm not trading off of Intel's earnings so much as what happened with Micron earnings. And when Micron went up on a horrible quarter, Intel broke out. And once it broke out through 30 on the daily, you can see that level here. I have not been looking for the short on Intel. As a matter of fact, I'm looking for a chance to go next long trade, which would be back into that 30, maybe 31 level for a dip buy. 32 was pretty good. I think we have a shot at that today. But I'm not really chasing the shorts on Intel. That setup hasn't really been there for me the last couple of sessions. It's really been kind of long off support. I know it's rejected a couple of top wicks, but it's had relative strength. So I want to go with that. I want to go with that until it stops working. And that 32 was the last level I liked here. We did have the long back on this day. So if it gets down into 32, I'm probably looking longs on Intel. It's not to say that the stock is recovered. It's just on the daily, I see the trend reversing to the upside. So I'd rather be looking for longs as opposed to forcing shorts. On this name anyways.
All right. Futures market, good strength. Looks like we're getting above these 10s in a meaningful way. You know what that means. Out of the short, into a long. That's what we've done here. We've gone into a long here. We've flipped directions, and we're starting to work the longs here on this pullback. On the futures against the 95s, like I mentioned earlier, that was kind of the plan in place here. Tight short. If it goes strong, then we flip directions, go for the long. That's what we've done. That also means AMD and all these chip names that have broken strength, bids got to go in, and that's what we're trying to do. AMD still running strong here. It could catch an offer closer to 94.50. So what I'm thinking here is bid maybe 93s, somewhere close to 93, and the previous resistance level here, somewhere through there. See if we can't work that long there. So I'm going to start sending some orders on AMD. HD as well remember we were talking with Wallace sent the super chat in about
Marcellus Wallace?
HD. At HD, I didn't even hear that.
I said you said Wallace, right?
Yeah.
I said Marcellus Wallace.
I still don't know what that is.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sean would get
Sean would definitely, but
Marcellus Wallace, nothing really?
No.
Okay.
Chat, am I missing something? I'm sure they know. Of course they know.
Does Marcellus Wallace look like a Mitch? Nothing?
Nothing.
No, okay.
No.
No, I tried. I tried.
Yeah, sorry. 291 on HD is the next one up here to the upside, if we can get that going as well. So HD, and then Apple north of 262, Apple north of 62. NVIDIA if it came down as well. I mean, that's all I can do at this point.
Pulp Fiction, man. Pulp Fiction.
From
One
the
of
90s?
It doesn't matter when it was. Like, okay, so I have no issue. If I drop a movie reference and you guys don't get it and I'm talking about something really old, I don't have a problem with it. But when it's literally one of the best films of our generation, I expect that maybe Arun might want to get that one.
Nope.
It is what it is. So two things. I just took my first out on the reload on Micron. I have fun with this all the time with Arun. Because there's some things references like Sean gets in 2 seconds and Arun we'll battle back and forth. It's all in good fun. So first out there on Micron, still looking for that to roll through VWAP here as we go to Brendan. Money talks, baby.
Hey guys, dollar strength continuing here as we make our way through Monday, halfway through the morning anyways. Back to the upside we go for the DXY, about 0.7%. Coming off that Friday jobs number, first chance for the market really to react. You can see on the daily chart, DXY holding that support level from the end of January, as we were saying in the pre-market, very, very nicely. 102.78 currently, basically at session highs right now. So the entire group here to the downside, outside of Russia, up about 0.5%. 0.6 for the euro, the Canadian dollar, 0.25%, 0.45. For the pound, Japanese yen, Swiss franc, Australia, even all, and New Zealand. They're downside as well. BTC and Ethereum holding on to gains, but coming off that, I guess, stronger than expected jobs number again on Friday. We're seeing DXY on a bounce today, guys.
Yes, sir. And not on a bounce is Tupperware. So I've been trying to think all morning of a pun for Tupperware being down 43% and absolutely flushing, but I just can't come up with anything. So, I mean, call it what it is. And a lot of times you will see like dead cat bounces. What I would look for here, because this is kind of an obvious breakdown and going concern, delisting, all that kind of nonsense coming through for them. Great products, we got a bunch of them, but everyone I know kind of reuses them a little bit more aggressively, and that's not good for them. But I would look day 2, day 3 maybe. Like this afternoon, maybe, tomorrow possibly, in 2 days, yeah, for sure, look for kind of like a bottom to get made on the stock. Right now, I'm just got some more bids out into the quarters. If it gets to a quarter, $1.25 that is, I will take a couple of more outs and essentially short the pop into 155. That's what we got. Micron, like I said, took the first fill there. I think I might not wait around too much longer for this AMD. I mean, give me a break. Like, how many times, it hasn't gone to 95, but how many times is it going to kind of dip in here, That's a bad wick, by the way. See, that's the thing. You see a wick like that on my chart, it's like, no, it didn't dip and then run through me. It's a dark pool wick. I'm still waiting to get filled down around that 93 on a dip buy, but no fills on the pullback. Still trending to the upside. It's the long that I want, but it's a long that I haven't been able to add to. So I think now we're going to be working these ones. Tupperware melting to the downside, maybe. But the whole point is they're pretty durable. Like, they don't really, you're not supposed to microwave that stuff, but if you throw it in the microwave, you got to put it in there a while for it melts. Not that I would know that for any particular reason, but I don't know if I like melting to the downside. I'll try to come up with something better for this one if it continues flushing. AMC, by the way, is still grinding higher. Maybe I do want a long here. It's, the $5 area gives you some support, up that 6%, is always good for a decent squeeze. Resistance isn't really till 550. Here's what my issue would be. No, I'm not really, you're not chasing this move if you're long with a tight stop, 15s to 5. I don't think that's necessarily chasing. I think you're just kind of going long at the last consolidation level and you're giving it a relatively tight stop. What's 15 to 20 cents on AMC to try to get 2 to 1 up to 550? It's probably pretty reasonable. So I might go for it. I just feel like the better long would be at $5. I'm going to wet the beak here at like 15 to 20, get a bid down there, just knowing that the better long might be off that $5 level. I want to acknowledge that.
All right, market coming back in. This is our chance. If we really believe in those longs, it's our chance to kind of send some bids here. And we talked about AMD already. Okay, so we'll leave that one closer to 93. NVIDIA is refusing to back down here, so we can't get into those. HD hasn't taken out that 291 yet, so we can't get into that one. What else do I have here? Tesla, where's Tesla at? Has Tesla bounced back above 181? It has not. So 181 still intact for Tesla, so can't work with that. What else were we talking about earlier? Oh, I'm just going to go through all the index names, see what's ready to potentially catch on a drop here. Don't like that one. Microsoft, that one was an early candidate for trades. No go there. Apple still working probably the 60s. Yep, 160 and roughly a half or so. That hasn't gone anywhere. I can't work with that until we cross north of 162. NVIDIA, we talked about Google, Amazon. I'm just quickly going over index names to see what we can put. Oh, there we go. I like this one on Amazon. Nice little bounce here. Oh, yeah. Failed break of 100, 99.5 potentially on the table, and good strength here with a failed break of 100 and the futures sitting kind of now with some strength here north of 41.10. It did come back down, but this is what I want to use to potentially catch some bids here. Near 101, I don't know how. Here's the problem with Amazon. At 101, it splits the difference between 103. Like if you're going to go right here as the top end of the range, 102.5, I guess. 101 puts you right in the middle. I'd rather not. So if I'm going to catch a bid on Amazon, I want it closer to maybe 100.5 or even just a little bit underneath that, just so I'm sitting on the bottom end of the range and I'm not fighting in the middle. I'm trying to avoid the middle as much as I can. Sometimes you're going to have the situation where there's a read you want, but you're not going to get the price you want. So you're going to have to send the price in or wait for the bid. If you don't get the fill, you don't get the fill, but you need the better prices to control the risk on the trades. And I think 100.5 here has to be the trade that I want to work with. 101 is just a little too pricey. So I'll send a bid on Amazon here and work a bid on a little dip here if we can get another 30 cents or so to the downside.
Yes, sir. Let that be. And maybe I should have just chased AMC because the second I started talking about it, it looks pretty darn good. But it's too far away now. A couple of things here. One, C3AI making a move. It's not green on the day yet, but it's getting pretty darn close. In 10, 15 pennies it will be. Just to refresh everybody's memory. Short seller report, accounting, blah, 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 blah. Got its butt crushed. 24 is resistance. If it gets to 24, that's the only price I would look for a fade. Micron, again, like everything I was in except for GM is kind of working. The reload on Micron just came in for the third time. Now breaking back to that 63 even level. So again, a little more aggressive out in front of VWAP. And then we'll hold for 62.5. And then we'll hold a piece for the low of the day. But it's inside the pocket that the short has worked. So I want to make sure we're getting something out inside of the range. I just got filled again as Tupperware has lost its seal. It's broken this. See now, the lost its seal is good. But then the second I said it, it's like broken its seal might be a little bit better. So Tupperware has broken its seal and is now at the low of the day here, so it's flushing down the toilet. Do not flush that stuff down the toilet. Obviously, you can't do it. But now 135, I'm going to have bids in front of 130. It's absolutely flushing. Not a terribly difficult trade. Quite frankly, it stock's eating its butt kicked. Joining the short is kind of low-hanging fruit there. But we're still getting a strong move up on like AMD. NVIDIA looks pretty strong. And as I mentioned, probably missed my chance at AMC there as it took the high of the day. If I get into it now, I'm acknowledging that the entry was back here. You know, that was your better long. I was looking elsewhere at the time, but I will wet the beak in front of 515 and just take a shot there on AMC for the first time, potentially. Neil looks like Seal. You know, I've never gotten that one before. I always get Don Cheadle, but I've never heard Seal before. Wish I could sing like that, dude.
I don't see it. John Cheadle, I definitely see. War Machine over here. I definitely see.
Everyone calls him War Machine, but like to me, you know, like
He's obviously got a lot more. I mean, War Machine.
Traffic's the one for you.
Traffic.
Hotel Rwanda is the one. That's, to me, like, that's the Don Cheadle film that I'm always thinking about. 1 minute to go till we send you guys to the midday. It's been a fun one. Take a quick second before we get out of here to
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Yeah, and that one gets so much play.
because it's the best. That's why it gets so much play.
That gets so much play.
I love
That's
it.
hilarious. When am I gonna do one? No, it's not happening. Why do you think it's happening? First off, you need to work on Brendan to do one, and then
I thought Brendan did one.
I don't think.
Didn't you do one, Brendan? Like and subscribe one?
No, he
Oh,
has
didn't?
not. So let's get him to do one before you guys start jumping on me, and that's not happening anyways. But at least just bug him first. I got one for you, Neil. Tupperware can't handle the heat, so it needs to get out of the kitchen.
That's not bad. You know what, I like that one
Because
too.
it is falling apart right now. Well,
that
it's not
one
really
too.
falling apart. $1.33, but I mean, I guess for a $1.33 stock, I guess that is a falling apart.
Wait till it gets to $1.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
I'll promise you this much. If it gets to $1, I'm trading it. I don't know which way I'm going to like when it gets there, but 100%, I mean, whether it's like a clean breakdown trade or it's a 0102 long with a 99 stop, when Tupperware gets to $1, you put something on there, risk to reward. Sorry, I'm just on AMC right now because I was looking for that dip buy. But it's already 11 o'clock, my goodness, already. So past 11 o'clock, we'll be back at 2. Thank you for filling in for Sean. We're back at 2, Aruna and I, as we head to the midday with the professor and Obi-Wan Kenobi.
What's up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. That's Obi. I'm Sharif. Yeah, I know you have a plethora of names on the floor. Yeah,
it can be
Obi,
used
you set yourself up with a name like Obi. You set yourself up pretty good,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
What is up, guys? I hope you guys had an awesome long weekend. If you didn't have a long weekend, because that's not a thing where you live, I hope you had an awesome weekend anywhere in the world in any way. Obi, you know you're known as another one of your nicknames is Tarzan, the Amazon man, because you trade a lot of Amazon, specialty in Amazon.
Yeah, so
It's
I've
been
been
moving
told.
today. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Sure, yeah, we can talk about like what I've done with Amazon today. All right, so coming in this morning, we've had a long weekend in the States. So when we open up, I'm being a little reserved for my levels to really come in. I had 100 marked here. If we can go to my chart, yeah. So at 100 level marked here, and I kind of started taking longs off of that because like I wasn't there for the dump. Kind of missing out on the retest of this pre-market low here, which was the idea of the long accumulation here. But yeah, I mean, can't catch everything, right? Literally in the time that it took me to get up from my desk and come sit here.
That's so frustrating, right?
This happens, but like, you know what? The next trade, right? On to the next trade. Yep. I'm gonna reassess like over here. We know the markets are kind of blasting too. At the same time, ES and NQ, we know that 4,100 and like 13K has been a key area. So again, I'll be watching those levels today on Amazon. And I'm also watching Micron to really come down and give us a trade off of these lows that it's made here. Let me pull that up. On the 15, let's look at the 3-minute here. Yeah, so like 62.50 here. I want to see if we can come back into this area and see what we do there. But other than that, I'm not really watching too much right now. Taking it slow, easing into the week. How about you, Sharif?
Like that.
What are the trades you've had?
You see what I've been doing all morning. I'm into this dance with NVIDIA at the moment. Here, let's go to the trade, guys. The trade is ongoing, but let's get to it. The breakout here, this is confirmation high at daybreak. This is the first retracement. We retrace up back to previous high of day. I get in. Scalp, 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 add. Scalp, 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 add. And now we're in the scalp up to mode. So let's see what we do here. We're really positive on it. I'm looking for continuations through the $0.50. Here we go, knocking on the door. We've been flirting with that like 30s, 40s level for a while. We're back up near high of day. Technically, high of day is 55s. Here we go, back up into the 50s. Let's go and take some more sharage out here. Our old man slow hands are too slow, but we get a second shot. We'll take out some more. Let this one pump. We're up big boy on it, but I want continuation. I mean, it had a really big move through the morning. I got into it late because, you know, I was a little hesitant with these longs, not going to lie. It was the outlier, obviously, relatively strong like Amazon. So it took me a little bit of time to really commit to this long, but I'm into it now. And we're scalping. It's not the kind of day where like Arun was, he was sitting next to me and I wasn't taking out at too many levels. We're going to be taking out more here. There's more sharage on the line. So here we go. We get the continuation, a new high of day into 74s. That's big boy. So happy about that. But we're going to have to stay above that $0.50. We don't stay there for too long. I'm getting some. Super chats here. We'll get to those in a second, but it's Scalp City on the way up on NVIDIA. Let's get continuation. We're almost $1 in the money. And only reason $1 in the money is because of these adages. Originally, I got in at 40s right now. So originally from my entry, we're over $1 in the money, but we're waiting. There we go, back into the 70s. Let's take out more there. We're always met with selling. Right, as soon as we move up, we're met with some selling, which is good because, it gives us an opportunity to get back in. But good trade so far. Lemming asking some kind of news. Not really. I mean, a little bit. There we go. We get some more out. We have some microchip news coming from Samsung as well as Micron. I didn't see any specific NVIDIA news, but here we go. Now we're $1 in the money. We're testing that 273 level. Here we go. 90's coming in, baby. We're going to spin that. There we go. So this is a good trade. Let's go again with this one. 273 on the line, and we're looking for, look, I looked at my chart here, and I looked at Obi. I said, look, dude, on my 15, I see the first level of resistance coming in at that 273.50, 274 area. That's the bottom of a key area from earlier. So let's see what we get where we're printing. Oh, geez, what am I doing here? We're printing through 273, but obviously looking for the bigger move to the high side. So pumped about this one. I'm going to send it back to you, Obi. Actually,
right,
before,
yeah,
sorry, I send it back
chats.
to you.
Yeah,
we'll
we
get
got
to
some
the
super chats we need to deal with.
Maximilian D, €5. What's up, man? Sharif, I assume you'll watch Bayern City game tomorrow. Give me a prediction for the score. That's going to be a hell of a game, man. Look, I haven't watched the Bundesliga as much as I typically do because, with time constraints in the show, I've had less disposable time, but my eye's been on the Prem. I see how much of a complete team City is, and I know how much of a tough burden that's putting on Arsenal at the moment, having to compete with them. But I got to interrupt because we are printing to the high side. Jeez Louise, are we printing? NVIDIA is just one big print factory. So this has been really good. Let's just go here. For sure, I'm going to be watching that. Probably not be able to watch it as thoroughly as I'd like to watch it, but because I'll be here and it'll be on, I'm assuming, probably 3. Hold on, 3. It used to be 4 when they hadn't changed time. Chris McGinnis, Mark, AI News. Might be the next thing to run up. MARK, you want to have a look at that?
Yeah, sure. I think AI News on MARK. Okay, sure. Yeah, let's pull that up.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this market strength is pretty crazy here.
Pump it.
MARK. Is this an AI stock? Seems a little liquid.
Yeah. Well, have a look. Do you want me to look at the deets?
Yeah,
MARK?
sure. I'll pull up some higher time frames here, and you can check out the deets like maybe
so
the float,
deets are
market
Remark
cap, things like that.
Holdings is a holding company. The company is engaged in a diversified global technology business with AI and data analytics, as well as a portfolio of digital media properties. The company, through the data AI software platform and along its variable interest entities, co-developed its Remark AI business in the US and Can AI biz in Asia Pacific region. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, look, this thing is doing absolutely no volume right now. Like I have here about 29, 30K volume. So I don't know too much about it. It's not very liquid. So even if volume comes into here, like it's not going to be, I don't think I can really structure a trade properly around this because of that factor. But yeah, it could be something. It could definitely be something with AI news. But again, I like to wait for the confirmation on these stocks. Like volume is a huge factor, and like right away, the lack of volume is not there. So I don't know about that. Just manage the risk around that, I guess, if you can structure a trade. But I don't know. I don't know too much about taking trade on something that's illiquid like that. Now this market is really bouncing, right?
It's a big pump factory, bro.
What I was looking for kind of played out on Amazon. I was looking for a retest of these pre-market lows, and look, now we were back into this pre-market range, and we're starting to test. So like, I want to structure a trade, see if we can either hold. And again, I want to be unbiased. If we can hold these levels, maybe take the long, and if we start to fail off of these levels, maybe initiate the short, because we have come up from all the way from 99.50 to 101. Now, I think the ATR on Amazon is about is like 2 point something. It's around $3. So we have kind of pushed around within that range so far. And I do like that the morning range has kind of broken. We went red to green on Amazon, and some of the other names too, right? Like Sharif's been trading NVIDIA. NVIDIA definitely went red to green off of that 266 level, and it's still flying. 275 test, right? So pretty crazy morning. Pretty crazy morning here. What are these guys looking at?
It's happy pump day.
Yeah, happy pump day.
Happy pump day, baby.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a problem with the position board, guys. We're going to get that taken care of. Farhad's on it. We know. People asking in the chat, I'm long 271.85. That's my cost basis. Initial in though at 271.44. Added on the way up, and then waited for that eventual top break. We got it. Now we're holding. I'm still holding over a full position. So I'm going to let this one run. Let's see what it does. Pump it, pump it. Gold to 3K, says Anonymous. Anonymous coming in with that hot take. Okay, we'll see what gold does. I know we've been having some interesting movement in the yields, golds, the dollar all over the weekend as a result of the futures. I'm sorry, the jobs report on Friday. A bit of a muted response, though. Were you watching?
Yeah, I
at
think
8:30. Were you on your computer?
Yeah, I pulled it up. I pulled it up around like was it 8:30 futures time, 9:30 our time?
Yeah.
Was that? Yeah. So around 9:30, 10 o'clock, I did pull it up, and I saw that like we rocketed off the number. And now I know like the rest of the markets aren't really open, but yeah, I was I think. I was talking to Arun about this last week, where it's like, okay, yeah, we can expect like a move off of the number, and coming in Monday, we might get either like a gap up or a gap down, depending on how we react.
The real reaction.
Yeah,
comes
the
in
real
Monday,
reaction. Yeah, so like
I just figured everything's so algo driven that you would end up having liquidity on Friday. Because, you know, the human aspect for a lot of these moves is so, like, you know, it's been removed, but I guess not. Yeah. I mean, probably the big decision-making came.
What about coming in on Monday, where, like, we've had a long weekend, everyone's like, everyone wants to trade, everyone wants a piece of the market, and we come in, and we could expect volatility. We don't know if we're going to get it, but, like, I think that's definitely a good look to be like, people are definitely itching for a trade to either get in and out of positions or whatever it is, right? And we're seeing some of that with this unusual, not really unusual, but this like, what would you call it? Like this strength, this like rigorous strength that we're kind of getting off of these.
You want rigorous strength? Have a look at the chart on NVIDIA. That's rigorous strength, bro.
Oh yeah,
and printing now, we're over $1 to the high side. Sorry for position board, but we're still moving up here on NVIDIA. What a move, baby. Here comes 274. We're at 80s. We take out another piece at 80s. Let this one run into 74, and we're knocking on the door to 74. This is a good move. Someone was asking why we hadn't looked at Bud Anheuser-Busch. I mean, it's down 2.62% on the day. I mean, I don't know. I don't see too much intraday movement here. It's really not an intraday day trading type stock, if I'm being honest. But NVIDIA does present us with more opportunities, and so we shall trade it as we are. So let's continue to see if we can knock on the door of 274 here. But we've scalped enough. I'd like to hold the remaining shareage through the move. I would say, okay, here we go. We're going to look at this together because I'm having a look. I had a look at this earlier with OB, and I want to look at it again. Half an hour chart. Let's go. So we're at that interesting resistance area. We're talking about that 274, 273.50 area. That's where a lot of these bottoms are. At least that's how I'm seeing it here on the half an hour. And then obviously the next level of resistance after that has to be, you know, recent highs here at 281. You're not maybe find something. I wouldn't even give this much weight. 277.50. It looks like 278 possibly, but the better level, obviously, that 281 that we have up here, technically up to almost 281 and a quarter. But anyway, so if I'm holding through here, I'm risking meeting resistance because on my chart, this is where I see resistance, the area we're at currently. But, you know, because I've held so much shareage initially, I'm able to hold this position here, and I will give it literally to my entry because I do want to continue and possibly reap the benefits that this trade has to offer. And that is, like we just talked about, at least 277, 277.50 area. And then above that, it's at 281. I'm not saying we're going to see that kind of move today, guys. I mean, the futures, yeah, sure, they're off bottoms, but it's not exactly the biggest green day. So let's see what we get. Those are the levels that I see, and I'm going to hold for that continuation. Someone, the chat is yelling AMC, so we're going to have to look at that because you yell AMC, it's like crying wolf. 8.88% now, OB. It's moving up and to the right, baby.
It's been on a run. It's
Okay.
been on a run. They had some news,
They
something
did.
about
Well, it was like,
one of the largest
Super Mario's was pretty big.
Yeah,
on the weekend.
the opening.
They called it a super Easter weekend.
Oh wow!
No pun intended.
Do you have any intentions on going and watching Super Mario?
I'm not really a movie guy. I haven't been for since COVID, essentially.
True.
Have you been?
Not really. I think there were a couple movies that that I went to, but I'm not really too sure. I think.
You're not too sure?
Yeah, no, I don't really remember. But a lot of the movies these days that I've just been watching at home. And a lot of them, they've been premiering on streaming services, right?
Yeah,
Streaming services were, it's like some of the best business for COVID because you have the whole crowd of people just like sitting at home, and now you're bringing that entertainment from the theaters to their couch, and definitely you can see that they really developed their streaming services in the past couple of years. Now, I was reading this article in the morning where I think it was Netflix. Last year, they had like over 30 original releases, movies that like they put only out on the streaming service, right? Not in theaters.
Yeah.
Now this year, they've only had about half.
Huh.
So I think what they might be going for is like they're seeing that maybe it's not worth spending so much money on production
cuts.
Where that of course
a lot of them have had cuts.
Yeah.
In terms of their creative, they've had cuts because it's what we're in. Everybody's cutting.
Yeah.
So you had that too. You probably have a bit of both that were de-COVIDing. De-COVIDization, you know what I mean? Kind of getting back,
coming off that.
So
that
is
hump,
that the move here? Like, are we looking to look back? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, because like I think is it sustainable? Can you sustainably make enough margin on these movies where you're spending tens of millions of dollars for production, and then all you're doing is you're putting it on your streaming service where you're already getting $15 a month from your subscribers.
You have to assume though there'll be new user acquisitions as a result
with
of
every
the movie,
right?
Exactly.
Like how sustainable is that really?
Yeah.
Eventually you're going to reach like a plateau of some sort of
where people have the subscription and you're absolutely. No, you're absolutely right, man. That's a very good point.
I think Netflix and Amazon and
bang for that
those things are definitely ones to watch out for. Like, sure, these are not Amazon's primary source of revenue, but Netflix, yeah, for sure, right?
Yeah.
So the relative difference between those two might become more stark going into the end of the year.
I agree with that, man.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at some other names. People saying BNRG, we'll have a look at BNRG. That one I was looking at earlier. It kind of did nothing for the period that I was looking at it, so I got rid of it. Let's pull it up again. Yeah, so now that aggressive retracement south of VWAP held out at about $1.70. To me, $1.70 really doesn't stand out. It's now done a VWAP retracement at an inflection point. Can it reclaim VWAP here and kind of push towards high of day at 2 3/4? Let's go to the daily because I know this one. Okay, so today is the first move. All right. So this one, what did it do? Oh, wow. Okay, interesting day there. Anyway, 1750 high back last May 25th. So it hasn't been a mover since that time. Obviously coming in on a catalyst today, I believe, BNRG. Let me check real quick here, BNRG. Check my news blotter. Trade following circuit breaker, no. So I'm not seeing any continuation here. Approved. Oh, this is on the 5th. Approved $610,000 grant from Israeli Ministry of Environment. Okay, so government contract out of Israel. That comes back to, I believe, the 9th. The 9th or the 5th? The 5th, I believe. Okay, so that goes back to the 5th. So this is a continuation. All right, nice. So I'm looking at that. It's okay. It's not one that I trade. It's light on volume at the moment. It's curling. Let's see if it can stay above VWAP. I'm talking about BNRG. Small capper. The float on this one, by the way, is 3.7 million shares. So micro float, be careful. Right now I'm seeing a spread of, 2 pennies. That's a lot for a $2 stock. So careful with this one, but presents possible good upside here. 275 high. Let's see what else is going here. GCTK, this was another small cap crapper. Here we go, up 191% on the day, 375 the high. This is the 5-minute chart. Let's go to the 1. It's been up and to the right, not really respecting any levels that I can clearly see or any of my indicators. On the 1, let's go to the 3. What do we see on the 3? Nothing really here. This is missing the 7 period and the 20 period. So, it's probably a...
Seems like it's holding up pretty well off of last week's highs. Now,
risky though, man.
I remember watching a couple of YouTubers over the weekend saying that, they were trading.
What last week's high are you talking about? We way
was it last week's high?
Look at this, dude.
GFAI,
come to my
right?
chart. Look at this break here at 2. Guys,
is that all
come
today?
to my chart, please.
Oh no, it's GCTK. Sorry, I thought you were trading GFAI for a second.
Yeah, no, GFAI,
no,
that's a continuation from last week.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, GCTK is broken.
Okay.
You're right. This is an April 6th mover, but we broke the highs. The highs there, 267. The close was around 270.
Yeah, we're getting some continuation off of that name now. Super low float, right? And that float's definitely been churned a few times. So.
Yep.
Let's see what these guys are saying. AMC again. We looked at AMC. What about AVG on Coin? Coin is a ticker that I haven't looked at in a while. Let me pull that up. What is Bitcoin been doing recently? I know that we had a couple pops. Here, let's see. Let's check this out. Pull this up. Okay. Yeah. No. Some strength on Coin. Look, a Coin again on going red to green on the day. Breaking past last week's highs. Wow, look at this.
That's not my price though, Fahad.
Have you looked at Coin today? Like, look at this price action. Like we hold the 60 area and now we're pushing towards 64, breaking on top of last week's levels. That's some strength, definitely. Let's see if Bitcoin is really causing some of this move here. Yeah, definitely. Look at this. This is a 3-minute on BTC.
Bitcoin just hit 28.5.
Yeah, so BTC is going. I guess that'll add a bit of a catalyst, right? But yeah, no, BTC is testing this high of its range here, and we know that it has been trending up for the past couple of weeks, like this stair step.
Yeah.
So that'll definitely add some fuel to the fire on some of these crypto tickers, right?
Don't you just love that crypto back in play, man? Okay, I was going to ask Brendo this in the morning show, but we didn't get to talk about crypto that much. How long do we stay below 30, Obi? When? I'm kind of being already biased by phrasing the question in this way, but when do we break 30?
I don't know, man. Like that's not something I can really say. But like,
Yeah, I know,
if and when it comes, it could come pretty rapidly, right? Like, again, I have no idea what crypto is gonna move. I don't have like a magic 8 ball like these guys do. But we can look at levels, right? We can look left. We can look at levels, and we can see that where we can potentially find areas of interest, right? Like 35, definitely, 30 for sure. Coming up into like 40s, yeah. So like it seems like there's significance every about 5,000
Everywhere,
right now.
bro. Everywhere you find a key resistance
Yeah.
level, because look where we're coming from.
Yeah, we are coming. This is the thing.
It didn't
so
happen overnight
I was
either,
looking
so.
to scoop some BTC above, like if it could get back down below like 10K, like around like
You were
between
ambitious,
to 5 to 10, and it never broke this 15, and I thought that was pretty interesting. Like it looked like it was going to be pretty convincing because of this trend, and it never broke this 15. We hold, and we're kind of making some what do you call lower highs.
Yeah.
So definitely interesting stuff to look at. Also, I think I was talking with one of my buddies. Check this out. Like the average volume has been
Dropping on Bitcoin, right?
Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Increasing or dropping?
Well, like over the, okay, bring up your chart, because look how the positions board, no, you're going to have to unmaximize it and pull it up.
Yeah,
there
let
you
me
go.
pull it up here.
Yeah, and then zoom in so we can see the, yeah, I mean, it's still lower from last year, obviously.
Yeah, true. Which I don't know, I think it might have been Ethereum then. But yeah, no, we were just talking about how like, yeah, in the past couple of years, the dollar volume that's been going through Bitcoin has been increasing, right?
Okay.
So because like even though the price is, the price is increasing, but some of the higher volume candles are about the same. So like dollar volume running through this has definitely been a bit higher. But yeah, no, coin is moving off of the Bitcoin move for sure right now.
I want to mention NVIDIA real quick. We're still working with the position board, guys. I'm long 271.85. I was able to take out some into 274. We're now pulling back on NVIDIA below 273. I'm also looking at the futures. I'm keeping my eye more on the NQ than I am on the ES. Seeing if we can get continuation here on the NQ. We're above VWAP on my NQ chart. We're above the 50 period on the 5 minute. We're actually consolidating at it right now. Let me bring in my NQ chart. This is what I'm looking at here. Nice V-shaped recovery. We're kind of at this area where we consolidated earlier in the morning. This is around 8:30. That consolidation range, we're right back at that. Let's see if we can get continuation. Obviously, to get green on the NQ, we got to make it back up to 13,170. That's my level for Thursday's close. You know, whether we make it up there or not, that's a whole different game, but that's the level. Keeping my eye on NVIDIA. I'm gonna allow this literally to come back into my entry because I do wanna see if this has more legs left in it. Now, we just did about a 2 candle retracement on the 5 minute chart, so that's 10 minutes of retracement. I'm looking for the first 5 minute candle to make a new high as confirmation of a continued trend, but we shall see. We don't keep seeing lower lows. Keeping my eye on the futures as well. Not much left in this trade. 90% of a full position, but I took much bigger position than a full position on this entry. So holding 90% of a full position, but as you can see here, a lot of scalps on the way out. And we shall see what else is going on. All right, let's see.
Yeah.
GM, Sharif. All right, let's have a look at GM. We got a catalyst from GM earlier today.
Oh yeah, what was the news?
Yeah, I forget. It's on the watch list here. I'll look at it in a second. But here we go. There was some recall. Yeah, it was recall with respect to their self-driving thing. They have something in San Francisco. It crashed. You know, that's normal growing pains for
for sure.
self-driving technology. Right, so that's fine. Let's have a look at the hourly on GM because we want to see the bigger picture. All right, so, okay, let's go with the daily. Yeah, it's just, these stocks, man. All right, anyway, daily, we're below the 200 and the 50, but it's been obviously a range-bound trade, you know, with mixed higher highs or higher lows. To be fair, we did have several higher lows there until this little
retracement that we're at. Let's see if we hold this trend line here. This is an interesting trend line here on GM to the downside. But yeah, this is not for me. I don't like these legacy automakers. I'll just tell you the truth. I think they have way too many legacy costs. Let's call them that. I'm talking about unions. I'm talking about other things. You see them making good moves. You see them obviously investing in battery production plants. We heard the EPA over the weekend may come out with some more stringent regulations forcing the hand of some of these automakers to go EV, almost fully EV before their their scheduled dates that they had been looking at prior. So that may accelerate things. I don't know if that's going to be a good headwind or a good tailwind or a bad headwind for these legacy automakers. I got to tell you the truth. GM's chart doesn't scream at me anything good. The macro picture as well, for me, I'm just not into these legacy automakers, Ford included and the like. So to me, I'm just going to stay clear of those. The chart to me, though, doesn't look very good. I got to tell you the truth. So
what's your opinion on some of these legacy car makers getting into like EV? Like, cause
they don't have a choice.
They don't do or die, right? But at the same time, they have like an established, I guess, customer base and connections in the auto industry, right? Do you feel like they would be better set up for like taking over like the EVs?
Suppliers?
Yeah, as like an EV supplier.
Well,
overall,
it's a whole different
right?
game of suppliers. Look at the component parts of an ICE engine, internal combustion engine, and the electric.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's just so many non-related parts, non-correlated parts. I get some of the air conditioning systems and stuff like that. These are going to be, but the drivetrain is different completely, right?
But what about the infrastructure that they already hold,
The
right?
infrastructure,
How easy is it
for EVs? They're looking for minerals. That's what they want now. They want battery production plants. They want access to minerals. That's a contentious issue. You've seen, I'm sure you heard about the documentary about, the mining, the people go and they mine this stuff by hand, and it's
lithium
just
mining. Okay.
It's,
no, I don't think I've
it's
seen
very
that documentary, but like it's.
There's nothing wrong with ICE for that. We're just talking about the forced migration. I love ICE engines. Don't get me wrong. I'm not disrespecting them, but
definitely. So some of the best vehicles so far are ICE engines, right? So.
I mean, the fact of the matter is they're going to have to change. Now, are they going to be the winners from this change? They're set up. They have a goodwill.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Right, but they have a lot of things pulling them down. I got to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's just the way I see things. But again, I'm not a financial advisor. That's just my opinion.
So Tesla to the moon.
I'm not saying just Tesla. Like, I don't know who the next winner is going to be. That's the toughest call.
True.
Who is going to be like? Is it going? Nobody. It's not going to be a distant number 2 forever. That's just not going to be the case.
There's a lot of competitors, right? There's a lot of competitors. I think GM and Ford are definitely one of the bigger ones in terms of like potential players that could start dominating the market. But like, there's a lot of names. There's a lot of names, and like I think people forget that like Rivian, Tesla, these guys are not the only EV makers. Like you have Ford making EVs, you have GM making EVs, you have Benz making EVs, you have BMW making EVs.
It's made in a whole lot of countries.
It's like will some of these new companies have what it takes to come out on top and really compete with some of these other companies that are already in the field and already have an established base, and all they need to do is kind of switch. Sure, I'm saying all they need to do is much harder much harder done than said, but like
I got you.
But yeah, no, it's definitely there.
All right, we're going to take a note here because the big boss in the ear told me to take a note. There we go. We take another little out, and there we go.
Okay,
it is now functioning. We're going to hit a bang. Thank you, Fahad. I appreciate your help on that, brother. Fahad on the 1s and 2s, killing it as always. All right, so we're still holding 80% of an original position on our friend NVIDIA. We're long 271.85. We're now back knocking on the door of 273.5. Our best out was 273.80s. I don't want to take any more. I keep saying I'm not going to take any more out, then I'm forced to take more out to kind of see if the board's working. But 274 is where I'd like to wait and take out some above there. The futures kind of consolidating sideways. We're consolidating at 13,060, 13,060-ish area on the NQ, and that 41 low teens on the ES. We just huadoomed a little bit here on NVIDIA, rejecting off that $0.50, now back down to that 273. So it's just a matter of exercising patience and not trying to be the weekend here while you know, we go through a less liquid time of the market. We'll see if we get continuation. Something tells me we may get continuation through the late morning, early afternoon today. Rock and Roll USA, Giga Presses for everyone. Okay, Mr. Pringle, Google has Google base level reestablished. Why can I not read this? Let's have a look at this.
What's happening?
Google. Let's bring it in real quick. Here is our friend Google. You know, we're not seeing much of a response from Google to the market, kind of bouncing off lows. Google's low is 105.57. We're at 106.10, so not much of a bounce for Google, down 2.14% on the day. It's not Google's day, you know, and the volume is declining. This is just not, I'm not in Google until it shows me more. To be honest with you, I'm looking at Tesla right now, much stronger kind of retracement, a V-shaped recovery, a bit off 176.11, now 181.39. I'm also looking at Meta, top left over here. You had a bit of a move up, now a consolidation sideways above VWAP, most notably. So if we get going here on the futures, I'm looking for a nice possible pop-up by Meta. Look for resistance at 215, no question about that. Yes, I was about to say yesterday. Thursday's close was 216.08. So we've got about less than $3.50 to make it to the close to go green on the day. And then obviously, without question, Amazon, a nice retracement. You saw Obi trade that, and you know, obviously the bounce off VWAP below the 200 now on the 5-minute chart. Bottom left is what I'm talking about over here. So we'll see if we get continuation on these names. I'm in NVIDIA, so we'll continue to watch that one. And
yeah, things are starting to look like they're slowing down a bit. I don't know if I want to say toppy, but definitely a bit of a slowdown. Now here I've started a bit of a short into Amazon off of this 101.30 area, and I want to see if there's any continuation really to bring this move in. Now ES and NQ, they don't really look as toppy, so I'm waiting for that kind of confirmation to come in. But yeah, no, Microsoft, NVIDIA started to pull back also, Microsoft as well. Apple, I mean, where's Apple? Apple is, oh, I kind of took that off. What is Apple doing? Pull up the 3-minute. Okay, yeah, no, Apple is starting to slow down as well, but it's starting to make somewhat of a base here. So I'm not too sure as per to market direction, but yeah, no, we're definitely at an area where on Amazon, I'm like, these are pre-market areas. So I'll be looking for opportunities here. All right, we're going to be going to volume leaders.
Hey guys, yeah, 11:30. European markets closed today, obviously for the holiday, so we'll bypass the European close here and talk a little bit about what is doing the most volume so far as North America is concerned. Busy day, tons to talk about as far as what is moving around. However, as you can see on this board, we're fairly evenly split, 50-50 basically, as far as advancers versus decliners, 10,393 listings on this board, 4,500 versus 4,700, upside versus downside. There's 1,000 in the middle, sitting basically flat on the day. Currently 150 new lows versus I should say, just 57 new highs on the day already. 2 on the board in the 100 million club so far this arrival, with positive news today. Mullen, as well as we saw all week last week, doing tons and tons of volume, up about 5% today versus 28 on that arrival stock. PLXP, 61 million. Next on the list, another penny stock. Boyle here, that Nat Gas ETF that follows Nat Gas. Tesla, TQs, Bed Bath & Beyond on this list again. Zila, TRKA to round things out. But busy start to the, I was going to say holiday short week. Kind of feels like that, but only in Europe, as I mentioned, guys. That's what's doing the most volume so far. If you haven't done so yet, guys, make sure you hit the like and subscribe today.
Rendo, all right. Continuing to see our NVIDIA position move up. Still now back at 273.46. Not much to report on this one. Looking for that high of day break at 273.96. So essentially a 274 break. Not much to report except that we are moving up now on these futures, both on the NQ and on the ES 41.16 we just got up to. It's obviously not high of day, but and 13, I want to say 13, almost 80s there. So moving up, not much, but yeah, we're up into the right a little bit. Meta pump, somebody saying, yeah, Meta moved 213, just reclaimed 213 after getting down to 210.66, looking to retrace possibly into the 50 period here on the 5-minute chart. But yeah, I'll send it back to you, O, because I just got to make some layout adjustments here.
Yeah, no worries. Still watching this 101.20, 101.30 area on Amazon. Markets, like Sharif just said, they are kind of making newer, I guess, new intraday highs. Not high of day, but like new highs off of this this consolidation here. And yeah, no, I'm looking for this follow through to happen. Can we convincingly break into these pre-market levels, or do we kind of slow down and pull back off of these, right? To really give me some direction. Now, let's see what you guys are saying. Baba, yeah, no. I remember it was sometime last week or the week before that when Baba was in the news with everything, it was moving in somewhat of like a sympathy, or like there was a bit of a relation to how it was moving with Amazon. Let's pull that up. See what Baba is doing. Yeah, so not much of a relation today, but definitely giving you some opportunities off of this 100, 101 area. These tops from last week, there's still sellers there, it seems. But yeah, no, some good opportunities on Baba today if you've been trading them in this range. Okay, so let's see what else there is. I'm not really seeing too much. I remember I was looking at Micron, right? MU. Let's see if it's back there at the 62.50. Let's pull that up. Yeah, no, like look at this. This is pretty solid. Like if you're willing to trade this in a like just the range, like range trading, this is pretty solid for like this. It comes into like 63.30, 63.40s, and then revisits this like 62, just under 63. So if you want to just piece that out every time, it's been giving you that opportunity today. Now I know there is some news on this today, and it is in people's watch. So may or may not be crowded, but it's the opportunity that it's giving here in this range is pretty clear. Some higher lows and a little bit of a wick, so maybe like a head and shoulders type of formation here, where like you've rejected off a price and then you test and kind of exhaust the price, you come back in, and then you kind of retest the price for the confirmation of like the hold, head and shoulders. So like, yeah, the probability of this top break might be increasing as we kind of start building into this, but I'm not too sure here. But yeah, no, my level was 62.50, right, from before. If we can come back into this, then I'll take a look at it again. Otherwise, I don't know if I really want to play the breakout. Breakouts haven't really been my thing lately. Like I want to be more long at the bottom of the range and short at the top of the range type of thing. That's a little bit more of my style right now. So definitely don't want to chase the breakout. If I did want to go for the long, then yeah, definitely I could get back in around here and see if it respects the range again for a potential breakout. But other than that, not really anything there. For now.
For now, caveated by that for now. All right, back up into the 60s, almost at the 70s. There we go, into the 70s for NVIDIA. Again, waiting for that 274 break. I don't really have any other trades on. I'm watching Meta curl. I'm also seeing a nice little curl in TJTX. Let me bring in, what happened to my, oh, there they are. Let's bring in this chart over here, TJTX. And then we go duplicate in floating window. There we go, Obi, we're learning, bro. Old man hands. Yeah, TJTX, this has been kind of a small cap crapper. This is the 3-minute chart. Holds VWAP the majority of the day. Just a couple of breaks here in the really volatile 50 minutes after the bell, but for the most part, any dip trades have been bought up. High a day is hanging out at that almost 19 top, 1880s. We're back at 1850s. A bit of a double bottom brewing here, possibly below this level, and a continuation. You're looking for that 19 break, but TJTX looking real good, up 19.5%. What does the daily look on this one look like? Okay, so it's been a hard row, but nothing really standout-ish about today. We've seen multiple days like this in the past, I want to say 3 months, that rival the size of today's candle, today's green candle, both to the high side and to the downside. Mostly, though, to the upside. As you can clearly note, January was the bottom, and it's been kind of stair-stepping up since that time. But TJTX looking real good. I'm not going to be getting in at these levels. Haven't been really watching this one all day. Don't have a good beat on it, but something other comes up, I'll reconsider. We'll see. Now, moving back up into the futures here, we're still moving up into the right on NQ. We're knocking on the door of 13,080. So breaking out of this range that we talked about earlier, this was the range around here that we consolidated at in the pre-market. We've broken above that range right now and looking to test that 13.1 real soon. Hopefully that will bode well for our trade on NVIDIA as we continue to hold this one to the long side now. About $2 in the money, but we're looking for more, Obi. We're greedy. We want more. Someone's saying SOUN is pumping. Yes, it is. It is now at high of days. It just made a new high of day. 316 was the move there on our friend SOUN. Here it is. Been a great trade off the 50 on the 1 minute chart. You're not getting much in the way of a notional move. 266 to the downside, 316 to the top side, but that still amounts to an 11-point move on the day. Not my trade. I don't know how you feel about SOUN, but I'm probably going to stay away from this one and just focus on the big cappers. And NVIDIA has just broken 274. It is a print factory here, baby. There we go. We get the continuation on NVIDIA. Pumped about this one. Let's take another piece out through that 274. Let's go 274 and a quarter now, Obi. That's more money up here. Let's let this one run now. Okay, so how much are we holding on to this one? Let's find out what the position is. We're now holding a 50% position of a normal position, not our original position. And so we're going to let this one run. Pumped about this.
Nice, yeah. I can see that there was a bunch of selling that just came in on the tape. I don't know if there's going to be continuation, but we had kind of this this strength coming in with that ES and NQ break, and then all of a sudden, right after that strength, there was like a flush of sells. Just around this 101.40 area. Now, again, just a little nuance, and I don't want to base my full trade off of it, but definitely something to consider is when a wave of those sellers kind of come in and they rush in. It could be directional, right? Because that's how they begin, and then if they start piling on and really start giving momentum to the move. We could see continuation and follow through coming in based off of that. Yeah, a little bit more selling coming in here. Now I want to look at you can see NQ is getting closer to this pre-market level, and we kind of hit that early morning as well. So we saw that there were sellers here coming off of this level, and they could potentially come back coming into this level, right? So I'm using that to really give me direction on some of these larger caps to see if we do pull back. And now tech names are the main constituents of the NQ. So trading Amazon, I definitely have eyes on the NQ to see what it does at key areas and potential areas of interest where we have had players kind of come in today and make a move, right? So seeing that in action, okay, I like that. I like to see those sells coming in. You guys can see the flush of red coming in on the tape. Dark red below the bid, really pounding into the bids. Now again, follow through. Will there be follow through? I don't know, but that's what I'm looking for. A little bit of extension off of the area that I was short from. Wasn't really phased because the price action did come in real quick and then it kind of just stopped. But yeah, no. If we can start to break some of these levels, this is a pretty strong trend off of this morning consolidation, right? Similar things can be seen on some of the other caps. like Microsoft and everything, like we've been trending, we've gone kind of red to green and kind of pushing back into that red area. So like maybe some undecisiveness on whether we're going to be closing green day or a red day on these markets. What do you think, Sharif? Mike.
Yeah, we're not much off the break-even level on the ES. 41.31 or 41.32 is break-even on the ES. That's Thursday's close. A little farther, I'd say, on the NQ though. Yeah, 13. What is that? 170. Okay. Yeah, so a bit farther. Just got to retrace about 17 points, 16 points on the ES to break even. So I don't know. I think the ES maybe. Who knows? I'm not going to make this call. Yeah. You're putting me in position to making the call.
No, I'm just asking your opinion, right? We're not making any calls here.
I'm kidding.
No financial advice.
I'm just busting your chops. Yeah, no, I'm looking at some of these small cappers here, guys, because I don't want to get into any other big cap trade. I'm going to stick to the NVIDIA trade, but that doesn't mean we can't trade some small caps. So I'm looking for some stuff here. KAL showing up on my radar. It just big boyed up 55%. A bit of a double top, though, possibly brewing here. Look at this. Big move up. This is not a 9:30 mover. The move came here, obviously, around that 11 o'clock time slot. You had a big move up from 2:30 all the way up to 3:45. So over $1, you retrace back, hold VWAP quite nicely. So the VWAP dip trade here was in full effect. A series of higher lows, and then you get the explosion through 3 up to 35, and now we're hanging out near the $0.25 with 45s being the high on the day. So, you know, possible double top, maybe brewing off this, but if you get a continuation north, ooh, baby. All right, so what's Cal about? I'm not seeing any catalyst show up on my news blotter here for this one, so let's go to the daily. Yeah, I mean, you had a few weird days. Look at these couple of days over here. I want to say the 3rd and the 4th were a couple of interesting days, bigger ranges than we had today so far. And then it goes back to Feb. So what's this company all about? Calera, what does that ring a bell? Bren Miller Energy is an Israel-based company which provides sustainable thermal energy storage solutions. The company's technology, BenGen, is patented high-temperature thermal energy storage unit. All right. What's the float on this one? Let's go down here. It's a bigger float, 83 almost and $750 million. So not going to really be an aggressive mover if I had to guess. But Cal making a move up. We'll keep it on watch. We'll look for a 345 high of daybreak. Otherwise, maybe a possible double top brewing. But I'll really look for this one short. And on IBKR, it's not shortable. So usually that means it's a bit. Usually it means it's a pay for shorts, at least on our system. So a break below VWAP, and then I might be interested in this one as a short. You know, we've been taking some of these small cappers through the break of VWAP, and then a consolidation sideways, and then maybe taking the second break down. We'll see if that materializes this time around, but I'll keep my eye on Cal. What's everybody in the chat up to? What are they saying? Someone saying Palantir on upswing, good news? Let's have a look. PLTR, here we go. All right, big volume candle coming in there. What's the volume there? That's over 1 million shares coming in on that one minute volume. Pardon me? It's a trap? Okay. Chat, okay. 826 high. We'll see about that. Let me have a look at the chat. Okay, someone's saying the chat. There we go. So confused. All right, Brendan putting Palantir article from Barron's. Let's have a look at that. That's coming in saying Palantir plans AI platform for military and commercial customers. We'll close that. Yeah, Palantir Technologies is jumping into the artificial intelligence fray, and it has some particular thoughts on how the technology might be applied to military uses. So interesting. Yeah, it's just a matter of time, obviously. You got to assume that the military is already in the AI game, and we just probably have no idea about that because, you know, that's just the military's way. So we're getting probably a little bit of a dribble about that now. Palantir on volume, 826 high, 821 now. What are the levels on Palantir? Let's have a look. I know this one was moving. We had a catalyst on this one last week, I think, with respect to, I believe it was Microsoft and Palantir teaming up to provide defense services through the cloud using their platforms. I think something to that effect. Here is, yeah, and there it is. There's the move. We had that on the 5th, so I believe that's the Wednesday. We got up to about 890 on that pop, but the majority of the price action, I want to say lately, has circled around an 850 top. So I expect there to be a good level of resistance at around the half dollar, around 850. See, and that goes back to here as well. So this 850 level goes back to early March. So for the last month or so, it's been around that level. Obviously, you have that break, but that's the catalyst that we were just speaking of. Broke down below that, though. Market sold off that news. In fact, it broke 8, but quickly reclaimed 8. So Palantir has been a bit of a range, you know, with the odd outlier over here, where it's kind of held between 8 and 850. Bit of a range there on Palantir. This is the hourly chart, by the way. So, all right, let's get back into this NVIDIA trade. What are we up to here, Obi? We're back into the 274 again after Huadunking to the 273.50. Now we're knocking on the door of the $0.75. I'm going to let this one run. Again, no more outs for me, baby. We're holding on to the last little bit we got here. We're holding for the dream. We're holding for that 275. You guessed it.
Oh, yeah.
Dan Emmons, Sharif. Can't tag him, but Bulls protect 4,100 ES, 13K NQ. Bears have to protect 4,120 and 13,090 on the NQ. You down with that? You down with that level? Arun does approve of your levels, Dan. So you're jiving there. You got the man in the house today, so we'll get his approval. Ponzi Fonzie, Sharif, can you look at a call out for your boy? Bang! You get the bang, Ponzi, because, you know, you're always active in the chat there. Good for you, Ponzi. What else we got? What else we got here? Cal is 2.9 million market cap. How can you short that? I mean, weirder things have been done, Anonymous. Yeah, it is risky, obviously, when you have a short float. What's the float on Cal? It's not really about the market cap. What's my market cap here on Cal? I think that might be inaccurate. So yeah, you're right. 3 million market cap on Cal, and yeah, but 83 million share float. So that's I think that's a better indicator rather than the market cap of its propensity to move really aggressively one way or another, just based on the amount of float, right? Rather than the market cap. At least that's how I see it. If you see it differently, I'd love to hear your opinion, brother. So yeah, Dan Emmons saying looks like higher rates for SR3F, SOFR closed to 5% tomorrow for 3-month T-bills. What time is it? Yeah, so T-bills probably come out. What are you seeing over there?
I'm still holding this this Amazon short here. Like it's we're about 20 cents in the money. Took the short here. We talked through it. There was a bit of exhaustion off of this level. And then I was like, oh, I really like the sells that are coming in. And look, there has been some follow through. We're retesting this 101. Now I want to see the second part of this trade, or the next part of this trade, is a convincing break of the 101, right? Now, sure, I can potentially add some more here, but like I think the place to add was up here in the 101.20s, 101.30s, and I didn't really get the chance. It came in pretty quickly, and so like this is my size that I'm using now. So. It is what it is. Now, I will let the trade work out and see if it can come back into potentially closer to VWAP, right? I'm looking for a retest of maybe these areas and some of these areas to give direction if we can get it back down to VWAP. VWAP now is at 144. So like down here, 144. Into this consolidation range, right? Again, confluence, that's more of what we're looking for. We're looking for price to kind of come in and see what it does on top of this consolidation range from the morning. Now you look at that, ES just had another bump down, so we're probably going to get some hard selling coming in on some of these caps here. So it looks like this is the potential turn for now, or was above here at the 41.15 area, which I know has been key in the past on ES, and also fluctuating around this 13K area on NQ. Coming into below 101 now on Amazon. I want to see if there's like, look, we saw that it had some trouble here on the way up, to see if it can slow down here, or does it really bust down through this level, this 180, with continuation with following the ES and NQ. That's what I'm looking at right now here. But yeah, just staring at the tape and looking for confluence for the direction of this trade here. I say that word a lot, actually.
And
Nice.
I got a bang. There we go. We're just making some layout changes here, guys. So if things keep looking a little different every time we come back to my screen, that's because we're just doing some compliance here stuff, baby. So yeah, sorry for that. I'm also trying to change my IBKR setup into white as well. It's worked out a little bit, but it seems to be a bit patchy here. Some are coming out white and some are coming out dark. So we're gonna have to work on that. So just, yeah, bear with me here as everything goes. All right, SQ selling off, huge reversal. Let's look at our friend Square. What is Square up to at these levels? You saw Obi have a look at crypto earlier. It was a nice 28.5 bounce. Yeah, wow. Interesting selling off on Square here. We broke the day's bottom. That had been made at around 10:30 before we bounced. That was at 65.60 level. We've put in a 65.48 bottom. Could the half level be the dollar here? Let's look at the 15 on this one. Let's see what the levels are at. Yeah, okay, so we're breaking down below levels here. Let's go to the 30 real quick, OB, and see where we're at there. Okay, so we haven't been at these levels going back to about the 29. You know, you got to say probably that 60, yeah. You've got a bunch of mixed levels here. The obvious level after where we're at now is going to be that 58, obviously. Google Drive, go away. Yeah, 58 level. That's what I'm seeing, a bit of a vacuum between where we're at now and 58. So, yeah, I'll be looking for headlines to see maybe it will be headline driven. If so, if it's a negative headline, you've got a bit of a vacuum into that bottom, so that'll be interesting. Here it goes now, making day's lows while we talk about it. Renata asking, Obi, do you have any positions on at the moment?
I do. This Amazon short.
He does,
I'm
Renata.
about to cover
Amazon short.
in a couple more cents, so that might trigger the position board. Because I know sometimes that doesn't work. We have to get in and out of positions to trigger the position board.
Yeah,
and
that's
I
right,
should
that's correct.
trigger in the coming few seconds if.
Give him the fill, man.
If I get the fill, I
him
don't know.
the
I'm
fill.
waiting in between. I know there's likely to be liquidity there, so that's why I want my fill.
There you go.
But
coming,
it is
coming,
liquid.
bro.
I mean, there's
It's
some
coming.
size on that level, you know. So let's see if we can really bring it in. You'll see a little arrow pop up right here if I do get the fill. So there it is. There it is. Boom. Okay, there's the update. Bang. So yeah, we were short above this 101.20s. I mean, you guys saw the arrows on my chart like before while we were talking, right? So it's like even if the position board isn't working, the arrows are definitely there on the chart to show you where I'm at. But yeah, no, again, we got down to 180. I'm looking for that VWAP test. Let's see if it comes. And we're going on to happening now with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go. A slight improvement, I guess, to kick off the week here. We're almost back to flat if you're looking at the Dow 30. So a little bit of relative strength coming through in the big ones in the overall market again. Just negative 0.9 or 1 now for the Dow left over. 0.5%, still in negative territory for the S&P 500, Russell 2000. Some of the regional banks having a pretty good day, up 0.5%. Russell 1 in 3,000, however, still in negative territory. It's been tech all day. Leading to the downside, the composite in the 100, specifically almost a full percent still in the red. If you were with us early on this morning, we got you set for the day talking Micron on that Samsung node. Yeah, meaningful cut to production coming from Samsung as MU has WDC both sharply higher on the day. Tesla, the 5th price cut of the year announced over the weekend, and PC sales expected to drop, affecting Apple today. Downside 2.2%. If Apple can get going here, maybe hold 160, we might get a nice bounce for the overall NASDAQ, but that low from Thursday coming into play as well, 162 for Apple. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, interesting look there with the Russell bucking the trend up 0.2%. Kind of like the Dow, the Russell has been an underperformer relative to the S&P and the NQ this year. It was actually I should make a correction. The Russell actually outperformed the NQ and the ES in January when we had that initial run up in the beginning of the year. February we sold off. End of March, middle of March, we started moving up again. We started making higher highs on these. And the Russell didn't participate in March's retracement to the high side, but it did participate in the initial. And that's reflected quite easily here on the daily. Look at that high on the January, early Feb pop. That's a 2000 break. Look where we are at the Russell right now. We're in poopy territory.
I mean, yeah, look.
Right? But I'm going to show
like,
you. Let me make my point. Here it comes. Here it comes, all right? So we saw the Russell there. Now look at the NQ. So that's the peak equivalent to the Russ, right?
Yeah.
And now we're above that peak. That's the same time, February 2nd, right?
Yeah.
So we broke that peak. So the Russell's been underperforming the ES and to some extent as well the Dow. The Dow's been big boy the last few days. Anyway, so the Russell, good day for the mid-cappers, I guess, right? I haven't had too many on my radar. Before I send it back to you though, Obi, I have to look at this NVIDIA position because now we're starting to khwadunk. And it's getting to the point where I'm 271.85 long. We're now 273.83, but I don't have to give it to my ultimate entry. Where is the position wrong for a long? Like what's the price? What's the price got to get to here for me to say no? The long's not in anymore. It's kind of hard to tell, to be honest with you. Even looking here at the 5-minute, trying to look at a wider time frame of the intraday, you got look 270, 250. That could be a line in the sand. We had a bit of a top brew here on the 5-minute, but it's kind of random. I got to tell you the truth. The real level, the honest one, is Thursday's close. And that would be, you know, the break-even point on the day. And that's 270.36. You say 270.50. There's also VWAP at 270.85, all of which are below my entry. Sadly, my entry being 271.85. That's my cost basis. Again, I had entries below that. I got in at the 40s. So I don't know. I know you're printing on that.
Yeah,
Amazon
I mean,
short.
I have my second out, like a little bit above VWAP coming in, and like I'm just gonna wait and see if it fills. Like I have my orders in there, and it's close to VWAP. I'm not gonna say where around VWAP, but like it is coming into VWAP. So I have my orders sitting a little bit above VWAP, and let's see if it does come in. There's 20 more cents until VWAP. The $0.50 could be important, even above or below the $0.50. I think, what is VWAP here? VWAP is at 146. So yeah, whether it catches a bid or not, like, look, we did come back into these levels, right? That's what I was looking for. I had about half a cover here, and the rest kind of into this consolidation, if we can get there. Right now, if we don't get that, yeah, I'm more than willing to cover anywhere here. My average is in here. So let's see if we can go from red to green to red, right? Let's see, few more cents, 10 more cents. Yeah, look at this. The ES and NQ are almost back to where we started, right? Not very far from 4,100 on ES and 13K on NQ, right? So like that could definitely stir up some of these floats and have some sellers coming in based off of this. Microsoft, yeah, so look at Microsoft. Kind of a double top off the 288. We're rejecting that price range, and based off of that rejection, we've kind of broken trend. And the same thing with the rest of the market. We've broken that trend that we had such strength within the morning, and now we're kind of going all the way back to where we started. Look at these cells. I can just tell from the wick. I'm not even looking at the tape on ES and NQ, where the candle is just there it is. There's my fill. All right, yeah, we were sitting at the $0.50 for that liquidity.
Nice trade.
Yeah, so nice.
Nice trade,
so
bro.
13 coming in and 41 coming in hard on ES and NQ. Let's see where this goes. Now, if we can get back into this consolidation and hold and slow down, I'll structure my next trade off of that level. So this was the trade I was looking for. Definitely could have been more size. Definitely could have had some better entries. I'm trying to get more with the concept of getting in on the right side of the V. And I know some traders talk about this, where it's like your EV is much better on the right side of your V. Your risk to reward is defined, right? So like if I'm shorting coming into this V here, right? This V that we see, the probability, like what is my risk shorting into this, where we're still kind of in the uptrend, we haven't really broken it, versus shorting here, right? Where I have a defined risk, I have sellers on my side, I'm not shorting the front side of the move, and I'm really getting in hard and heavy with the sellers, right? So that's something I'm definitely working on. I'm trying to piece in both a little bit on the left, a little bit on the right, but I got to start focusing more on really pounding it on the right side of the V's because it does provide with a defined risk and a much better EV in those scenarios.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is interesting. We got the charts to get all white here. We'll check this out.
Oh, nice.
Right? So
Am I supposed to? Was I
IBKR
supposed to
charts
make
are
my charts white also?
Yeah, the big dogs at the top.
Man,
want it
I
white,
gotta talk to them about that. I don't know. You can see. I feel like I print better on a black chart. I don't know. It's nicer on the eyes. Like I mean, come on.
It's strong around the eyes.
As long as we're making money, right? I mean, all right.
All right. So where are we at now? I'm still holding. I know we had that big retracement off that 274.50 top. 272.60 is where we got to on that little dip there on NVIDIA, reclaiming 273 quite quickly. I hate to keep repeating myself, but I'm not taking any more out until we create a new high of day. Otherwise, I'll get stopped out. Stopping out will be at my entry at 271.85. So I'm looking for a continuation through the peaks here. That's the move. You see it up 0.9, well, essentially 1% on the day, was up a lot higher than that. So, all right, so let's
NVIDIA
see what
puts
else
apparently
is going on.
Yeah, NVIDIA has not pulled back as much as the others, right? Like, look, we have. Oh no. All right. It's funny whenever that happens.
Shout out to TJ Egan. The General, Sharif, and Obi are a great team.
Nice.
Or a team.
I like that.
He didn't say great team. I put that word in his mouth.
Yeah.
But I would like to think that he thinks that.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're a great team. Awesome.
Right?
Awesome team over here. Retesting the lows on ES.
Pump it.
Retesting well, not lows, but I'd say about 50% retracement of the morning strength on NQ, where on ES definitely more than 50% retracement. But yeah, no, look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still holding strong through that move, right? So that just goes to show that like the buying strength, the buying pressure is really there on NVIDIA. Now, end of last week, we had this consolidation after like a bit of a run up in the previous week. So like the fact that bidders are still there, they're showing up, they're stepping up, and they're kind of holding this stock in place while the rest of the market kind of falls, goes to show the strength, the relative strength that NVIDIA really does have on a day like this, where you have a bit of red markets and it's holding within 20% of the top range. Like it hasn't even pulled back more than 20-30% of its morning strength so far on NVIDIA.
Yep. All right. Yeah, I don't have much on at the moment. People giving you props here in the chat though. Cute puppy saying good trade on Amazon short. Yeah,
thank you. Yeah, I mean got it right into the VWAP, right? And now we're getting a bit of bounce off of VWAP, so I was expecting there to be liquidity around VWAP, and we're seeing it in action, right? Like a bit of a hold here after this flush down. Now, again, I got out of everything. There could be continuation, or we could straight up get a VWAP bounce here, right? And I don't know. That's why I got out of everything. I want to reassess. This is a good area to reassess the short. And I know, like again, coming into the markets from a shorter week, from a long weekend, I'm being more reserved. I know we're not necessarily going to have like outlier crazy moves, high volume, unless it's given, right? Unless you see the volume there, but no, relatively weaker market than normal, I would say. It is a bit of holiday season. Now we do have earnings season coming up
Friday
starting Friday.
Yeah,
so
well, we actually have some names today. We got, I believe, Tilray.
Okay.
And somebody else. I'll look at it in a second, but yeah, we got Tilray. Tomorrow, I do believe we have. Who's on board? Jeez, man, my memory is not what it used to be. I'll look at
here. Let me pull
in
up.
A second. I have my earnings calendar.
Yeah,
over
we
here,
can pull up the earnings calendar.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that. But anyway, I want to talk about NVIDIA because it just got bought back up aggressively off that 272.60. It's now back up 273.70. So we're going to knock on the door of 274 again. So let's see if we get continuation through that. I want to say 50 cent. No, not even. I think it was like the third. 274 in the third. What's the high? 274 on the third, exactly, actually. 274.33 high, looking for that breakthrough there. Obviously, I'm looking for the 50 break, though, not just the third. So we'll get, if we get continuation on there, that would just be amazing. So what else is moving? We're getting a nice little bounce, possibly here on Meta as well. So, well, geez. Just as I say that, we get retracements on all of them. All right, so let's look at some other things happening. CTK, BRNG, not much. Let's look at this scanner here that Michael Na set up for me. This is a VWAP retracement scanner. Did I show you this, Obi?
No.
Look at this. Okay, so any stocks that are rallying to VWAP, okay, with a new 5-minute high, it'll show me on this scanner here. Okay, so the position board is on the bottom, so I have to pull it up on the top like this. Anything pulling back to VWAP with a new 5-minute low, it'll show me on here, right? So then if I'm looking for a VWAP trade, I can go through these super easy. Look at this. Well, these two are not setting up good. That's why you got to look through them. This is interesting, though. This is an interesting one on WDC. This has been bouncing off VWAP the entire day, so you could take a low-risk trade here with, give this to the low at 36.72. That would be an interesting trade. Let's see what Levi's was in the news, or yeah, it was a mover earlier because I think it caught a downgrade. So this was an interesting one too. HUT, this was a nice entry, and look, it gives you like the entry points where it thinks you should enter, right? I would never really rely on
pointing
that.
out to you like all these charts are pretty much holding VWAP pretty well today. So
or dip or rallying to or pulling back to. So
you can structure trades based off of like around VWAP.
Absolutely. And I love that kind of trade.
Yeah, that's solid.
And MU, same business on Micron.
Yeah, that one's in play today as well, right?
Well, yeah, it's picking up the names that
look
are.
Look at that VWAP respect.
So it's interesting. So if you're interested in this type of thing, type in trade ideas in the chat. I believe you get 25% off still. Usually it's 20, but they updated that for the Easter long weekend. So
nice.
Yes,
some
holiday Levi
specials.
got downgraded, says Hunter Law. I'm pretty sure that is the headline. Yeah. All right, back to NVIDIA. It almost reclaimed 274, and now it's coming right back down again as these futures kind of do a little bit of a dance, moving away then towards the high. So we'll keep an eye out on these futures. I'm going to get out at my entry 271.85. That's where I'll give it to. You know, the majority of the position is out. I'm holding 50% of a full position, but that was I had a much larger position than a full position on this one. So 271.85 is where I'll give it to. It's still $1 away from where we're at now, but on NVIDIA, it really honestly is not that much. Lori Mick saying, you guys rock, love this channel. We love you. Thank you for being a viewer. Shout out to you for that. William Russell says, look at AMD, please. Well, I was looking at NVIDIA, but I have no problem looking at AMD. Let's bring in the trade ideas chart. AMD, there we go. And we'll go duplicate. So here's the look on AMD. This is the 3-minute on it. Kind of a bit of a similar look to the one that we had on NVIDIA, where we get a nice big boy move off an initial downturn and a 94, essentially 94.50 top, retracing now, doing a little bit of dance with 94. Is it faring better than NVIDIA? At least for the moment it is. Let's flip to the 1 minute, kind of compare apple to apple here. Yeah, they're both retracing and at key inflection points. We'll see. We shall see, because we created a bit of a bottom here with these two troughs on NVIDIA. Do we hold this level, or are we going to huadunk down, right? Kind of the same thing with AMD, where we kind of held at around this level for the moment. So AMD showing some more relative strength. Maybe it'll take out that top, but AMD looking good as well. The microchips have been pretty good lately. You see Micron up today. You heard the news headline about Samsung cutting production to kind of get rid of the inventory glut that they've had. You know, we had a chip shortage. Now we have an overage of chips in the market, flooding the market. So to kind of control their price and the integrity of their product, they're going to cut production. Not really dissimilar from what we see with OPEC and what they do as well, to kind of control the supply of their product and keep prices at what they would say is a healthy level. I would argue differently as a car owner, right? And a person who puts gas in my car. But that is neither here nor there. Obi.
Yeah. So going back to Amazon, like this is what I was kind of concerned about here. Is like look at this trend from the morning, you extend through the trend, you break the extension trend, right? And then now you've fallen back into this trend here, right? So the trend accelerates, you break that acceleration trend or whatever, and then you fall back into this consolidation trend coming in here, right? Which happens to be right on top of VWAP, right? So that adds, again, a lot of confluence for any. I think I heard, saw some people in the chat saying they were long Amazon off of VWAP. So, right, VWAP was down here in the 40s. Now we're 60, 70, almost 30 cents in the money if you did take it right at VWAP or around VWAP, and it's starting to consolidate. So this is telling me that, like, if I was still holding short, I might not want to, because what the picture this is selling to me here is that this trend from the morning might hold continuation, and we could get like a retest. Like, we've already visited these prices here, getting back into them with some support plus VWAP support. Like, it shouldn't necessarily be a problem, but again, I'm watching some of these futures for more direction. Microsoft's still holding off that double top, so like, yeah, maybe I want to take a short here, but like, again, not part of my plan. But seeing as like this happened, and I kind of took the Amazon short through that similar move, like this was probably a valid play as well. This double top of Microsoft testing back into this these morning levels. Now again, look, very different from what Amazon is doing. Amazon fell back into its morning trend and is starting to hold, whereas Microsoft is kind of double top. It broke its morning trend, and it doesn't really have a trend hold. It's more of like a consolidation hold sideways off of this, what is this level, 285, 286? Yeah, so again, we know that not all the large caps follow the futures perfectly. They have their own betas. The betas are off. There can be days where the betas are skewed. It's all a little different. Each cap will require a little bit of finesse to kind of work in and out of positions if you're really using the futures as indicators. But yeah, no, that market turn was pretty solid. When something like that kind of happens, I feel like there is definitely a lot more opportunity on the table, where like you have like a strong initial move, right? It could be in the morning, it could entail all the morning time, and then you have a sudden break of that with those sells. Like we were talking, we saw those sells coming in, and I was like, oh, I like those sells. Those sells are giving me direction for the short. And it did look very different from the strength coming up off of this, right? So now in this consolidation, I don't really know. I'm not really reading too much into it. But again, over under VWAP perhaps, or like a continuation trade. But like I took the pieces that I really wanted. I took it into VWAP. Sure, the VWAP long can be a trade, but it's not something that I planned for or structured around. So I'm not really going to take that trade. But yeah, no, I'm also keeping some close eyes on the VIX and some of the other large caps at the same time. What about you, Sharif? What are you looking at?
Yeah, no, I'm keeping my eye on NVIDIA, man. I really have no other trade. I'm trying to not to get shaken out of this trade. It's kind of, doing a bit of a dance, holding 273 for the most part, breaking below it a little bit, but a bit of a double bottom coming in. I'm looking for continuation through 274. That's kind of been my marker. One eye on NVIDIA, the other eye on the futures, mostly the NQ. Looking for a reclaim back of VWAP and another continuation north. I'm looking for a break above 13,087, ideally a break of 13,100, and let that one go, baby. D-Loaf, Nat Gas, consolidation, higher lows, lower highs, kind of compressing. Sharif, what do you think? And then he's tagged you as well. So let's have a look at UNG, our friend UNG. We've been looking at that one. You can look at Boyle as well, or you can look at the spot. Or is it the spot or futures? I don't even know. Let's just look here. UNG. Yeah, so I see exactly what you're saying. I'm surprised UNG did not show up on my VWAP retracement chart on the VWAP scanner that we just showed you guys. Look at this, Obi. Look at the 3-minute. Retrace, bounce to VWAP.
Wow, yeah.
Okay, so the black line is VWAP.
Okay.
Can you guess that?
Yeah,
right?
maybe, perhaps.
Look at that. It's been a big boy VWAP hold after a nice move up. But, for all the Nat Gas bulls that have been just dying to get into this because it's so beaten down, don't get too excited. And here's why I say that. Look at this. This was the
What a
bamboozlement
beautiful
central.
fade. Oh
Yeah,
my God.
right? A bounce and a fade.
Talk
And it
about
was not
puts, talk about swing
Obi,
shorts.
It was not
Oh
the
my
first
God.
time it'd done that.
Yeah.
Look at this, right? Over here, let's zoom out a little bit more. Right?
I know. Definitely, people are
Bamboozlement
laughing
here,
at
there, right?
on their,
and then it's
on
been just
their nat gas trades right
yeah,
now.
it's been short the pop. This candle over here is incorrect. Obviously, we're up almost 7 percentage points on the day, so this will look a lot different once we close, right? So yeah, great day for nat gas. I'm not exactly sure what the reason is for the move. I'm assuming it has something to do with the politics on the weekend. Someone tag me in the chat and let me know what the reason for the nat gas move is, because I noticed it earlier on. I just never got around to looking as to why it was moving. So tag me in that. I'd love to know. I always like to put explanations to these moves. It helps me anyway.
I remember when I first started on the floor, I was trading a lot of well, nat gas was in the news, right?
Yeah.
I was trading a lot of cold and boil. And I was actually coming up with sort of like some sort of strategy around trading cold, right? Which is an inverse ETF of nat gas. Now, unfortunately, what happened? I don't know if you remember. We got this whole list of just like a bunch of tickers that like you cannot trade if you're not American.
Yes. Okay.
Right. So it's like a whole bunch of these ETFs just got taken away from us, like access-wise, that we can't trade these assets or whatever, right? But definitely, like these things have had moves. They have news. They have catalysts. And the moves are pretty liquid because the whole world is looking at nat gas.
Right.
There have definitely been good opportunities in nat gas both ways, right? One way a little bit more than others has been a little forgiving just based off the chart. I'm sure you can see that. But yeah, no, nat gas definitely opportunity for money making there.
All right, just trying to fix some of these wicks on this NVIDIA chart that are coming in at the moment, but having a look, still holding, not much on at the moment, guys. What is the chat up to?
Beach bum trading, why can't we trade boil
Mother
cold?
Russia is the reason, says Brian James, but yeah. Okay. That needs
No,
to
they
be a
were
bit
asking
more
why can't we trade it? I think it has something to do with like tax laws or tax reasoning or something like that. You know, just
trade everything in my brokerage account, so I don't feel like
more regulations from governmental bodies trying to stop us from making money, pretty much. You know, you're like you guys are making way too much. We got to slow you guys down, man.
You tell the man.
Taxes,
yeah, right? All right, guys. What are you guys looking at the moment? I'm not seeing a whole lot. BNRG getting going here. Let's bring that one in. BNRG. Yeah. It's up only a measly 130% today, but just reclaim VWAP here. Let me bring that in.
Wow, Google's straight down.
Yeah, we'll get to Google. Yeah, wow, Google secular at the moment. But here's the move on BNRG. You get a pop-up into 275, and now we're back into VWAP at 209. So this would have been interesting to be on the VWAP retracement chart, pulling back into VWAP from the south side. So interesting there. Do we reject? Last time around, we did that rejection. Do we get that same move second time around? It's up 135%. It's a $2 stock. Keep an eye on it. But yeah, Google, relatively weak here. No question about that. You're getting a bit of, bamboozlement, I want to say a little bit, on the futures, not showing you a clear direction of where they want to go.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be that
Here's what I'm
clean on
saying.
a day like this, right? Yeah.
Here's what I say it's relatively weak for. Look at what Meta did at VWAP, bounced above VWAP. Likewise with your boy Amazon.
Right.
Apple, kind of the opposite story. Same with Microsoft. And look at what this one does.
Oh,
it retraces to VWAP and rejects
Straight
off,
fails,
right? So
yeah.
it's kind of the opposite move. So this one, you didn't really need to be a great technician to know that it was down a bit harder on the day than others. It wasn't really able
also,
to retrace.
would you agree that Google's been a little bit extended? Because look at the strength, relative strength it's had in the past couple of weeks with the rest of the market. Like, where's that relief coming in? And we might be seeing some of that today, right?
Yeah.
So, and again, it's around 100 key level. So, like a bit of a orbit around 100 is definitely plausible.
No question about that. Let's go to the daily time frame and have a look real quick here. And it's just free float, so I can maximize this. There we go. So yeah, we reclaimed the 200.
Yeah,
You
look
know,
at
we
those
got
green days back to back.
What are you
This
talking,
is the
these
day
ones?
chart?
Yeah, this is the
Yeah,
daily,
yeah. So like, look, the past 20 candles or so,
Yeah.
right? Majority
Are
of them
green.
have been green.
Yeah.
Right? And now we're coming back into that area where we've seen selling come off, right? The strength came into that like that 108 area, and now we're pulling back off of that again.
But here's the thing. These are the late January, early Feb highs.
Right.
Okay, and then we sold off.
Right.
And we're right back to those levels.
So
We
if
reclaimed-
Google's trying to go red to green
here's the
on
thing.
the year,
Yeah, absolutely.
right? That's what it's trying to do.
And if you're looking for other confirmation indicators, look at this. Higher low. So here's the established low, I'd say,
Right.
and then a higher low, and
Higher
another
low,
higher
higher
low,
low,
another
yeah.
higher low. And if you get another higher
Yeah.
low, great, right? So changing here. This is the daily. So reclaim the 200. There was bamboozlement on the last time it reclaimed the 200 because that was the February sell-off. But here we go again. So we reclaim it, and then the 50 is getting awfully close to crossing over that 200. Probably not yet. Maybe within the next 2-3 weeks, but that will be another interesting indicator. There's the death cross here, and then the golden cross maybe coming soon. Let's go to the weekly and have a look at where these indicators sit on the weekly. So we just, okay. So wow, the 200 on the weekly on Google, not bad at all. So we're above the 50. Look, look at the 50 didn't even death cross the 200 on the weekly on Google, huh? I wonder if that's consistent
What's a death cross?
when the 50 crosses the 200 to the south side.
Okay.
Right?
So 50 going into the 200.
50,
Okay,
yeah.
sure,
And then the golden cross is when it crosses it from the down to the upside.
And that kind of
right?
confirms like the downtrend?
Yeah, I mean,
Or like it could be one of the factors you're using to
like
confirm.
on the weekly, I would have to say it's more of a long-term picture here
Yeah.
because the weekly, the moving averages on the weekly are much less volatile, right? So.
True.
Interesting look on Google, yeah, but obviously 150 highs. This is split adjusted, goes without saying. We're ways off that high for now. Anyway, let's get back to the NVIDIA trade and see where we're at with that because we've been kind of just letting it do its own thing. Still hovering at 273, over $1 above our entry. I'm gonna have to fix the wicks on here real quick. Let me see if I can just get and go to another chart. There we go. Well, the problem's still existing. I'll fix that once Obi takes over. But yeah, not much else going on here. Hamster saying or boil blast to 20% up on the day, and you missed everything. Yeah, we just went over Boyle and UNG, and we talked about bamboozlement and talked about basically every fade of the pop since the better part of the year has been money. Boonk Gang Sharif, do you go tanning? Random question. I know. Actually, I don't tan at all. I don't want to say fake and bake because that's not fair. But I've never actually used a tanning bed. But I do tan in the summer. I go to the Woodbine Beach all the time. Shout out Woodbine Beach. Toronto people will know what Woodbine Beach is. All right, let's have a look at some of these big cappers. Let's bring in the big six on the trade ideas. Six there. There we go. We just talked about this. We talked about how Google was, the relatively weak of the six, rejecting off that VWAP while we have VWAP balances to the high side or curls into VWAP in the case of Microsoft and Apple. Look at that bounce by stress law off VWAP as well. And so, yeah, Google, definitely the weak name. 105. Looking much more likely 105.15. It's been down and to the right for our friend Google. No reprieve for it today. It is now down more than 3% on the day. Big boy moves to the downside. What's the volume? How do I see the volume on here? Volume. Okay, that's the 1 minute candle. So that's not the accurate volume for the moment. So yeah. GCTK moving, says Trader Ben. Sure, let's have a look at GCTK. Let's move that. Over, why does it do that? Okay. GCTK, and then we'll load that in free floating window. This has been kind of holding up the majority of the day. Here's a 3 minute up and to the right. Kind of gave you a couple opportunities off that $3 dip. Consolidated at $3, broke above, made that 3 3/4 high at 75, retraced right back into 3, and now you get a hold of the whole dollar. A hold of the whole dollar. And now we're printing higher lows, and possibly higher highs. Look for that break. It's been a good, Max is not on today. Max won't be on until Thursday, but Max and I have been talking about this for the better part of 2 weeks. Is small cap crapper season back. Obi,
I don't think Max is thinking about small caps right now. He's having a blast. South Carolina, golfing in South Carolina.
What
right
a
now.
guy, eh?
What a guy.
Lucky guy. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, what were you saying about small caps?
Yeah, is it small cap crapper season? Like, you know how these things are cyclical. You know,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
show
yeah,
up.
yeah.
And
Well-
then the way they show up is different too. Sometimes they're long, sometimes they're great high of day break shorts.
Yeah.
Right? You just wait for that HOD, that pre-market high break, and then to the downside.
They definitely come in cycles. What I always notice is like you'll have like an outlier move on like a mid to small cap, or something will be trending, right?
Right.
For example, like AI will be trending, and all of a sudden everyone will try to chase the next AI because AI did like, I don't know, who knows what, like 300-400% on one day, and then all the smaller cap AI tickers will start to go. They'll get volume because everyone's trying to catch that next AI move. And yeah, that could definitely provide for a great opportunity in trading off of pre-market highs and lows or high of day, things like that.
We're moving
if you can structure it, yeah.
We're moving
I mean,
here,
check
Obi.
this out. Like the trend that I was talking
moving
about.
here, Obi.
Like, look, I have no FOMO for not taking the long. The plan was the short into VWAP area, into this consolidation and a reassessment. So we saw that, we got out of the short, we gave it to VWAP, and then now look at the strength coming back up. Like, yeah, sure, maybe I missed out on 60, 70, 80 cents, but this trend held, and I'm happy that we got out of the short. Now, same thing with ES and NQ, right? This is what I was talking about. This is what I was kind of fearful as a short, where like this trend kind of holds and continues, and it did. Similar thing with with NQ, right? So you have the strength coming in, break of trend, it kind of falls back in, and then holds a higher low. I really like that Amazon held higher low above this morning consolidation, right? So like bidders were here, kind of exhaust, they step up, right? And they're back here again. So like this is literally like not necessarily market turning moves, but like this is a huge turn off of this selling, right? So depending on whether or not we can get back to high of day, right? High of day pre-market has been much higher than after the 930 high, right? So and it was trading some volume. So I am looking out for these levels coming in, but like we have to get past some of these highs first. Or if we can make a lower high, yeah, sure, maybe you can structure a short around that, and you have a defined risk already, right? So if we can have ES and NQ kind of pull back and start recycling more of this 4100 and this 13, if we start doing that, then yeah, you can start catching the range on a lot of tickers, I think, large caps especially, right? But yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Okay. While the ES just curled up, the NQ curled up. Here's the look on the NQ. I'm looking for a break of the former peak here at 1388, 13088. We're at 13068. We can break that. That'll be a higher low, and a higher high, and a higher high. That's what I'm looking for. We're above VWAP. We're above the 50 period. To get green, though, on our friend the NQ, June contract, we're going to have to break above 13170. Those are my levels on that. Someone just asked me in the chat, Sharif, where are you ringing the profit bell on NVIDIA? I'm going to ring it at 275. So I'm going to wait for that bell to be rung at 275. We're doing the dance here at 274 again. We've been up here before. We got up to 33s. We immediately rejected at that level, and it's kind of just been, hard stepping a little bit to get back up to these levels. We just broke above 04s. Let's see, 74s. Let's see if we can, there we go, baby. Now we're pumping back to the high side on our friend NVIDIA as we pump on both the ES and the NQ to the high side. Oh, this pleases me greatly. We're gonna take another just baby out there just to wet our beak. Dan, what's the poll today at Bears versus Bulls? Okay, so let's see what the guys over there have. If they want to put a poll, are we going to finish green or are we going to finish red on the day, as we have some decent retracements here on these futures after creating a bit of a bottom? That 4100 was absolute money on the ES today. 40.9875 is a low day. If you gave yourself a couple of points risk there, you're golden. If you took that 4100, I initially had that 4100, got out at 10 point for a win, but looks like we may have a multi-point winner, 20-point winner. maybe, if we can get to 41.20. If we really get going here, looking for high a day, sorry, not high a day, excuse me, Thursday close at 41.31. So that would be the level we need to get green on the ES, but now we are at 274.50 here on our friend NVIDIA. This one's pumping to the high side. Spin the money on this one, man. 271.85. We're about to get to 275 on this bad boy. Let's go. The market's pumping. Amazon's moving to the high side. Microsoft's moving to the high side. Even Stresla, man, and Meta. They're all moving to the high side. And good for me. NVIDIA is moving too.
Nice. I think that 275 that might be in the books.
That's a level, baby.
Wait, this is crazy wipe. This a bit of a shake and bake on the futures over here. Hard dump and then wipe back right back towards highs now.
Rook golden day, says GR.
But I think we kind of saw that kind of slowing down. But yeah, this strength is definitely pretty crazy. This almost wiping back towards the highs, right? Yeah, I like that. I like that Amazon's coming back in towards this 101 area. Now, if we can break some of this pre-market levels, we might even get a test of this 102, right? And I will be looking for that to happen. And I want to see if what we do here with these high of days, right, intraday highs.
We take
at 101.40. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm definitely sure people will be taking profits and stuff, and I'll be looking for those on the tape. And but yeah, let's see if the markets can really break out and give some direction, or let's see if we stay chopping around. I don't know.
Okay, what's the shares we've got on now? All right, so now we got a 20% position riding into that 275. We're about 25 pennies away from 275. We are moving up though. We're moving on up. All right, there we go. 13.091 broke through double eights on the NQ, so now we have a higher high. We've also broken through 41.17 on the ES, so now we have another higher high there. It's moving to the high side, baby. It's time to hold on to these longs and stop taking money out. Big dogs worldwide says pump it.
Yeah, Microsoft just broke the double top.
I like it. Yes, it did. 288 is now a distant past level. It just broke through that 288s at 20s. Oh my goodness.
That's some acceleration.
NVIDIA.
Look at that. Holy.
Yes, baby. Let's let this one pump to the high side.
Look at her fly.
Short staged. What? What are you talking about? You're talking about the shorts are already here, like because we're going to reject off the 200 period on both the ES and the NQ?
That was a little hard and fast, eh?
NVIDIA 75 reject, right? Neil saying NVIDIA 75 reject, guys. I've only got a baby position left in there, so I'm just going to let it ride. It really does not make a difference to me at this point. Hold for the dream. Reliable Rudy Sharif, safe long to take on the day. WBA on a 36 break. Let's have a look at our friend WBA. Let's see what that one's all up to. WBA on a 36 break. So here we are. We're at 35.99. Duplicate window. Let's go, dude. I don't want to have to say this again. I'm talking to the computer like it's an AI. Maybe that's not such a distant idea. Like,
what if there's
see
like
how I reprimanded the computer like I was talking to a person?
Yeah.
Like, but that may not be such a distant thought anymore.
Yeah, you never know with AIs coming into fruition. It's like you could have like a virus sitting on your computer.
Like clean it up. And like, what are you doing?
Listening to what you're saying, looking at your activities, and maybe making trade decisions based off of that. I don't know.
Well,
so it's definitely a crazy world we live in.
Yeah, definitely. Can't agree more. WBA, look, we don't have much of an intraday move. We're up 0.57%. We're knocking on the door of 36, but look, we've been paused. It looks like someone hit the pause button on this chart. 35.99. We haven't gone up or down in the past, I want to say 5-10 seconds. It's just been kind of slow. The point is, it's illiquid. To me, that bodes as a non-trade. That's to me, here now we're at 36. Okay, so you're looking, your levels are good, especially since this is an interesting area at 36 that we made. I believe this was the afternoon. Yeah, this was the afternoon on Thursday. Rejected off there. We're back at that level again. Let's zoom out a little bit more off the 3 here to kind of figure out what these levels are. So. Looks like 36.35. That goes back a ways. Let's flip away from the 10 and go maybe to the half here. 30-minute. Yeah, so that's still the level 36.35. What are you laughing at?
Brian James says, is Powell near a mic? That's hilarious. Is Powell near a mic? He
Papa.
says.
No, but we're getting
yeah.
we're getting the notes on Wednesday.
Yeah,
Isn't
sure.
that great?
Now,
We're
with the way
getting
the market's
CPI and
moving,
notes.
right? Because whenever he comes on, the market just like flies in every whatever direction.
Right.
And someone's like, is Powell near a mic based off of this price action?
Come on, Papa.
That's pretty funny.
All right, someone's saying Cal moving. We'll get to that one in a second. Yes, it is moving. It's coming back to that near days highs, but WBA is what I was talking about now. If we can break through 36, it was a recent level going back to last week, but the real level on this one is 36 and a third. Yeah, that's the top. That's been going a ways. That's going back all the way to the end of March. 36, 34, 35, whatever, in that area. Hope that helps, but it's not really much of a trade for me today because it's done. No volume. All right, back to NVIDIA, now below 275. Consolidating a little bit, if I could describe it like that, between 275 and 274.50. We'll leave that. Wrestling Wilkins. Damn, I missed all these. It's all good, man. Always another opportunity. That's a beautiful thing about the market. It always opens up the next day unless it's a weekend or a stat holiday. Maxi, Cal moving. Yeah, we'll get to that one in a second. Reliable Rudy, Sharif, fair valuation. The slow move makes it a safe long where it can wadunk on you. Yeah, you never know. I mean, like, look, good call on that. I like the 36 top, but you know, the 36 and a third, that's probably going back a ways. Hope that helps. What are we at here? I was going to look at Cal. Yeah, so let's bring in our friend Cal here. Oh my God, my Fundamentals Explorer has gone all wadunk. It's because it's all white in the background. I got to fix all that. But
right, because you had your font.
yeah, I got to change all this stuff. So we'll have a look here. Let's bring in another one. Let's bring in this and go KAL over here, and then go free floating window. Here's a 3-minute on Cal. Oh, wow. This looks like a pitchfork, bro.
Yeah,
we'll
like what's the float on that? That's definitely just by looking at that price action.
No. This is the pitchfork
the
setup.
Pitchfork pattern.
Neil is not going to take this one. He's not going to take pitchfork setup because I feel like it's probably not going to present too many opportunities to say the word pitchfork setup. But here it is. This is the pitchfork setup, baby.
So like kind of like a triple
trident,
top?
yeah.
Triple top?
It's like a trident,
but like
right?
more like compact.
Yeah. Well, if we got to take this high over here, this looks like a trident. Like Satan should be coming with this. And
what's the float on that? With the way that thing's moving, that's
about
definitely under 25 mil.
I can't look right
like,
now.
I
Actually,
almost guaranteed that thing's under 25 mil float.
Wait, dude. I think I looked at it. It was like 80 something. Yeah. See, you put your foot in your mouth.
What
it's 81.63.
Maybe it's a little cornered. I don't know.
I'm playing, man. I just bugging you there. All right, we got a super chat to get to, baby. Jonathan Williams, $9.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Appreciate that. Do you think XOM, or as I like to call it, ZOM, will make it to 120 this week? Obi, you want to have a look at this?
XOM,
ZOM,
right? Yeah. Let me pull that up. XOM.
Yeah, baby.
120
Energy's
this
been
week.
going.
I mean, hey, listen, it's well within that range. It could, but I don't know. Let's see what it's been doing here. Let me pull up a higher time frame. That's what I like to look at. Oh, okay, we did gap up on. I guess it was probably some news. I think XOM was moving last week. We did have a gap up around that level, off the 110, and then yeah, we're kind of orbiting around this 115. Now again, we've tested this price before, right? Multiple times, November, December of last year. Let's see if we can look further left and see if these prices have come into play before, or are these all-time highs, right? This looks like these are all-time highs in this 120, 115 area. So yeah, I don't know. The fact that we kind of gapped up and are consolidating within the $5 of that 120 on a stock that's above $100, then yeah, I would definitely be watching for that for a potential break in towards test of that all-time high. But you never know. This whole range is valid, I think, for consolidation, because just looking at this chart, look at the monthly consolidation. Like this consolidates like 15 to 20 bucks. Right? So like even if this drops down to 100, it's well within that consolidation range of like a future test towards 120. So that's I guess that's my look on XOM, because again, consolidation range is definitely something to look at, whether it's a monthly, hourly, or daily. Just to give you a feel of what it can potentially do, what's an outlier move for the given stock, anything like that, anything that hopefully doesn't catch you off guard, right? But yeah, that's what I'm looking at for XOM. See, 485 next RES line. See, where's the top on NVIDIA? Yeah, no. Is this thing still going? This thing's still going, making new highs. 275. Where's Sharif? 275 is about to test. Okay, so yeah, we could see a 25 reject from last week. We did consolidate above the 25 a couple of times, so we know that this has interest above the 275. Yeah, coming in, some solid strength going into the level. Personally, maybe I'm looking for resistance or signs of resistance, but if we are strong enough, then that resistance could also mean nothing, right? So again, discretion is definitely advised on the re-entry of this consolidation here, because these are they all-time highs? I think so. No, sorry, that was XOM. All-time highs on NVIDIA are 350, 360. Yeah, so we visited those prices again, looking further left. This consolidation. So, do we get resistance coming into this level? I don't know. Is it likely? Probably, I think so, because look, we've had selling off here where we kind of ripped up into this area. We've had sellers here and here, and the first time revisiting this area, the sellers haven't shown up yet. But if they're still there, I'm sure they'll make themselves pronounced underneath this 280 or this even underneath the 300, right? But we'll see. On an intraday, for an intraday trader, NVIDIA I know has been pretty solid. A lot of green days in the past couple of weeks, providing for great opportunity on the long to catch a bid. All right, let's see what, wow, Amazon is still going, 101.50. So it looks like we will probably be testing these pre-market levels at like 101.80 and 102 even. And that's kind of where I'm looking to structure my next trade. If we can get up there, I might be looking for like an over-under around some pre-market high levels off of that. ES, like that rip on ES was crazy. Like I said, it's shake and bake, right? It's like shaking people out, waking people up, doing all the things, you know? So this type of volatility is great. I'm also keeping an eye on the VIX here, right? Now, VIX has been kind of rangy between this 20 to 18, 19 area, so that can give some good direction on market turns, I feel. But yeah, no, definitely always keeping an eye on the VIX when I'm trading large caps. That's for sure.
Obi, we are now closing in on $4 in the money.
275
on NVIDIA. There we go. We broke through 275.
Wow, beautiful.
Long 271.85. So we just need like another 30 pennies or so. We just got up to the 50, rejected off the 50. Now we're doing the dance below the 50. Here we go. Here comes another test of 50 again. Wow, the market is really moving here. We're decidedly above that last peak at 13.088 on the NQ. We're now at 13.11, I want to say 9. So let's see. Do we can continue on this move? I mean, I've got 10% of a full position left, which is essentially nothing here. So no point taking anything out. Thank you, Adam. Shout out to you on that. Appreciate your support and your kind words as well. 41.25 critical level, says Loan. He's talking about the level on the ES. So look out for that. According to Loan, 41.25 is a level. Loan, I got to tell you the truth. Yeah, I see what you're saying here with that 41.25 retracement. I get that. To be honest with you, though, dude, I'm looking at 41.32. That's Thursdays. I keep wanting to say yesterday or Friday.
Yeah.
And I'm like
that
having
long
to resist
weekend
for
kind of
both
puts
of
you up.
them,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Thursday's close is what I'm talking about there, Alone. Shout out to you for that. Appreciate your look. Dan says BTC
is now, where are we on BTC? Let's have a look. We are just below 29,000 on BTC. It has been not even up and to the right, Obi. It's just been
Straight up.
There it is. What
Straight
a
up.
big move up there on BTC. We'll have a look
Wow,
at that.
look at that. Are
Yeah,
Mara
so
and
are
Riot
you looking at
moving?
any of these BTC names like Coin or Riot or
I
Mara?
mean, we were looking at Coin earlier, but I think Riot and Mara are a little bit more my preference here. But yeah, look, we're really going off of on Mara here.
EBS,
We still have
someone's saying.
Riot's moving. I know GBTC on the pinks. Like, look at that consolidation and potential break. That could definitely be something. What else do you have? You have sorry, not MSTR, I think.
MicroStrategies, baby.
MicroStrategy.
Remember they almost went bankrupt?
Yeah.
They were
But
pretty
this
close.
is pretty strong ticker here. But yeah, no,
back.
the structuring a risk around MSTR is a little different than structuring a risk on something like Mara or Riot or Coin, right? See what Coin should definitely be feeling these effects right now, no?
Coin
Because,
doesn't care about anybody's feelings.
Coin doesn't care about anybody's feelings.
No
That's
one's
sad. But yeah, no, with Bitcoin ripping up like that, we could see some of these names trying to catch a bid. Now, look, see. If Bitcoin keeps on going and Coin kind of starts to push towards this high a day, yeah, we could get some pressure from potential shorts that are sitting in here, right? And also, like, over the past couple of days, it has had some bids, right? Could send us back into the 65, 64 area from before, some resistance there. But yeah, no, crazy move on Bitcoin right now.
Yeah, great move. Great move on some of the corresponding equities as well. Remember what we started off the show talking about? I'm going to be biased with my question, but how long does Bitcoin stay below 3,000?
Maybe not until the end of the day. Only until the end of the day. Who knows?
Yeah, well, it just got off 28,187, and now it's at almost 29. So it's almost moved $1,000 in the span of the morning, 10 a.m. Here we go. Above 29, 29,019.25, the high of day on our friend Bitstonk. What a move.
Bitstonk.
Yeah, it's been moving to the high side. Good day for BTC today. I mean, yeah.
It's pretty solid.
I mean, you could get continue. I'm just looking at some of these names here. Coin, trying to look at, okay, so we're back to, we're not even at high days on Coin, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm
the
saying.
thing, right?
It
So
could be a potential trade there, right? So if you start pushing towards that high of day, now that kind of breakout definitely a little bit better than maybe another type of breakout because you have
But we're going to
something
need
that's
continuation
fueling.
though in BTC for
Yeah,
it
of
to
course,
continue
of
to
course.
high
That's
day,
what I'm saying.
Right? Yeah.
If BTC convincingly breaks into towards 30, then yeah, we could definitely see that on Coin, right? Now I am looking for kind of a turn on the markets. They have kind of slowed down this buying pressure, but I don't want to get rocked in another shake and bake. So I am being very, very careful as to initiating a position. Because like here we could make like just an extension of like 20 cents off of the high, kind of pull in some shorts and then re-break for exhaustion and like a lick grab before the real move comes in. So like I don't know, I want to stay kind of reserved to see some real direction. Like last time we saw sellers coming in on the tape around this turn, so I want to maybe see something like that come in, something convincing enough, along with ES and NQ kind of pushing back. But look, this 15-minute candle is still green. This 15-minute candle is still green. Now, if we can get a red candle, if we can get a candle to go green to red, then maybe there's potential for a position initiation there. But other than that, I'm kind of waiting for that to kind of play out, see if it's there. Not really many sellers on Amazon tape here. Same thing with Microsoft. Yeah, a little bit of exhaustion into this 289, but nothing too convincing. Like this is strong, this is a slowdown, but like if we kind of base here, previous double top, right? If we kind of base here and continue, I don't want to be shorting here, and that could definitely take the rest of the names along with it, right?
Sorry, just 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. What are you guys looking at? Coin is, Coin is a doggish company. Yeah, I don't know.
There we go.
Here's the thing, man. Like, if it has volume, there's opportunity. If it's in play, there's
Man, somebody's
opportunity.
gotta take
There's
these
money to be
exchanges.
made.
You're telling me everybody's going to have a digital wallet, or like a hard wallet? No, you're going to have
I mean,
some.
why not?
Okay, so now how are we going to trade it? How does the
Sure.
trading work? Right? You
That's,
can exchange, right? I can send to your wallet, you can send to mine.
so here's the thing. You have dollars. You have your own dollars, right? But if you want to
US
trade with your dollars, you
Yeah.
give it to an exchange, or
Well,
you give it
that's the
to a
thing.
broker. Right? Same
You can
same
buy
concept.
Bitcoin. Yeah, I get it, but like in terms of just facilitating like an equity style trading, like we
Yeah.
are on Bitcoin currently,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
just
yeah.
watching the chart, can that be done logistically off digital
Maybe.
wallets only? How are you exchanging? Who's
You'd have
providing
to.
the price?
You'd probably
and-
have to plug into an exchange.
That's what I'm
right?
saying.
You'd
So
have to
somebody's
plug-
got to be the
yeah.
winner here. Who's it going to be? Is
I
it
mean,
gonna be
exchanges.
Binance?
Here's the thing. Like,
With
if
the
there's a
app, someone
market,
says.
there's money to be made, and like the middlemen have almost always been some of these brokers where, regardless of the market going up or down, like they're making their fees. They're still making money.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So that you can see that kind of business models pop up around crypto as well, where you have popular crypto exchanges, because this is a proven and tried method of trading,
Right.
trading assets. So like you
Okay.
have some sort of like a centralized exchange or
That's what I'm
or
saying.
whatever, where everybody can come in and transact. And,
I wonder if there can be a
dealt with.
decentralized one where you can still freely buy and sell like you can like on these open markets, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
have
you can
no idea.
always have like private deals.
I
Right?
actually don't know
like
how
if
that
I
would
if
work.
I have some coin on my ledger and I want
Decentralized
to
exchange is
trade
what
it
people
with
are
you, I
saying.
can just be like, here, I'm just going to
Look at
transfer
this,
over.
decentralized crypto
Make the
exchanges like
exchange.
Uniswap. I don't know enough about those to make
Yeah.
obviously an educated opinion, or people saying there is DEX. So interesting. XRP will be the winner. It already exists, says Junan. So interesting. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, I had no
Yeah,
idea how
I
that
don't
would work. I
know.
figured
I
it
don't
would
know
have
too
to go
much
through a
about
centralized exchange.
Uniswap,
but they're
right?
apparently,
Yeah,
interesting.
it's something
I'll
I'll have to
more
look into
that.
then, because like I don't
Same.
really know.
Same. That is interesting. All right, NVIDIA curling back up. I'm having a look at BTC here because BTC just broke up to 29,163. We were joking about 30,000. Now here it comes, BTC 29,163. Let's go to the daily. Where is this in terms of high of days in recent past? So on the 29th of March, we got up to 29,178. Today, we got up to 29,163. That is the second highest since whatever time period this is, June of last year, okay? So here we go. We could go, highest in 6 months, highest whatever since June. Today, that's a real plausible opportunity. We are very much near the high of day as opposed to the low day. If you're wondering, low of day on Bitcoin is 27,824 and a half. High of day 29,163 and a quarter. Again, high of day, 6 months high goes back to March 29th over here when we made a high of 29,178. But we're talking pennies here, relatively speaking, to $30,000. I was going to call it equity, but I'll just say asset because, it's such a contentious debate as to what this really is, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Here's the thing. Is it
SEC's
tradable? Can you
perspective.
make money?
Yeah. Gary
Let's
Gensler
move.
might have his own opinions about what this is, baby. Benton C. Sharif, thoughts on the Arsenal game yesterday? Yeah, thanks, bro. Thanks for bringing that up. Disappointing. All right, here are my thoughts on Arsenal. We didn't deserve to win. Liverpool played better, flat out, okay? Arsenal dominated the first half an hour of the game. Liverpool dominated the rest of the game, save and except for a few chances here and there in the second half. Now, having said that, we could have still have won the game because despite the fact that Liverpool had the majority of the chances, and I would say the better chances, especially half an hour onwards, there was a tactical decision that could have been made by Mikel Arteta, which was to take off Zinchenko, who had been clearly struggling the majority of the game and who had, by, I would say, the 75th minute, completely gassed and wasn't able to hold on to Salah, who was just, running rampant on him the second part of that game, creating all sorts of opportunities. So I felt Zinchenko had to come off. I would have also liked Saka and Martinelli both to come off. They were tired, and I don't know why the hell they're tired. Arsenal's playing one game a week. We're not in any other competitions. Why are we tired? Are we overtraining? I mean, I don't get it, right?
So this was frustrating to me, but he ended up making the substitution. By he, I'm talking about Arteta. He ended up bringing in Kieran Tierney for Zinchenko, but too late after the equalizer had went in. So we ended up sharing the points, and we ended up tying 2-2. Granted, we were away at Anfield. The last time we picked up points at Anfield was 2016. The last time we picked up 3 points at Anfield was 2012. So it's been a hard road home for Arsenal at Anfield as of late. But, you know, still, I mean, this kind of shifts the momentum back to City. We got to go away to City. We got to go away to Newcastle. I don't want to go away to either of those places, man. Both those places are hard to play at. And, yeah. There we go. We could have taken 3 points and kind of kept City at bay. We didn't take advantage, and so that's what it is. And the chat's got all sorts of yeah.
We have all sorts to say.
Yeah, they got their opinions on there. So you know, I'll have to rethrow those when I send it back to Obi. But yeah, shout out to you guys. I do love soccer, and so I do get passionate about it when I talk. All right, someone says
definitely.
Mullen is moving. Again?
Mullen, yeah, that's been top of the volume leaderboard
Constantly,
for
right?
a couple weeks now.
Let's have a look at our friend Mullen over here quickly. If I can type it in right. For some reason, I keep typing in M-U-L-N. There we go. All right, it's up 4, well, almost 5 percentage points on the day. Not much to speak of, though, here, Obi. To be honest, you know, it's 10 cents.
Yeah, I think.
I don't like trading these stocks. That's just not for me. 10 cents, high a day. 10.94, almost 11 pennies.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
you could play the churn. I think the churn
Not
might
for me.
be something on that.
Yeah. Not for me. I'll stay away from Mullen. But yeah, it's
Look at the
always
strength that we're getting. Like, this is what I said. Like,
Look
staying
at
away
them.
from the short when something like this
baby.
happens, for sure, man. Like, look at this. Microsoft. I can just use Microsoft and Amazon as an example here, right? Like, you have this strength. You rip up above these double tops, above previous high levels, right? And then that kind of strength, you should normally kind of pull back, right? Realistically speaking, but then it holds within a 10, 15 penny range on top of those tops. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be sitting short here, like up here. Like, this is not necessarily a safe area, but like now, if this can break and continue down, sure, right? You can structure it around that, but I don't personally like that you rip up and then you start consolidating so tightly above a previous key level on multiple names, right? So we're seeing similar things happening on ES and NQ, but it could definitely give direction. But yeah, no, look, Apple's the only one that hasn't really broken its highs.
No.
Like, let me pull up Apple. Like,
You're right.
This could be the one giving direction. Like, this is the guy doing the double top. So like, while everybody else is trying to make new tops and trying to push for a new high of day, Apple does not have a high of day or a new high of day.
Sleeping,
it's
bro.
still consolidating at its previous high from here, right? So like, if we can get a double top or whatever on Apple, this could be directional. This could give us some direction on where we're trying to go.
Dan Emmons in the chat coming in hot with a news headline: U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen to give a press conference tomorrow at 11:30. Similar to Fed presidents, the Treasury Secretary is obviously watched close by market participants for comments related to, you know, any number of things, right? You know, a lot has been made lately about, you know, upcoming austerity measures by the federal government through fiscal spending, that it's just a matter of time until, you know, you're going to have to tighten the belt, and it's just, you know, a matter of how it gets done. So it's always interesting to see the Treasury Secretary come on the mic, because you know,
Yeah,
that's
they can
who
definitely
make that kind of announcement, except Biden himself, right? All right, so now NVIDIA breaking down below 275. You know, it's interesting here. I mean, Neil was of the opinion that 275 would be a level. I happen to agree, even though 275.51 is the high.
Someone called her Bingo Grandma.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my God. Yeah. Beer money scalper, you're going to get timed out. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, no, you're good, beer money scalper. No, but seriously here, the futures above the 200, we're above 13.1 on the NQ, we're above 41.20 on the ES, but still doing that dance with NVIDIA it's kind of taken a break, moving sideways a little bit, but we shall see what the rest of the afternoon brings. We're getting to that 1 o'clock time slot now, maybe 1:30. We start seeing a bit more volume come in, Obi? Or do you think people are still out in the Hamptons and
I don't know. We'll see. Let's see.
have
Let's
that
see if it
4-day
comes
weekend,
in.
baby?
Oh, maybe. I don't
Easter
know.
Monday. I didn't see any school kids on the subway today because they get Easter Monday off, right?
Yeah, I think
remember
a
we
lot
used
of
to get
people
Easter
have
Monday off.
today off. But
Yeah, lucky
markets
them.
are still open, so we are here.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't be anywhere else right now.
Yes,
but,
sir.
Yeah. So why am I looking at Apple? I feel for like market direction here. Let me pull this up. All right. So S&P 500 companies by weight. So I'm always keeping track of like what are the top 10 by weight, both in the S&P 500
good call on
and
that, man.
also in the NASDAQ 100. So
Don't you love advertisements?
Yeah. No, look, NQ. Look at the
So
weighting.
Microsoft is big boy
is
on this one.
0.4 points above Apple in weighting. So like for NQ constituents, it goes Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Nvidia in the top 5,
question. That
and then
change
Google.
percentage. What is that, month over month change, or what is that?
That
on
I'm
the
not-
right column. No,
I'm not too
bring
sure
that back.
about.
No, can you bring
This
screen
one
back,
here?
please? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what changed.
that?
Maybe change
Because
on the
what
day, or
is
maybe
getting my attention is that 1.71 by Nvidia.
Oh yeah.
It's
So here's the
moving up.
thing. Nvidia has been moving up, like on the ranks. Like this is what I was talking about. I think last
It's on
week.
the day. That's on the day. Arun says. Okay, so that makes sense. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nvidia has been slowly creeping up towards the top 5 over the past whatever, like month or two. I don't know what it is.
Right.
But yeah, no, we were having this conversation I think last week with Neil, where it was like, can Nvidia really become one of the top players moving the market around because of the business model they have going on right now? Like AI is a blast. Everyone is really wanting those chips, and we're seeing kind of that.
And if crypto comes back too, they pretty much dominate that with.
Yeah,
their
exactly.
GPUs,
So like
right?
they're well set up for this new world that we're living in here, and we could very well see them come up into the leaders of as a leader of the market, even within the top 3 in the coming months. Like who knows? But yeah, I'm always keeping an eye on this, because like if we are using ES and NQ as indicators, or like even trading off them, like I want to know what the constituents are, how they're weighted, so I can also look at them to see how they could potentially have an effect on the rest of the markets, right? Because like if Microsoft's number 1 and it has a crazy outlier move based off of like news or whatever, like best believe it's going to start dragging some of the other names around, right?
No question.
Same thing with S&P 500. Now here, this is where Apple is number 1, right? This is the top 500 companies by weight. It goes Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia, again, number 4, right? And Google. So like you have these top 5 companies that are kind of dominating the markets. Always keeping an eye on those.
Microsoft and Apple, bro, interchangeably. These two are the monsters. Eh?
Microsoft and Apple has been really competing for that first place spot.
Amazon.
Amazon's there, but it's not even close. Like look at the weighting, right?
Yeah.
For the weighting here, like Apple and Microsoft are way closer. Amazon has literally double to go, right? And Nvidia has more than double to go. So in terms of weighting,
Google is about 8. No, but to be fair, go
on
back.
here?
Yeah,
So
because
here,
you've got a
because you
split.
got both of them,
So
right?
it's about 8 in a scale of 12, 13, right? So
so
I would say it's second.
You have all these other names that don't really play a big part in moving the markets, like Airbnb, Lulu, Biogen, whatever. But yeah, that's why you want to look at like the top 5, top 10 to see if any outlier moves in them could really cause a shift in the markets. So that's
all right. Let's get to some tags here. Obi, Yannick Nesbeth. Looking short Google here, what do you think? Okay, so you're looking for a VWAP rejection on Google. Is that the move? Let's go free floating window and zoom in. So the black line here is VWAP. You guys know how it works. The red is 50 EMA, the blue is a 200 EMA. So now we're retracing into VWAP on our friend Google, which was about, I want to say 106.20, 106.21. You had the rejection here. There was another even rejection here, to be honest with you, even though that was on the initial volume. Usually you don't have these earlier kind of moves, 9:30 to 9:45, hold these indicators, but they did in this case. So yeah, interesting move here on Google. We'll see if it rejects, but I don't know if I'm going to take this in the face of a big market move up. I mean, that seems to be kind of risky to me. So yeah, nice setup. The Hayes record. Speak one at a time, gentlemen. Sorry, the Hayes. We'll try to do better, bro.
We're getting a little excited.
Yeah, I know, right? Jay Lee, Sharif, Obi, talk about Chinese EVs, which are exploding and catching fire at high rates. The government is suppressing this news, but common knowledge in China, not allowed to park underground. Okay.
Wait, the stocks are exploding and catching on fire, or the cars
The
themselves?
government is suppressing the. No, I'm assuming the cars
Oh, the
are
cars themselves,
exploding
okay,
because that's why you can't park underground. Otherwise, you're gonna. It's like having a firecracker in your palm and closing your hand. Your mother is gonna be opening up the ketchup bottles for you the rest of your life, bro. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think about that?
Look, man, we saw an interesting little news tidbit come out from the EPA, which says that they may drop a regulation forcing these EV makers or legacy auto to speed up the transition into EVs at faster rates than that they had planned. That may be as a result of a government directive or government regulation. We'll have to see whether or not that has the same effect on Chinese EVs. I don't know. I mean, you know, consumer adoption is paramount here, right? Yeah. But if you don't give the consumer an option and everything you're pumping out is EVs, they're going to have to buy the EVs because you need cars, right?
Yeah.
Most people do anyway, right? So interesting play. I mean, let's have a look at what the Chinese EVs are doing today. So let's start first and foremost here with our friend. Which one do we start? Lee is doing bupkis, is down 0.75%. XPeng, where's XPeng at? Jeez. Where are all my things here?
Right there.
Where?
Down, right there. Your mouse is right on. Oh, a little bit. One more.
There it is. Thank you. It's down 1.5%. And then NEO, where's NEO? NEO right there, down 0.5 percentage point. Yeah, they're not much moving. I'll have to look my news blotter to see if I see anything here about these cars exploding. You know, I don't want to say that that's an accurate statement. I haven't had.
Yeah, where's the news article for that?
Well, he's saying that it's being suppressed. So that's
is it being suppressed?
Well, that's what the assertion is, right? The assertion is that it's being suppressed, and therefore you may not hear too much about it. What I was looking for today was a move in EVs in general, and the reason I was looking for that is because of that news item I just told you about right now. Right. The EPA coming out saying that they're gonna, push it through. All I'm seeing here on EVs is Bloom Energy is the only one really having a good day. It's up 2.25%. Bloom Energy is a clean energy name, not just an EV name. Looking at some Lucid's up 1%, Rivian up 0.75%. What else here? Workhorse down 2.25%. Not really much. We saw Mullen earlier. It was up a few percentage points, but it's 10 cents. So, yeah.
So not doing anything crazy.
There are videos. Someone is saying Marco Trade says there's videos. I'm assuming of the cars blowing up. I really hope that's not the case, and I don't mean to be glib about it. I hope nobody has actually gotten hurt from that because it's not cool. But yeah, we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. If anything headline related, we definitely want to be part of that trade. Chinese EVs were a big trade for me in 2020. I don't know how you fared. Remember NEO, man?
Oh, yeah.
In the summer of 2020, that was the gift that kept on giving.
It was a SPAC, right? It was a SPAC deal.
Remember. Was it a SPAC?
I'm trying to remember what the SPAC name might have been.
YouTuber, Serpensa. Video search. Okay, there you go. Jay Lee putting that in there, giving you that tidbit of information. If you want to follow up on that assertion, that's what you search there. It's in the chat. Mohammed Al-Barash said Palantir. We saw a news headline come in this morning with respect to Palantir. Brendo sending me that in the midday show. We talked about that military AI headline that came in. Let's have a look at Palantir and see what it's been up to since that headline came in. On the day, it's up 3.28%, and this is a decent move here, OB. Look at this. Okay, let's pull this up anytime now. I'm assuming this is the headline, 11:45, because we have all that volume come in. You have that algo spike up. We get about to 8.25, and then you sell off, get back to the same levels we were at prior to the spike, and then it's been up and to the right since that time, holding 8.15-ish, got down to about 8.14, and now high day 8.37. We're a penny off. The high day hanging out at 8.36, so it's been an interesting move here on PLTR. This was a favorite of Sean's going back here. Remember I used to trade this one all the time on the show, right?
Yeah, that one was a SPAC as well, right?
Palantir? Don't remember,
yeah, I think
bro.
so. A lot of these,
I do not remember.
were kind of SPACs from before. But yeah, no, I remember when it was SPAC Bonanza, where like you could check Reddit our SPACs the night before, and see like the top top volume post. Next morning, pre-market as early as you can, preferably before 8. Go along the ticker. Volume comes in. You like if the closer you are to that SPAC level, that $10, the better RR you have on that trade. And yeah, sometimes out the open you get easily like a couple dollars. You get like a 12.50 test. Sometimes you get lucky and you get a 15.20 test. Right? That SPAC Bonanza time was definitely crazy.
Just quick correction there, Neil putting in the chat. Palantir was a direct listing, guys. So 3 ways to come to market. You got the IPO, you got the direct listing, and then you got the SPAC. In this case, it was a direct listing. There was remember back when deal making actually happened? I want to say 2021, when a lot of the deal making happened, and there was always that negotiation about what was the better way to go to market. Was it through SPAC? Was it IPO or direct listing? And a lot of people were talking about direct listing being like the cheaper of the options, and it removes some intermediaries, right? And it was like everybody gets a fairer price rather than, you know, the people who are lobbied initially through the fundraising process and the IPO process.
Why did the SPACs become hot? I think it might have been something along
crazy at that time. Remember that?
People didn't want to do like a normal IPO because I think maybe
it's looked at as the old way of doing things, right?
I think at the time, like they were being a little bit stringent on
delisting requirements on the exchanges?
On like requirements for IPO,
sure, of course,
and they were like,
was,
SPACs are a much easier way to get in and kind of bypass. And look at what happened when that system gets a little abused, right?
No question.
I mean, opportunities for us, but definitely some market volatility.
You got accused
I had some of his SPACs and some of them did well, but yeah, no, definitely like you got to understand, when you're being sold to.
Absolutely.
Right? And you have to manage the risk. I feel like that's a definite general rule when it comes to investing in some of these tickers that are kind of hyped by retail, and they're being presented on news like media outlets, and they have figureheads behind them. Like, dude, I don't like being sold to, but like you got to know when you're being sold to.
Absolutely.
Right? And like sure, go long, go short. That's a whole different story.
Even if the sales pitch contains valid points, it's still a sales pitch, and it needs to be like you need to do your due diligence. All right. SCHW Schwab popping apparently here according to our friend Jim J. So we'll have a look at Schwab real quick. Where is our friend Schwab at?
Bank earnings coming up, right?
Banking. Why is my banking watch just all the way down here? All right, up 4 percentage point on Schwab. Unusual options activity coming in here on my blotter. Let's see, Schwab shares are trading higher after the company said it recorded a $53 billion in new core client assets in March. I wonder why, Obi. Where did they get this $53 billion in new core client assets?
I wonder.
It left somewhere else. It came from somewhere else. And I guess they're disclosing that figure. We had heard from, I think, JP Morgan, was it? And Morgan Stanley with respect to the amount of deposits that they had gotten within like a week. I remember there was a figure dropped there while this whole banking thing was unfolding. But now Schwab coming in with a concrete figure. I guess it's the monthly figure here, saying 53 billion in new core client assets flowed in March. We know that there was an exodus from regional, smaller and medium banks. Because of the fear, basically a run on the bank, essentially. And then you had a whole bunch of bigger names, institutional names, these too big to fail names, kind of, I don't want to say it this way, but, you know, they organized and they kind of cash injected some money back into these banks to kind of stabilize them a little bit. But there's all these questions as to whether, you know, these regional, medium, smaller sized banks are really going to, if the contagion is over or we have problems going forward. I mean, a lot of money left their balance sheets, meaning less loans. Less loans is how they make their money, which is obviously reduction in income. We're talking about having exposure to commercial assets as well, some toxic assets, which are going to cause a problem. So I don't know, man. I don't know if this banking debacle is over, Obi.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's over. We might look like we're kind of simmering down for sure. But I forget who it was. But I remember watching one of these speakers get questioned, and she was just like something along the lines of the depositors will be insured if they move their deposits to preferred banks.
And that's what
right?
Jay Lee
and
was
it's
saying
like,
right now.
if you can't, or if you don't want to move to our preferred bank, we're not going to insure anything.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like all of a sudden you have some of these bigger banks being like, oh,
that's
look
the
at this
thing.
influx of money. Hey,
And then
where did that
that's
come
why
from?
you had mixed messages. All of a sudden you had
you got
like,
a little handhold there for that, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
and that we heard, Janet Yellen be inconsistent on the issue. Are deposits backstopped in their entirety, or are they not? Are they backstopped in their entirety at all banks, or are they not? So there was this vague area for a while, and she was inconsistent on it, and that caused, obviously, market volatility. And I don't know if the issue has been settled completely, but yeah, interesting. We'll keep an eye on these banks. I don't know if we're past it. But now, back to the market at hand, 41.27 1/4. We broke above that on the ES. Now we're pushing 13.130 on the NQ. It's been steady stream of up and to the right for these futures since I want to say about 9:40. We bottomed out about 10 o'clock. We bottomed out about 10 o'clock here on the ES, likewise with the NQ. And it's been steady stream up since that time. We had a big retracement around that almost 12 o'clock time slot, around 11:50. We retraced, and when we came back down, culminating in about 11:15, we made bottoms, and it's been up and to the right since that time. Hamster, let if FOMO for a bit. I'm not sure what that is. TJTX, yeah, I've been watching that on my scanner here. On my small cap watch list. Let's pull that up. I'll bring in the trade ideas. Hello, computer. TJTX, we'll pull that up here. TJTX, this was a small cap crapper as well. Let's go free floating window. And let's switch to the 5-minute time frame on this bad boy. Here we go. Nice move there, eh? Look at this. Higher high, series of higher lows and higher highs, and we're kind of in the middle of the range at the moment. Look for continuation, $19 top. Essentially, we got a 1906, 1905. Let's zoom out to the daily and see the better time frame. Okay, so this is an interesting area where we're at now because we're not obviously, but there's a good chance if we break through 19 and continue above 19, we're going to encounter resistance at that 19 1/3 to about 19 1/2. That's the top that we made back on February 23rd. That was the top there, retraced back to the 50, held that for the majority of March, and now here we go. 2 big green candles to start out the month of April, taking us from 15 back up to almost 19. This is going to be an interesting one. TJTX, in case you're wondering what this stock is all about, let me tell you real quick. Oh, that's right, I can't see my my fundamentals explorer, so I'll have to look at this. Let's look at this. Yep, TJTX. Let's bring in the trade ideas watch list scanner, let's call it. And we'll go over here, TJTX. This is the stock window in trade ideas. TG Therapeutics, what they are about. Where's the company description here? Okay, profile, business summary, not seeing it. So I'll have to look at that after. But what's the float on it? 131.5 million, a relatively larger float for, a small cap crapper. But the short float is what gets my attention, Obi. 23.39.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Percentage short float on
that
this
could
bad
definitely
boy.
add some fuel to the fire for sure.
No question. So TJTX, interesting name. We'll keep an eye on it. What are other people saying here? Rochelle Saba, do you think we can short coin now? Good question. I haven't had a look at coin. We'll look at that one in a second. Ashutosh Vartak, I hope I didn't butcher your name. He says Apple, Microsoft long. I'm seeing, I don't know about the Apple long. The Microsoft's interesting though. And then, yeah, he writes that again. Okay, so let's have a look at coin here real quick. Let's go back into the growth stocks and click coin. 2.83%. So I'm assuming you're thinking that we've kind of reached the top on this bad boy. I have to look at what Bitcoin did. Yeah, but a bit of a double top here, OB, at that 63.75. Technically, we got up to 85 on the day. But this is an interesting level, brewing, pumping to the downside here. Let's take this line. 61.50 is essentially Thursday's close. So that's going to be an interesting area of support. That was obvious at this trough right here. Ends up basically at that area, goes up to 25, but essentially holds that level, bounces off it, and now let's look at our friend Bitstonk, 29,300. So now we do have a new 6-month high, probably longer. We said June was the last time we saw these levels, I believe. Let's zoom out. So there we go. Last time we were at these levels, OB, was June 9th, 2002. So whatever the time between June 9th and now, we are at those highs. And I think that, 30,000 could be real soon, but we are still kind of consolidating after that big move up from 20,000. We've been holding at this between, 27 to about 29 and change, going back to March 16th. So almost a month, in 6 days, that'll be a month. We'll see. 30,000 could be in the cards, and that's why I just I pushed that question on you earlier. I just felt, it could be in the cards here. But with respect to your original question, is it time to short coin? I don't know, man. That's a counter trend move, and I'm going to have to say you're on your own with that one. That's not the type of trade that I would really want to set up at the moment. Bitcoin's having a big day, not really sure why, and I'm not standing in front of that relative strength, Obi.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that 30K is looking like it could definitely be in the cards coming in. I did start a bit of an Amazon short here, nothing too crazy. Again, like I'm kind of testing what it's acting like underneath these pre-market areas. I am a little bit early. I kind of wanted that 101.80 area, but again, if it can show me some direction off of this area, kind of reject, maybe we can actually start the short here. But again, if there is strength above pushing up into these higher areas, yeah, I'm definitely gonna cut it and reassess that level. Now, what kind of got me into it was like ES and NQ were looking like they're starting to turn, but not really. Like you can see that this candle went from red to green already, and this one is about to do the same. So we could still very well be in this uptrend, and I'm just a little bit of a diddle in the middle. But sometimes I like paying for some information, and that's what I'm doing over here, just around these highs from before on Amazon. But yeah, no. This market does look like it's starting to slow down off of this. You can see this consecutive candles getting smaller and smaller. We could see a potential turn anytime soon, but I don't know if that's well within my risk parameters here.
Ashtosh wants to have a look at Microsoft and Apple. Do you see a long on either of those names? I see they look decent. I mean, I disagreed with him on Apple, but now Apple's starting to curl as well. What do you think about those two plays?
Yeah, definitely. We were talking about Apple before. Like, if it can start pushing these highs from the morning, then yeah, we could open up into 162, 162.50, even 163 level from the pre-market. But yeah, no, we can see that the price is here. Let me pull this down into here. We can see that the price is kind of like winding up into here, and as it does, you're making higher lows going into this, and if this does break, yeah, look, there's almost nothing until this 162, 162.50, and that could come in pretty quickly. But yeah, that's something to be watching out for if you're looking for the long on Apple. Would I long on the breakout? Maybe not. That's just me. That's my personal preference. But yeah, the other one was Microsoft. Now let's look at Microsoft over here. Same deal, similar deal. We've broken this double top that we talked about before, and we consolidated above, and we are kind of grinding up now. So long over here, I don't know too much about that, but off of this break would have been decent, and maybe even somewhere around here would have been decent. But I don't know about going long like right here, unless you can keep it tight on this keep it tight to this trend. then sure, yeah, you can definitely structure something around that. Other than that, nothing really that I'm looking at. The option scanner never lies. Yeah, okay, so let's look at a bit of Disney. I've been using their streaming service quite frequently as of late, going through their Star Wars collection in timeline order. But yeah, no. So Disney is looking pretty strong off of this 100 level, right? 99, 100. 100 definitely has some sort of an orbit for the past couple of weeks, right? You see this under over around 100. So there's definitely interest at this level. Let's see, longer time frame. Yeah, I mean, look, we've kind of had bottoms here in the 92. On the run up, you had these tops here. So we've kind of started basing on these previous support areas, and now we have these resistances to come into play. All right, so taking a look back at this Amazon, let's see now. Like, you're starting to push a little bit into my area where I'd like to risk off of, but again, you got to pull a little bit of finesse with these large caps because it's more of an area. It's never a precise level, right? So I want to see what it's doing underneath this 102. Not really getting too heavy on the short, and I could very well be wrong on the short. I don't know. If this shows me anything that's further convincing of the action to the upside, but yeah, no, I'm looking for red candles to start forming on some of the larger names on the 15-minute to give me some direction. I know people are still looking at coin from the Bitcoin move. We've looked at it a couple times, and I don't know. Let's check it out. What it's doing right now. High of day, yeah. See, this is the thing. I'd planned on potentially looking at, here, let me pull up the 5, 6250 area. I never got back down there. We're kind of testing these tops. Yeah, similar idea here. If the market does start to rip and we start to go, this top could break vigorously, but again, it's all up in the air. I'm not too sure. I like to have multiple things confirm and confluence with each other for me to even start thinking about initiating a trade. Now, I'm not always perfect on that, but that's something I'm definitely working towards, right? Confluence in a trade can definitely increase your risk to reward, your EV, all those things, right? Multiple factors.
All right, just keeping an eye here on NVIDIA because now it's popping back into that 275.30 area. 275.51 is the high of day. So we're real close to high days here, and that's not a real surprise because we're moving up on the futures. So Reliable Rudy, TRO, add in the long-term account on the 110 break. I don't even know what that is. Let's go TRO. That is T-row price. Okay, I do know what that is. 110 break, yeah, we're at 110.08. What's the, woo! Look at NVIDIA go, baby. That is out for me. That's the end of the trade.
Something is happening.
There we go. And that is all she wrote on her friend NVIDIA. Wow, man, come on. Nice, that's a good trade, bro.
Nice trade.
Yeah, that's about a 4, how much? 21.8. Where do we get there? Yeah, about a 450 winner. No, nice. That's a $4 winner there, bro. There we go. Hey. 271.89 I got out at, and I got out at 81. I got in at 81s. But here we go, man. NVIDIA, that's it. That's the end of the road for our friend NVIDIA. Good trade on there, getting in early on. But now we got to look for something else because there's still like more time left on the show.
I like that out solid like that.
Yeah.
Nothing else really popped like that, and you got like an exhaustion move on NVIDIA. You took it right out into that. That's beautiful.
Funny. Yeah, good thing I was looking at it because I didn't have any resting order or anything there. Smoke the weed, smoke the world. Oh, I was gonna say smoke the weed.
Later.
What did I miss? What? Yeah, good question. Because later, look at this guy. Let's bring in. What's going on here? NVDA. I didn't really see anything on the news blotter. We had an interesting news headline on Micron as well as on Samsung with respect to chip production reductions, and I guess NVIDIA in sympathy with that. I got a decent amount of green here on my microchips. All right, everything and their mother except TSM and Intel are green on the day. Intel's red, TSM is red. I'm assuming this has something to do with the exercises that China's been doing near Taiwan. I mean, I don't know. We heard about that. Americans were doing stuff there on the weekend. The Chinese military was there. The Taiwanese said their airspace was breached. Anyway, TSM down the day, but up 0.05%, essentially flat since the open. But we've got green everywhere else. AVGO, SMH, NXPI, NVIDIA, AMAT, AMD, MU, GFS, Pi, they're all green. Those are my microchip semiconductor watch list, guys. Emma Fernandez, you are killing the big capper, Sharif. Congrats, sir. Now go get yourself an SUV. Bang! What good SUV shop. What? Obi, look at that drop. I literally did get top quick.
Wow, I'm telling you, bro, that's exhaustion.
What?
I know exhaustion
Look
when I see
at
it.
this drop right here. It's an absolute quadunk.
Nice.
There
Beautiful.
we go. On NVIDIA, so that feels good. Yeah, there we go. That's a feel good type top right there, guys. It doesn't really matter because I only had like 10% of the position, but yeah, it just feels good. So yeah, NVIDIA retracing back down now 1.6% on the day. That's upside.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
I'm still looking for that short continuation on Amazon. We did kind of pull back off of these highs, but nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy right now. Now, look, we did see that move on NVIDIA, and we did see the markets kind of pull back here. So we shall see if we get any continuation here. I am looking very avidly for sellers to come in, but I don't see any right now, right? This is, again, I'm keeping it pretty tight, right, within this range here. But yeah, no. Looking for follow through on the rest of the markets. Like first red 15-minute candle on ES and NQ, maybe. Okay, definitely not on the NQ, but like ES after all these green candles, perhaps we could get some follow through there, some relief back down maybe into this 2120, or if we can break this consolidation from before here. That's what I'll be looking for. Sharif?
Yeah, you can. I'm just looking.
Let's see. I'm just. I want to see size coming in on this Amazon tape here. Nothing too crazy out of the ordinary that I'm seeing right now. Like you guys can see down here, some larger size. If that can start to come in on the bid, then that could give some confirmation of the turning market, right, on this float. So we know that other names are kind of following along with this. Let me pull up Apple here. Apple's still within that consolidation range. Okay, we'll see. But yeah, no, I'm looking for that. I also have Amazon 15-minute over here, right? So I'm keeping an eye on that just to see if there is any follow through. But other than that, what are you guys looking at? Pull up Baba. Okay.
Baba.
Let's look at Baba.
I love how you said that. Like Ian has Baba, we have Baba, and then you have Bubba.
Bubba,
like
yeah.
BUBA, baby. I like it.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, look at that. Almost. Is this a trident pattern? Ooh. Almost. It didn't make the third prong yet.
Yeah,
but
the other one was a lot more
much
pronounced.
cleaner.
But
yeah,
I see what you're looking
cleaner,
at there.
Yeah.
The trident pattern.
Yeah, that could be something, man. That could be something. Like a triple rejection of a price. That's valid, man. Yeah, that's valid.
Well, I don't even know. I didn't even say what it was going to be, like a continuation pattern or a reversal pattern or what it was.
This is a price rejection pattern, right? I think
so. It'll be reversal in that case if it's a rejection pattern.
But Baba's definitely coming down towards the support from earlier. That's what I have on Baba.
Bob W coming in with the hot lines. Bob W, Huadunk is extremely offensive, and I speak for all Karens when I say I'm glad this show is on daily. Keep up the good work. Shout out, Bob. Appreciate the nice comments and appreciate you being a viewer, obviously. Thank you for your contribution. Hilarious. Love that. Andy Fischella, Sharif, to the sizzle. Good show. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you, Andy, for watching and appreciate your loyal viewership. You're basically on every day. Love seeing you in the chat, and we love seeing all our viewers in chat. All right, so what do we got here at Obi? I feel like we've been around the mill with all these names. Let's go to the scanner, see what's moving on the scanner. You know what we haven't looked at in a minute? What? Is the VWAP retracement scanner. We haven't given that one a look. Let's have a look here. Well, finally, TJTX showing up on it because it's kind of been doing the dance with VWAP. Makes sense that it would show up on here. TX, we talked about this one earlier, getting a nice little continuation, but let's start from here. CUTR. Yeah, not my cup of tea. What's the volume on this one today? See, when you start looking at different scanners, you forget where all the key indicators are, and you have to keep looking. For 1.1 million, that's not going to cut it for me. Let's keep going here on this one. No, way too consolidating. Likewise, that's not what I'm looking for here. There's a certain type of chart pattern that you just kind of get to know over the years with respect to VWAP rejections or bounces, and none of these really are cutting it at the moment for me anyway. Wow, this is an interesting one. GMPX, I don't like the fact that it lacks liquidity, 1.1 million shares on the day, but if I was entering in a smaller size trade, this might be interesting. It is a continuation. Look at the daily up here. This is the daily on CMPX. From a swing perspective, these are nice 3 good green candles. You'll have to look into what's the catalyst for this one, but from a technical perspective, looks interesting. Let's go down the list. WDC showing up as well. This one we saw earlier, and we were thinking, this was fantastic. Look at that rejection, bounce. That died. Now we're hovering and holding VWAP real tight there. The high of days, 42 pennies above that 38. Yeah, not much in the way of notional range, but if you size in probably around these and you get a VWAP hold and a bounce back up near high of days, you could make good money with a 40 penny move. That's not bad. Let's keep going down the list. GBX, again, not my cup of tea. Likewise with CYTO, that ain't it either. Yeah, so as we get down near the bottom here, the quality, they repeat. Levi's we saw as well. This was an interesting one. The computer said to buy here. I don't know what parameters they have to set up for a buy, whether it's volume related, price action related, or a combination of both. I'll have to send Michael Noss an email. But this is also interesting to look at this chart here while deciding whether you're going to go long or short, whether you're looking for a rally to VWAP or a pullback to VWAP. A setup. The green line denotes what do they call those when there's when there's a lot of buying on the exchange? What do they call that? Ascending issues and declining issues?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's something called that. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Declining issues and advancing issues. That's what it is, I think. And so green is advancing issues, and so you have a decline in that. So, you know, the indication here is supposed to be that it may not be the time for the longs, right? That's why you look at something like that. I just think I messed it up. But anyway, the whole point is to see whether declining issues are advancing or are increasing, or advancing issues are increasing, to kind of decide whether you're going to go long or short. But I think that probably relates more a bit to the big cap names than anything else. So we shall see. Anyway, back to NVIDIA here. It's retraced all the way back down to 274 after bouncing, rejecting off 276. Yeah, that was a short if you ever had one there. 276 rejected. Neil was talking about 275, and to be honest with you, it pretty much hovered at 275 for the most part, a little bit above it, a little bit below it. Now it's rejecting it. So this could be an interesting level if the market starts curling to the downside here, but I don't know. I don't know how Arun feels about the short at these levels on some of these futures, but I'm not ready to hit short anything yet. We've had just such a nice recovery. We still are technically negative on the day on both the ES and the NQ, so haven't really made all those gains back quite yet, guys. Yeah. Advanced decline line. That's what Ron Williams is calling it, the advanced decline line. Thanks for that.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Well, that's what this is. So, well, the exchanges will often show you a figure. They'll be like advancing issues versus declining issues, meaning how many shares were bought on the exchange that day versus how many were sold. Okay. Right? And if the amount bought is quantum above the amount sold. Usually they
Yeah.
give you that in a ratio. They say 2 to 1, 3 to 1, whatever it ends up being on that day, and that gives you an idea of what was the market up or down.
Okay, true.
Right.
That's kind of like the the Vold. I've been looking at the Vold recently, where
What
it's
is
like
the Vold?
volume up minus volume down. So it's the same thing. So like you have an NQ Vold and you have an is it a NQ and ES Vold? Yeah. Something like, or Nasdaq. Sorry, Nasdaq and New York.
What's the ticker
Vold.
for that? VOLD?
VOLD. You can find it on a lot of different things. So like the overall volume up and down, and then I'm also kind of using. Playing around with, I think advanced decline line was the next next on my list. It might not trade, but it's more of an indicator.
I have.
right?
I don't have everything that just trades. I have indexes up here, which are not tradable, obviously, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I'll have a look at that. I'll have to probably message you about
But yeah,
that
no,
later.
I gotta
definitely
learn
like
more about the
knowing.
advanced decline line because that's something I was looking into, but I haven't really gotten around to it.
It's not a equity, so you can't just type it in. It's dollar sign.
On IBKR though?
Probably. Dollar sign and then ADD.
Dollar sign ADD, Arun says. Okay, so we're gonna give
try
that a
that
try. Dollar sign ADD. Let's see what we get on that. I'll have to look. I'm not going to take up time on the show to do this. There's only 15 minutes left anyway, but yeah, I'm definitely going to have a look at that. That's super interesting. I like having those type of figures. I read them at the end of the market when I get my. There we go. Everyone's telling me Vold. Yeah. Okay. I'll have a look after. Dan Emmons putting that in there as well. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I can pull up the Vold here if you want. Here, look, check this out.
Yeah, pull that up.
NYSE. Sure, we can look at the NYSE one. So
NYSE.
pull this up here. Kind of a shorter time frame. Now,
Okay.
if we look at like a 15-minute.
And so how do you read this? What's the read?
So look, this
give me an
is kind of like a
example.
baseline, the zero.
So how am I reading
either
this?
negative or positive, right?
Okay.
So you have negative and positive. So like, what is like
It's almost like an RSI indicator.
Kind of, yeah, I
With a
guess.
zero line in the middle.
It's more like, okay, so on this specific day versus this day, the buying volume was a lot more than the selling volume.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
why the difference
I
is
like that.
positive, right? So the total opposite
Very
here,
cool.
where it's like we sold off majority there. Now,
Yeah.
you can have days where like tech is like selling off on an NQ Vold.
And so the candles here, they denote volume.
they
Negative
just denote
volume or positive volume. They don't denote price action.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
denoting
yeah.
advancing
the
or declining
the difference
volume.
in volume.
Okay.
Yeah,
got
that's
it.
what that
difference
is.
in volume. Fantastic.
Yeah. So there's definitely something there. Now I don't know how to perfectly use it or like how I can use it, but I'm definitely
One
watching
thing
it.
offhand I would think of to look at the declining, the volume on the declining days and compare those to the advancing days to see are
Right.
the declining days stronger in terms of net volume to the downside than the advancing days net volume to the upside. Like where's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And count. I don't know. I'm just thinking offhand here, off the cuff, but. I
Yeah,
like
no, you
having
can
new
definitely
stuff like that.
structure
Yeah.
some trades around that, right? Definitely. I think I was trying to identify some like trending days using some of those variables there, like trying to figure out if the day is likely to trend or not, using some of those indicators.
Matt Carr is saying, Sharif, doesn't on-book volume work the same? I use one similar called cumulative delta volume. Yeah, look, dude, I'm just getting introduced to this kind of stuff right now. So, I mean, probably not educated enough or informed enough to answer that question, but I'm definitely gonna have a look at these type of indicators. There's only so much real estate on my monitors, though. They can't keep all this stuff up real time. Some of it's gonna have to go to the back. MP saying, Sharif, check ADD. NYZ advancing issue, NYSE declining issues difference. All right, that's awesome. That's ADD.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Declining
That's
and
what
advancing
Arun
issues,
was
yeah.
telling me. The Hayes Records, obviously trying to rub it in my face, adding salt to the wound there, saying Arsenal versus Liverpool, though, Sharif. Yeah, tough one. I had to split the points on that one. Michael Lloyd saying, pump it. Yeah, baby, bang. We're sorry, we're not having, we don't have the audio with the animations today, but I'm sure that will just be a moment before we fix it. Probably have that fixed by tomorrow. Exploring Show says market is dud. I don't know, man. I mean, we've been kind of moving this way a little bit since hitting those bottoms. So it presented a lot of good opportunities for some of these longs on these big cappers. I'm talking about NVIDIA. I'm talking about Meta, Microsoft. Tesla was rock solid. 176 bottom, 176-ish. And now we're at 184-ish. So $8 there. Even Apple had its move, not much. Amazon, though, was looking real good. Are we green on Amazon? No, not yet. 0.32 to the downside. My big six are all decidedly red, but Amazon and Tesla looking a little bit better, followed by maybe Meta. But NVIDIA's been all the hype, baby. NVIDIA has been and is green on the day. It's up 1.6%. It's followed by, it's not followed, it preceded by AMD, which is up 3 big percentage points. In fact, up 4 1/3% since the bell. I'm talking about AMD. It's done 36.2 million shares on the day. NVIDIA 27.9. So it's been AMD's day, but NVIDIA also no slouch. It's been printing to the high side, and you saw us print on that. So shout out to the chat and everybody who had a big tech off those bottoms as we continue to stay near the highs on these futures, Obi.
Yeah, that's again, they're staying near the highs, but they are starting to kind of slow down, and that's more of what I'm looking for here. Again, it could very well just be consolidation. I don't know, but it is kind of apparent that we have kind of slowed down. What time is it? It's around 2 p.m. as well. But yeah, no, we're starting to consolidate. We had this run up, we're starting to consolidate, and then maybe the later half of the day we could get some direction with this consolidation break. But I'm banking a little bit more on the slowdown and see where that really takes us. Can we retest these highs from before? Sure, why not? But it has to look convincing, right? Right now, this consolidation, I don't really know how to take direction off of this. So I am still sitting in my Amazon short. Like nothing has. I mean, there hasn't been too many reasons to get out of this position as of yet. But again, keep staying light on my feet and looking for this market turn to play in. We've had our first 15-minute red candles. What's up?
Coming in with hot lines.
Yeah. But yeah, looking for it to come in off of this consolidation. We shall see. Microsoft, again, look at this hold of this pre-market double top. Pretty crazy, right? Like you can definitely structure some trades around this if you're willing to take that risk, right? Those of you saying the market's kind of slow, kind of dead, sure, it can be, but like, what are you looking at, right? That's what I'd ask. Sure, if it's not within your risk parameters and not in your playbook, that's different. But there's definitely opportunities out here for money to be made.
Yes, sir. Keeping my eye on our friend Meta. This is a 3-minute chart over here. Let's go free floating. Yeah, we've been holding the 200 here on the 3-minute for whatever reason, kind of doing a little bit of a balance. Maybe it's a balance between 214 and 214.5. We're getting back up there. A bit of a top brewing here, about that 214 1/3. We broke through it. We got to half, but rejected. Let's see if we can get continuation. I like this. We're seeing constantly higher highs and higher lows, even though we kind of consolidated sideways a little bit here. It looks good. Neil's touching my protein.
What?
I'm kidding. Arun, by the way, shout out to Arun. Because Arun brought me a tub of protein.
Where's the camera?
Come to the middle camera.
No, but in all seriousness, like.
And I have that over
protein.
here in front of my desk. I'm like pumped to take this home.
All of it here right now, though? I brought it to him this morning.
Yeah, oh no, Arun brought me that from home, right? So I'm taking it home.
Nice.
Shout out to Arun. He gave me a tub of protein. The guy is clutch. He doesn't drink protein anymore, Obi. He's like, nah, you know, I'm weaning myself off it. And I talked to him about that. There were times where I took too much protein daily and like my blood levels with respect to my kidney were off a little bit. So I had to reduce the amount of protein that I was intaking synthetically. I'm not talking about animal protein and like regular food, but there's like all these additives. They put all these amino acids now in the protein to kind of, you know, branch chain amino acids and others.
Try to give you a bit of a boost, some more
carnitine,
reps.
that's it. My
Carnitine is the one that will give you a little bit more reps.
L-carnitine level was too high. My doctor wasn't pumped about that.
Oh, wow.
That's what I was
Dude,
asking.
yeah, you gotta...
Yeah. As a result of the protein, because when I did wean myself off the protein and I redid the blood test, it wasn't elevated. So it had nothing to do with my raw eggs, baby. Lone, you're an animal. You're drinking raw eggs. What about salmonella, man? I know Rocky did it, but he's Rocky, right? Like, I'm not Rocky. Would you drink raw eggs?
Oh, yeah, I have before. Yeah. So,
you're down with that, eh?
I don't really work out as much as I
he
did
says
before.
Raw eggs, raw milk, baby.
Ask him if
Yolk has ever broken his mouth?
broken in his mouth.
Oh.
Arun's asking if you do drink raw eggs, has a yolk ever broken in your mouth?
Raw eggs with OJ, says Brian. Oh
I mean,
God.
I've drank raw eggs before. It's not bad.
What does it taste like?
I mean, not really.
It doesn't
I would
taste
mix
like
it
the
with. I would
actual
mix it
egg.
with like milk.
Okay.
Right. It's a little slimy,
mix
but
it with
like
milk?
Yeah, it makes it easier.
Okay.
Right?
No,
So
I
like
didn't think
when I
about that.
was working out a lot more than I do now.
Yeah.
I was definitely on protein, carnitine, creatine. Sorry.
We're talking about quarantine.
Yeah. And raw eggs, right? So like raw eggs, just a couple raw eggs, or even
But you're not
just
worried
one.
about salmonella poisoning? Isn't it possible through raw eggs? Or am I wrong on
but
that?
like, I guess it depends on where you're getting
Yeah.
those eggs from.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know.
But yeah, I've had my fair share, and I'm still here. I'm alive, kicking around, so still there.
Well, obviously, I hope so. Everyone giving us advice here. I love the chat, man. Everybody, you guys are so knowledgeable, and you have your own opinions. I love that, and everybody has that thing that works for them. That's what makes this community so awesome. Shout out to you guys. Love when you guys engage in the chat. And I'll read some interesting ones out. So says, I have a chicken coop at his house. No, I don't. We're not allowed to have one as per the city zoning regulations in Toronto. Lowe says, LMAO, no, I mix 4 to 5 eggs in my smoothie. Shout out, okay, good move there. Dan says, I get my eggs from my buddy Sal. Salmonella.
Nice. Bang, bang,
Dan
bang.
gets a lot, multiple bangs there. That's hilarious. Trader Mike says market is at an inflection point. Yes, sir. Do agree with you. Think Tank Indy says it worked for Rocky, and that's real life. So it must work. Renata Haddad says I like raw eggs when I made cake. I like raw eggs when I make cake. Oh my God! Tell me you don't eat the raw eggs while you make cake. That's hilarious. Shout out to you. What else we got over here? Al Rock says raw eggs and a Corona. Okay, you said milk. He says Corona. So
Whatever
that's his
works,
thing,
right? Whatever
or
will
their
cut the
thing.
taste. I mean, milk has a little bit more protein, and it's good for you. So like the milk and the egg go well.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't
what
know.
else you eat? Why eat
whatever
raw
you like.
when you can poach eggs? Yeah, my mom loves poached eggs. Shout out to her. Fault tolerant. I like that name. That is a good name. Fault tolerant. I like half boiled and scoop with a spoon. Okay, cool. I think isn't that kind of poached when you eat it with a spoon, or is that different?
I'm not
Man.
too sure.
All right. Back to this market, because Meta is now hanging out at that 214.50. I like this level on Meta, man. This might be an interesting long into the afternoon. It's showing me something here. I'm also seeing that same move on, even better move, to be honest with you, on Tesla. I was looking for a similar move on Amazon. It hasn't woke up, so maybe that short's in order for you.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
yeah.
that's what I was looking at, right? Like we are getting a bit of continuation. The trend has broken a little bit, but like it could just be like an extension off the trend. So I'm waiting for more confirmation, right? Like my average is in around there, and maybe a potential retest of this 101.40, right? We know that there was interest there from here and here. So a potential retest of this area could give further direction on how this trade might play out. But yeah, no, I'm holding on to my shorts just for now. I could get out of them at any time. You don't know. Like if I see anything crazy on the tape or any reason to exit, yeah, I'm definitely going to get out of this one.
All right, well, now it is officially 2 o'clock, and that is the end of the midday show. But Obi and I will be on tomorrow. Obi's going to be on for half, and then we're going to have a special guest for you for the other half, as Max is off till Thursday, guys. It's been real. I hope you guys continue to print throughout the day, and we'll see you tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. Ciao.
Have a good one.
Yeah, 2 o'clock. Welcome back into a slow grind of an afternoon. As far as the markets are concerned on a Monday, we're trying to get back to positive territory, in the process of, in fact, getting back to positive territory. There's a look at the S&P 500 right now, just 0.19 away after we were down better part of 1% when we first got going this morning.